The maid whispered, "Yes, it's the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's residence." The maid spoke very softly. After all, the second madam and the old madam's expressions were both quite unpleasant, but Shen Tang still heard her clearly and was truly surprised. In his previous life, the second master of the Shuani Marquis' mansion did indeed want the position of right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Besides the second prince and the second master recommended by the Marquis of Chongping, there was also the younger brother of the princess consort of Zhao's family. The second master of the Shuani Marquis' mansion knew he couldn't win and gave up long ago. How could this be? The second wife couldn't accept this outcome. She had already prepared pastries and fruits to welcome the guests, only to be told that she was celebrating too soon. If it were anyone else, it would be understandable, but how could it be the second master of the Shuani Marquis' mansion? The second wife gritted her teeth and said, "Who recommended the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's mansion?" The maid shook her head. All she knew was that the emperor hadn't promoted the second master, but had promoted the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's household. As for the rest, she knew nothing. Shen Tang also wanted to know. Maybe that way she could find out who the man was. The second wife was unwilling to give up. She plopped down on the ground. Although the money used to help the second master get an official position came from the public funds, it still cost more than 10,000 taels of silver. If the matter didn't work out, wouldn't it all be a waste? She absolutely must find out. After waiting for a while, the second master returned home from court. Almost as soon as he entered the house, the second madam went up to him and asked, "Who recommended the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's mansion to take the position of Vice Minister of Revenue from you, master?" The second master's face was also extremely pale. "It's the Prince of Jingyang." Shen Tang. How could it be the Prince of Jingyang? Prince Jingyang is not the kind of person who would get involved in these matters. No one dares to ask Prince Jingyang to recommend someone. In his previous life, Prince Jingyang did not help the second master of the Shuani Marquis' mansion. Prince Jingyang holds a large army and is deeply trusted by the emperor. He alone is enough to replace all the people that the second master and second mistress have found. Chapter 62. Possible. The second wife was speechless and filled with resentment, never expecting that her second master would be defeated by the Prince of Jingyang. The Prince of Jingyang never recommends anyone other than military officers, so why would he recommend the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's mansion? If only someone could answer the second madam's question, but no one has uttered a sound. The old lady sighed, but said nothing. The second wife said angrily, "Prince Jingyang must be retaliating against our Pingyuan Marquis' mansion for making Prince Jingyang's bridal sedan chair carried back empty that day." The second wife didn't vent her anger on Shen Tang. Compared to the fact that the second master couldn't become the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, it was even more unacceptable for her that Shen Tang would become the crown princess of Jingyang. She still hoped that Shen Han and the Prince of Jingyang could get engaged again, but the Prince of Jingyang recommended the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's mansion, ruining the second master's good deed. It is clear that there is no hope left for what she hoped for. If there were even the slightest possibility, the Prince of Jingyang would not have done such a thing. Since the marriage is definitely out of the question, the enemy of the second wife is now the one who is hindering the second master's future. So don't expect the second wife to say anything nice, especially when she's still angry. The second wife was furious, but the old lady scolded her. What kind of status does Prince Jingyang have? How could he do something so controversial? If Prince Jingyang wants to take revenge on our Pingyuan Marquis' mansion, he doesn't need to beat around the bush like this. Especially not long ago, Shen Tang and Shen Luo's horse was startled in the street, and it was the Prince of Jingyang who saved them. The Prince of Jingyang simply said that he was repaying Shen Tang's kindness in not marrying him, and the grudges were wiped away. If the Prince of Jingyang's son has such a magnanimous heart, what about the Prince of Jingyang? There were a lot of people in the room. If word got out, it would be said that the Pingyuan Marquis family was being unreasonable. Even if the Prince of Jingyang did do such a thing, it would be the Pingyuan Marquis family's own fault. It can only be said that the second master was unlucky. A sure thing was going to be ruined by Prince Jingong, so he could only wait for the next time. Heaven knows how long it will be before we get another chance if we miss this one. Shen Tang stayed in the room for a quarter of an hour without saying a word. After leaving Songha Hall, with no one around, Inxing couldn't help but whisper, could that man be the heir of the Prince of Jingong? Shen Tang paused, turning back to look at Ginkgo. Do you think that's possible? Ginkgo. That seems impossible. The Crown Prince of Jingong was engaged to the eldest daughter, and she would rather be buried with him than marry him. The Crown Prince of Jingong also broke off the engagement with the eldest daughter. Anyone could be the masked man, except for the Crown Prince of Jingong. But just a moment ago, she realized that the man was the heir of the Prince of Jingong. The young lady asked the man to help prevent the second master from taking the position of Vice Minister of Revenue. Who else but the heir of the Prince of Jingong could persuade the Prince of Jingong to ruin the second master's good deed? A young woman fell into the water, and the Prince of Jingong jumped in to save her. Although the young woman didn't need anyone to save her, Inxing felt that the Prince of Jingong had jumped into the water to save her. That day, the young woman's horse was startled in the street, and the Prince of Jingong could have stood by and watched, but he not only saved her, but also disregarded the difference between men and women and treated her dislocated shoulder. At that time, the pharmacy was not far away, and he could have ignored it and told the young woman to go to a doctor for treatment. Inxing thought about it more and more, and it seemed possible, but she dared not say it aloud. To know if her guess was right, she would have to see if the Prince of Jingong would save the girl next time she was in trouble. Puh. She wasn't cursing the girl to have bad luck. The girl is very lucky and will definitely be all right. Inxing silently took back those words in her heart and prayed that Shen Tang would live a long and peaceful life. Shen Tang also felt that the man probably didn't have the ability to persuade the Prince of Jingong to recommend the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's mansion. But the fact that the man could get the Emperor to help him speak on his behalf meant he was no ordinary person. As long as the second master didn't get that position, she would be happy. As for who helped him, it didn't matter. Back at Qingyi Garden, Shen Tang went straight to the window, glanced around, and Chen Shan appeared, asking, "What are your orders, Princess Consort?" "The Crown Princess. Can you please stop calling her that? She's not that thick-skinned." Shen Tang's ears burned as she said, "Don't call me that." Chen Shan said, "If I change my address, Master will be unhappy." Shen Tang. "So, what if she's not happy or not?" Shen Tang said, "Please convey my thanks to your master for me." Chen Shan's mouth moved, but he didn't speak. Shen Tang said, "Speak your mind." Chen Shan wanted to say it, but he didn't dare. Could he say that Miss Shen doesn't need to thank Master, and that she just needs to refrain from making Master angry a few times? Poor old man, wearing a mask, has no idea how many times Miss Shen has stabbed him in the heart, and each stab drew blood. Chen Shan said, "I will convey your highness's message to the princess consort." The Jing'ang prince's mansion. Inside the study, Xia Guimo was writing down his thoughts on military strategy. Just as he was dipping his brush in ink, a servant knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Young master, the heir of the Marquis of Shuani has arrived. Let him in." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yi, the heir apparent of the Marquis of Shuani, entered and asked, "Brother Guimo, was it you who asked the Prince of Jingong to recommend my second uncle?" Xia Guimo remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Chu Yi said with a touched expression, "I knew it was you. You can't make a mistake in choosing a brother." Xia Guimo glanced at him and said, "You don't have that much influence over me." Chu Yi frowned, utterly disbelieving. "If I don't have that much influence with you, then who does?" "My father." Xia Guimo. Chu Yi looked touched, as if he had been helped, but wasn't even asked to be grateful. Xia Guimo said, "Please thank your father and your second uncle for me." Chu Yi. He helped his second uncle get the position of Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and he still has to thank his second uncle? Is this person out of their mind? Chu Yi was worried and reached out to touch Xia Guimo's forehead, but before he could touch it, Siagimo brushed it away with his pen. He wasn't actually trying to help the second master of the Xuani Marquis mansion. There were just a lot of people recommending him, and it was practically a sure thing. Even if he asked his father for help, he would have to find someone who had a chance to compete for that position. The second master of the Xuani Marquis mansion was quite capable and was also Chuyi's own uncle, so it was like keeping the benefits within the family. Chuyi said, "You've become increasingly unpredictable lately." "Then stop thinking about it," Siagimo said. Chuyi leaned against the table and asked, "Why are you helping my second uncle?" "Don't lie to me." Siagimo flipped through the military treatise and said, "It was just a favor I was asked to do." Chuyi's eyes widened. "Who is it? Who is helping our Marquis Xuani's mansion like this?" Siagimo did not answer, and Chuyi looked at Qinqi again. Qinqi said, "Someone asked you to stop Master Shen from becoming the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue." Chuyi, "Well, it turns out my second uncle was hit by a windfall. But you didn't smash anyone else, you smashed my second uncle. Isn't that because you care about me? I knew I had a lot of influence." As he spoke, Chuyi touched his face, his expression full of confidence and pride. Siagimo. Qinqi. Chapter 63. Test. Chuyi was not only proud and confident, but also a master at cutting to the bone. He looked at Siagimo with a strange expression and said, "Xiaosun lied to me and said that you were interested in Miss Shen. I wonder which eye of his saw that. If you're interested in the young lady of the Pingyuan Marquis mansion, why not go out of your way to win her favor? Otherwise you'll ruin the Pingyuan Marquis' good deed. Wouldn't that be like digging your own grave?" Who is Siagimo? Would he do something so thankless and self-destructive? Chuyi was certain that Xiaosun was lying to him, and it was a shame that he had believed him to some extent before. Qinqi's forehead twitched. Wasn't his master's affection for Miss Shen obvious enough? The Prince of Duan's heir had already told the Prince of Xuani's heir directly, but the Prince of Xuani's heir didn't believe it. However, the heir of the Marquis of Xuani was not wrong. The prince asked the prince to recommend the second master of the Marquis of Xuani's mansion, which blocked the second master of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion from getting promoted. The whole Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion must be furious right now. But this is the second young lady of the Shen family asking the prince for help. Helping would be cutting off their own escape route, and not helping would mean having no way out at all. Chuyi coughed lightly and looked at Siagimo, asking, "Do you actually have feelings for Miss Shen?" Siagimo glanced at him sideways. "Why ask so many questions?" Chuyi said, "I think she's quite interesting." This wasn't the first time Chuyi had said this. Siagimo paused in his reading of military texts and said, "It's getting late. Go back and pack your things." Chuyi was completely confused. "Why would I pack my bags for no reason? I'll send you to work in the mines." "Is it really necessary to be so ruthless?" Chuyi twitched his lips and said, "You really like Miss Shen?" Siagimo, unusually, looked away from the military treatise. Chuyi, genuinely startled, took a large step back and hurriedly said, "I didn't mean to steal your man. It was Xiaosun who, seeing my disbelief, encouraged me to test you. I'll leave right now." Fearing Siagimo would beat him up, Chuyi quickly slipped away. However, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Xiaosun didn't have an extra eye, nor were his eyes bigger, so how could he tell that Siagimo liked Miss Shen? How come he couldn't see it at all? It's a waste that he has such bright, deep, and beautiful eyes. As Chuyi left the Jingyang prince's mansion, Qinshan scaled the wall and jumped through the window into the study. Qinshan said, "Miss Shen asked me to convey her gratitude to you, sir." Qinqi asked, "Why don't you call her the crown prince's consort anymore?" "Second Miss Shen doesn't allow us to shout." Siagimo's face visibly turned cold. "She told you not to shout, so you just stopped?" He knew the master wouldn't be happy, so Qinshan said quietly, "I can't disobey the crown princess." The master even went to the prince for help to help Miss Shen. How could he not know the status of Miss Shen in the master's heart? Siagimo continued reading military books. Qinqi asked, "Didn't Miss Shen suspect at all that master was the heir of the Prince of Jingyang?" Qinqi was getting anxious for the old man because he couldn't take off his mask. Qinshan said, "Miss Shen's maid has become suspicious." And then, Qin Chi pressed. Miss Shen dispelled the maid's suspicions. Xia Guimo laughed in exasperation. It was so obvious, yet the woman didn't suspect a thing. Was she doing it on purpose, or did she simply not dare to suspect him? He can be anyone, except the heir of the Prince of Jingyang. Thinking of what Shen Tang said, the man felt a tightness in his chest. He didn't believe Ming's words. He was sure that woman was hiding something from him. Inside, Shen Tang was watching Yin Xing and Xiao Tong play cat's cradle when Seer brought in a tray with 3 plates of 6 kinds of pastries. Yin Xing asked, "Why did you bring so many pastries?" Seer said, "The main kitchen just sent someone to deliver it. As for why the main kitchen sent it, there's no need to ask." The second wife thought the position of Vice Minister of Revenue was already in the second master's pocket, so she had the main kitchen prepare pastries and fruits in advance to entertain the guests who came to congratulate him. However, she was too happy too soon. These pastries were all bought from a pastry shop, and the servants dared not eat them casually. The main kitchen didn't even dare to ask the second wife what to do with them. I quietly asked Mama Sun, the steward by the second madam's side, and Mama Sun told the main kitchen to send more to each courtyard, and the main kitchen did so. This time, the second branch of the family has lost face big time, not only in the mansion, but also outside the mansion and in the imperial court. In such a large mansion, perhaps only Shen Tang was in a good mood and could eat pastries. However, 3 plates were too much for Shen Tang to finish by herself. Shen Tang took a piece of red bean cake and had the maid take the rest out to be distributed to everyone. The servants in the mansion were also in a bad mood. After all, the second master had been promoted, and the second mistress was happy. She had planned to reward everyone in the mansion with 3 months' wages. But the second master's promotion fell through, and their reward money was gone too. Shen Tang had just finished eating a piece of red bean cake when there was a knock on the window. She quickly looked out the window, thinking that the man had arrived, but there was no further sound after the knocking. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shen Tang's eyes. She got off the small couch, opened the window, and saw Chen Shan standing outside. Chen Shan bowed to Shen Tang and said, "The crown princess asked me to convey her thanks to the prince. He said that one thank you is not enough, so he asked the crown princess to embroider a purse for him as a token of his gratitude." Although Shen Tang suspected that it was the men's gang who helped her, she was still shocked when she heard it. How did he manage to get the Prince of Jingyang to recommend the second master of the Marquis of Shuani's mansion? Having done her such a big favor, asking her to embroider a purse as a thank you gift is hardly worth mentioning. It's just an embroidered purse. When Shen Tang thought about how those people had used the sachets she embroidered to kill the Prince of Jingyang, she felt a deep aversion to embroidering sachets again. He probably doesn't necessarily want a purse that she embroidered. A handkerchief would probably be fine too, right? Shen Tang felt that a handkerchief was not enough to express her gratitude, and she was afraid that the man would misunderstand that she was deliberately being lazy and that her thanks were not sincere. So Shen Tang decided to embroider a belt for the man as a thank you gift. Having made up her mind, Shen Tang took Yin Xing to the storeroom, picked out a piece of sky blue silk, and began embroidering a belt. For 3 days in a row, Shen Tang was busy embroidering belts. That evening, Shen Tang was embroidering a belt when Seer came in and said, "Miss, the third miss has arrived." Shen Tang quickly put the belt back into the embroidery basket and covered it with embroidery cloth. Just as she hid it, Shen Ran came in. Shen Tang smiled and said, "What brings third sister here?" Shen Ran said, "The old lady of the Wangwood Duke's mansion will be celebrating her birthday in a few days. She just sent someone to deliver the invitation. My grandmother asked my mother to take my second sister and me to offer our congratulations. I came to tell you. They didn't even let Shen Han go." Shen Tang guessed that it was because Shen Han had lost too much weight recently, and the old lady didn't want people to see Shen Han looking haggard after the engagement was called off. Shen Tang thought Shen Ran would just come to tell her and then leave, but Shen Ran sat down and not only sat for a while, but also became curious about her needlework and opened the embroidery basket. Upon seeing the belt, Shen Ran said, "I didn't expect second sister to be so good at needlework." "Who is this belt for?" I embroidered it for my cousin. Shen Tang couldn't say that it was embroidered for a man, so she could only use her cousin as a shield. My cousin's birthday is coming up, so I embroidered a belt for him as a birthday gift. Shen Ran felt that the cousins were too close when they embroidered belts, but Shen Tang was already betrothed to a third party. Even if they weren't, the old lady would never betroth Shen Tang to the Jiang family, so there was no need to overthink it. Shen Ran put down her belt and said, "Second sister's busy, so I'll head back first." Shen Tang got up to see her off. When Shen Tang returned after seeing Shen Ran off, she saw the man sitting on the small couch through the beaded curtain, holding the half-embroidered belt in his hand. Chapter 64. Determined. The man was looking at a belt, and he was wearing a mask, so Shen Tang couldn't see his expression. When she got closer, the man looked up at her, and the suppressed anger in his eyes startled Shen Tang. The man tossed the belt into the embroidery basket and said with displeasure, "I was wondering why you hadn't finished embroidering a purse after 3 days. Turns out you were embroidering a belt for your cousin. Which cousin is it this time?" Shen Tang. A sour smell hit me in the face. He knew everything she and Shen Ran were talking about. When did this person arrive? Moreover, this sour and jealous talk felt strangely familiar. Shen Tang was wondering when he had overheard when the man stretched out his long arm and pulled her into his embrace, interrupting her through gritted teeth, "I'm talking to you, and you can't even focus in front of me?" He had never seen a woman like this before, and he was so angry that he wanted to strangle her. She kept thanking him, but all he wanted was a purse, and he wanted to embroider a belt for his cousin first. Did she really have to give him a birthday gift she had prepared herself? Why does this man hug her all the time? Shen Tang blushed and pressed against his chest. The belt wasn't embroidered for my cousin. Whose embroidery was that for? The man's eyes blazed with fury. I've never seen anyone insult themselves like that. Shen Tang laughed, and the man tightened his grip on her arm, causing her to press even closer to him. Her ears turned bright red. "I embroidered this for you." "Man." The man's anger beneath the mask dissipated. "For me?" Shen Tang looked up at him and said, "You helped me so much, it's too simple to just embroider a purse. So I embroidered this belt, but my third sister found out. I can't tell the truth, so I can only use my cousin to appease her. I never expected him to overhear and believe it. Can you let me go now?" The man was wearing a mask, so his facial expression couldn't be seen, but his ears turned red, and he released Shen Tang. Shen Tang looked at him and asked, "How did you convince Prince Jingyang to help you?" The man moved his arm, and Shen Tang pressed herself against him again. His breath was hot and burning against her forehead. "Don't you have any doubts that I am the heir of the Prince of Jingyang?" Shen Tang said, "It's impossible." "Why would I doubt it?" The man asked, "Are you that sure?" The relationship between Xia Guimo, the heir apparent of the Prince of Jingyang, and the Prince of Jingyang and his son was not very good. She had been in the Prince of Jingyang's residence for 4 years. How could she not know that? If he is Xia Guimo, then why didn't he tell her in his past life? That's how certain she was. However, she couldn't say these words. Shen Tang looked up at the man and asked, "Then are you?" The man looked at Shen Tang, making her unable to meet his gaze. The man said, "You don't want me to be him." Shen Tang found his words a bit strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She was just curious about how he had persuaded the Prince of Jingyang, but he had steered the conversation toward the Prince of Jingyang's heir. He seemed to care a lot about the Prince of Jingyang's heir, but she was most afraid of mentioning the Prince of Jingyang's heir. Curiosity killed the cat, as expected. As long as they do what they promised, why does she need to find out so much about how? Shen Tang said, "The belt is embroidered rather slowly. I will try to finish it for you before the old lady of the Wengwa Duke's mansion's birthday banquet." The man's gaze shifted from the belt in the embroidery basket, which he had rejected dozens of times. "I also want a purse." "Do you really have to have a purse?" Shen Tang blurted out. The man looked at Shen Tang and said, "So you really don't want to embroider a purse for me?" Shen Tang. Who exactly is this bastard? She didn't embroider the purse, but instead embroidered a belt for him, which was 10 times more difficult. He couldn't sense the sincerity of her thanks, but he could keenly feel that she didn't want to embroider the purse for him. If she says this now, it means she really doesn't want to embroider a purse for him. Shen Tang said, "Embroidering a purse doesn't take much effort. I'll embroider it for you." Although she was inwardly resistant, she was on guard in this life and would never give anyone the opportunity to tamper with her purse. Besides, Shen Han and the second wife had no idea of the man's existence. She couldn't let a single bad experience make her overly cautious. Seeing that Shen Tang agreed fairly readily, the man's expression softened. Shen Tang asked, "Did you come to see me for something?" The man said, "I've come to urge you to embroider the purse." Shen Tang, how much free time does this person have? Given his status, is he someone who lacks money? I'm afraid that with just one word from him, his wallet could drown him. Shen Tang said, "Then I'll embroider a purse for you first." The man said, "Let's embroider the belt first." Shen Tang, "Okay, you can embroider whatever you want to embroider first." Thinking that someone wanted a purse, she took it upon herself to change it into a belt, and in the end, the purse still had to be embroidered. Is there anyone more adept at finding hardship than her? The man saved her time and time again. Apart from being a little jealous, he was almost always willing to grant her requests. She was happy to embroider an extra belt for him. Despite her hurried efforts, Shen Tang was unable to finish embroidering the belt before the old lady of the Wengua Duke's mansion's birthday banquet. If she had another half day, she could have continued embroidering after returning from the banquet. "I have to go to the Duke of Wen's mansion to celebrate his birthday tomorrow," Shen Tang yawned, placed the embroidery basket on the small table beside her bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Shen Tang woke up, washed and dressed, ate some breakfast, and then went to Songha Hall. When she arrived, the second madam and Shen Han were already there. Shen Han was pleading with the old lady, "Grandmother, please let me go to the Duke of Wen's mansion too." The old lady said, "Going to the Duke of Wen's mansion to offer birthday greetings is already more than enough with your second and third younger sisters. How can you take 3 people with you?" "I didn't attend Consort Su's birthday celebration," Shen Han said, feeling aggrieved. On the occasion of Consort Su's birthday, the third madam took Shen Tang and Shen Luo to the event, but Shen Ran did not attend. This clearly indicated that Shen Tang should not go, but she dared not say it outright. The old lady wasn't preventing Shen Han from going, it was just that Shen Han's complexion hadn't recovered yet. Even if Shen Tang didn't go, the old lady wouldn't let her go. Shen Tang smiled and said, "Birthday banquets are all pretty much the same. Let's let eldest sister go today. There should be quite a few people who want to see eldest sister perform a sword dance." One sentence was enough to dispel Shen Han's idea of going to the Duke of Wen's mansion. She's just there for the fun, not to be sent there to embarrass herself. The thought that Shen Tang had put her on the high platform filled Shen Han's eyes with a cold glint. She completely forgot how she had dragged Shen Tang into this mess and made her lose face in public. The second wife said, "The eldest young lady hasn't fully recovered yet and can't practice swordsmanship. Let's go another time." Shen Han didn't insist on going anymore, clutching her embroidered handkerchief and showing her displeasure on her face. After the maidservant reported that the carriage was ready, the second madam took Shen Tang and Shen ran out of the mansion. The second wife had just been startled by the horse and dared not ride in a carriage again. A sedan chair was parked outside the door. Shen Tang and Shen Luo were riding in a carriage together when the horse was startled. Shen Ran did not dare to ride in the same carriage as Shen Tang. Both of them rode in their own carriages with their respective maids. This arrangement was exactly what Shen Tang wanted, and Yin Xing was also happy. Chapter 65. Instructions. With the ginkgo trees as their companions, they chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the Duke Wen's mansion. On the occasion of Madame Wen's birthday banquet, the Wen State Duke's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. The Wen State Duke was an upright official who rarely made enemies. Moreover, it happened to be a day off, so almost all the civil and military officials were present. It seemed to be even more lively than the birthday banquet of the Dowager Consort Su. Shen Tang felt a little awkward. From the moment she stepped into the Duke Wen's mansion, many eyes fell on her. After all, the Duke Wen's mansion had once asked her to marry their third young master. Because she was considered unlucky for husbands, the Duke Wen fell out of his sedan chair and sprained his arm. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have come to the Duke Wen's mansion to cause trouble on such a day. Shen Tang didn't want to come either, but a few days ago she remembered how the third young master of the Wen family had offended the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. It was on the day of the old lady's birthday banquet that the third young master of the Wen family and the heir of the Marquis of Chomping had an archery contest. The heir of the Marquis of Chomping shot first, but the third young master of the Wen family's archery skills were superb. He actually pierced through the heir of the Marquis of Chomping's arrow and hit the bullseye, thus winning against the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. Some people can't stand losing face, so they held a grudge against the third young master one and tricked him into gambling, causing him to lose half of the Duke Wen's fortune, which almost made the Duke Wen die of anger. The Duke of Wen fell because the man tried to stop her engagement, which already made her feel guilty towards the Duke of Wen's family. The third young master of the Duke of Wen even apologized to her. Not only did he apologize, but the Duke of Wen still felt guilty and helped the second master to secure the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Although this almost ruined Shen Tang's plans, Shen Tang admired the Duke of Wen's character. Since she knew that the Duke of Wen's family was in such a predicament, how could she stand idly by? Shen Tang was unaware that before Duke Wen helped recommend the second master, he had asked Shen Sui to marry Shen Tang on behalf of his son, the third young master one. Shen Sui did not mention that Shen Tang was already engaged, but politely declined. After entering the Duke Wen's mansion, a maid led Shen Tang into the inner courtyard. Shen Tang looked around but did not see the third young master one. Instead, her eyes unexpectedly met those of the Prince of Jingyang. Shen Tang instinctively dodged away. Although it wasn't the first time, Xia Guimo's brows still furrowed. However, what made him even more furrowed was what followed. Shen Tang avoided his gaze, but kept looking at young Master One. The man's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Prince Duan's heir, Xiao Sun, was standing to the side, his face twitching from trying so hard to suppress his laughter. Shen Tang didn't know if the third young master one had realized that she wanted to see him, so she could only follow the second madam to the inner courtyard to pay her respects to old Madam One. Neither Madam One nor Lady One expected Shen Tang to come. Madam One was satisfied with Shen Tang in every way, but it was a pity that the marriage between the two families could not be finalized, and that the second daughter of the Wen family had been given a reputation for being a jinx. It was really a disservice to her by the Wen family. The second wife then thanked the Duchess of Wengua, saying, "I also want to thank the Duke of Wengua for recommending my husband a few days ago." Lady Wengua said, "It's a pity I couldn't be of much help." No one expected that the position of Vice Minister of Revenue would alarm Prince Jingyang, so much so that despite so many people recommending Master Shen, he still missed out on the position. Although it ultimately failed, this relationship must be maintained, because in the future, if there is a better position, we will still have to rely on the recommendation of Duke One. Not only did the second madam arrive today, but the Lady of Xuani Marquis also came. In front of the second madam, no one was so foolish as to praise the second master of Xuani Marquis' promotion. The atmosphere was harmonious. However, what Shen Tang did not expect was that the Lady of Yongning Earl also brought her daughter, Miss Li. Miss Li and young Master Wang are already discussing their wedding date. With the wedding imminent, they generally won't be showing their faces in public anymore. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Miss Li Yunxiu clenched her fists, though she didn't show anything on her face. There were many people in the house. After greeting each other, Shen Tang and Shen Ran went to the garden. The two sisters quickly separated. The second wife taught Shen Ran to be Shen Han's little follower, but she never taught her to follow Shen Tang, let alone give in to her in every way. She guessed that if she gave in, she would be scolded by the second wife when she got back. Shen Tang also disliked Shen Ran following her. Although Shen Ran was not the second wife's biological daughter, Shen Ran did not know this, and Shen Tang could not treat her and the second wife separately. Shen Tang hadn't forgotten her purpose in coming to the Duke of Wen's mansion. She hesitated between having Qin Shan help her find the third young Master Wen, or having a maid from the Duke of Wen's mansion invite him. If the maid went to invite him, what if people found out? It would be bad for her reputation. If she had Qin Shan go, wouldn't that let the Duke of Wen's mansion know that she came to offer birthday greetings and even brought people to protect her? Just as I was hesitating, young Master Wen arrived. Since she had come to the garden with a group of young masters from prominent families, she wasn't too conspicuous. At the time, Shen Tang was lost in thought by the lotus pond when Yinxing heard footsteps, turned around, and said, "Miss, young Master Wen is here." Shen Tang turned around and saw the third young Master Wen walking towards her. Shen Tang curtsied in greeting, and the third young Master Wen returned the greeting, saying awkwardly, "I hope I haven't misunderstood. Does second mission have something to say to me?" Shen Tang nodded. Young Master Wen has not misunderstood. "I do have something to say to you." Young Master Wen looked at Shen Tang with a puzzled expression. Shen Tang said, "Young Master Wen must have heard about my mother appearing in my dream, right?" This was common knowledge in Kyoto, and he had naturally heard about it as well. Young Master Wen nodded, and Shen Tang said, "Perhaps my mother sensed that the manor was going to ask for your hand in marriage with me, and she also told me something about the manor. I called you here to remind you that you should not compete with the Marquis of Chomping's son in archery today, or in the future, and you should not win against him." Young Master Wen. "Why?" Young Master Wen asked, puzzled. Shen Tang said, "The heir of the Marquis of Chomping is narrow-minded. You made him lose face, and he will definitely try to get back at you. He will have someone trick you into gambling and make you lose half of the Duke of Wen's mansion." Young Master Wen's heart skipped a beat. He had just agreed to a duel with the Marquis of Chomping's heir in archery. Young Master Wen steadied himself and said, "I can't beat him in archery. It's best if we can't win. Winning won't make you gain anything, and losing will only make you an enemy. It's not worth it." Shen Tang was unaware that the third young Master Wen had already agreed to compete in archery with the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. She had already reminded him, but as for the rest, there was nothing she could do. Two people who had once been engaged were talking together, and although it was in public, it aroused curiosity, with people frequently glancing in their direction. Young Master Wen said, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Shen." He bowed and then left. As soon as young Master Wen left, Shen Ran came over and asked, "What did second sister and young Master Wen talk about?" The second wife always wanted to get to the bottom of any unusual behavior she exhibited. Shen Tang said casually, "What do you think young Master Wen and I could talk about? We just happened to run into each other. I'm just thanking Duke Wen for recommending second uncle." Even the frank Shen Ran felt superfluous. Thinking about it, Shen Tang and the third young Master Wen really had nothing to talk about. The two of them, who were almost engaged, would feel awkward if they said another word. With nothing else to ask, Shen Ran went to play with the young ladies from prominent families again. Shen Tang was a little thirsty, so she went to the pavilion to drink tea. However, before he could finish his tea, news arrived that the third young Master Wen had won an archery contest against the Marquis of Chomping's heir. Shen Tang. The advice was ultimately meaningless. What happened to the promise that he couldn't beat the heir of the Marquis of Chomping? Is it possible that young Master Wen is destined to face this calamity? Hopefully he listened to her and stopped going to the gambling den, or he'll get beaten up again. Shen Tang continued drinking tea and eating snacks. She didn't know how long she had been sitting when a maid came over, bowed, and handed her a note. "Second Miss Shen, this is from the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis's mansion, who asked me to give it to you. Miss Li? Why send a letter if she has something to say instead of coming directly to her?" However, Shen Tang was genuinely curious about what was written in the letter. She reached out, took it, and opened it, only to find that it read, "If you want to know who encouraged me to push you into the water, come to the southwest corner of the garden." Shen Tang hadn't expected that Miss Li had asked to meet her. Could it be that she had a change of heart and wanted to tell her the truth? Shen Tang preferred to believe that Miss Li was unwilling to sacrifice her entire life for Shen Han and wanted to incite the sisters to fight each other. Shen Tang didn't want to pay attention, but she had nothing better to do. With Qin Shan secretly protecting her, she wasn't afraid of falling into Miss Li's trap. With Qin Shan secretly protecting her, she wasn't afraid of falling into Miss Li's trap. She might as well go and see what kind of trouble she was up to. Shen Tang stood up and walked towards the southwest corner of the garden with ginkgo. The place wasn't remote, but not many people came here. Shen Tang walked forward and then faintly heard a few soft panting sounds coming from behind the artificial hill. She glanced over and saw a belly band embroidered with peonies on the ground. Shen Tang was startled and quickly stepped back, but she only took one step back before she bumped into a solid chest and stepped on the person's foot. It's not ginkgo. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Just as she was about to scream, her mouth was covered, and the person led her to hide on the other side of the artificial hill. Shen Tang was terrified. She bit the man's hand, and he winced in pain, whispering in her ear, "It's me." A familiar voice. Shen Tang opened her eyes and saw an incomparably handsome face magnified in her pupils. Yes. Thank you, Gimo. Chapter 66. Eavesdropping. Shen Tang was surprised that the person who covered her mouth was Xia Gimo, and her unease was instantly replaced by embarrassment. She knew he wouldn't die, yet she still wouldn't marry him. He disregarded past grievances and saved her when her horse was startled, which was already embarrassing enough for her, but she never expected there would be something even more embarrassing. He was panting heavily on the other side of the artificial hill. She was pinned against the hill by him, too embarrassed to move. Could things get any more awkward? Shen Tang was so embarrassed she felt like dying. Curiosity killed the cat. She knew perfectly well that Miss Li had no good intentions, yet she still came to the appointment. She was really just looking for trouble. Miss Li invited her here, but someone is having an affair here. Could it be that she's here to catch them in the act? Shen Tang felt extremely regretful, her face burning with pain. However, her thoughts were quickly interrupted when she heard voices coming from the other side of the artificial hill. It was a man's voice. "You've got some nerve, daring to openly seduce this young master. You're going to cuckold young Master Wang before you even get married. Aren't you afraid he'll eat you alive?" Shen Tang's eyes widened. Miss Li is over here. She's going to marry young Master Wang. Could it be her? Then the woman's voice rang out, "I won't let him touch me." It was Miss Li's voice. She also recognized the man's voice. It belonged to the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. He laughed and said, "All right, I'll spoil you more from now on." He launched a fierce attack, and the woman, disarmed and begging for mercy, threw down her armor and weapons. It was embarrassing enough to overhear someone else's lovemaking, but what was worse was that it happened with a man, a normal man at that, who was aroused and had aroused himself, with his penis pressing against her lower abdomen. Honestly, Shen Tang had never felt so suicidal before. She guessed correctly. Miss Li wanted her to catch her in the act of adultery, but it was her own affair with the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. Young Master Wang is also a womanizer, and the heir of the Marquis of Chomping is no different from him. However, the power of the Marquis of Chomping's mansion is incomparable to that of the Wang family. Since he is going to jump into a fire pit in this life anyway, he will definitely choose one that will benefit the Yongning Earl's mansion. Especially recently, the Yongning Earl's mansion has offended someone and sent someone to break into the mansion at night, beat up the heir apparent, young Master Li, severely and even provocatively hang him on the gate. Miss Li is going to marry the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. Perhaps that man is afraid of the power of the Marquis of Chomping's family and will no longer dare to target the Earl of Yongning's family. Although Miss Li and young Master Wang had intimate relations in public, there are degrees of severity to intimate relations. If the news of Miss Li losing her virginity to the Marquis of Chomping's heir spreads, the Marquis of Chomping's heir will definitely have to marry her. If he doesn't marry her, then he will have to silence the person who discovered their affair, namely her. In short, Miss Li won't lose out no matter what. Shen Tang forced herself to stop thinking wildly, otherwise her attention would be on the person holding her. Shan was nearby, and Shen Tang didn't even dare to imagine whether that jealous man would be so angry that he would want to kill someone if he knew that she had been hugged and cuddled by someone. The sounds from behind the artificial hill continued unabated, and Shen Tang just hoped they would finish quickly and leave. But after a while, she could barely stand up. Shen Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief when they finally quieted down, but then they did it a second time. Shen Tang. Xiagimo. Why couldn't you take her a little further away after bringing her to the rockery? Shen Tang screamed inwardly. One of the men, his face, neck, and ears flushed red, regretted his actions. He hadn't thought much about it at the time. The area behind the artificial hill was spacious, and people coming from the side paths wouldn't see him. The heir of the Marquis of Chomping also wouldn't have expected them to be hiding behind the artificial hill. In his haste, he found a hiding spot and completely forgot what he was hiding from. Unfortunately, it was too late to leave, and he could only wait patiently. The first time took long enough, the second time even longer. Shen Tang. Xiagimo. This is the first time I've ever heard the sound of clothes being put on so beautifully. Miss Li waited and waited, but Shen Tang did not come. She was filled with disappointment. After the Marquis of Chomping left without looking back, she could only endure her physical discomfort and leave. They're finally gone. Shen Tangren was about to go crazy from holding it in. But the person holding her wouldn't let go. Shen Tang pushed twice, but couldn't move him. When she looked up, she saw a pair of eyes that were barely suppressing their desire. His restrained breathing became heavy. At the prime of life, how could one not have any thoughts after hearing 2 live love shows? Shen Tang's lips were luscious, like washed cherries, clamoring with temptation. The man's throat tightened, and he was about to kiss her, but he couldn't quite catch her lips. Shen Tang turned her face away defensively, and he kissed her cheek instead. This action was like a bucket of cold water, completely chilling the man to the bone. He looked at Shen Tang, his voice low and hoarse, "I will marry you." What nonsense is this person spouting? This person was clearly a man who could remain unmoved by temptation in his past life, so how come he couldn't control himself after just 2 live love acts in this life? Shen Tang, enraged and embarrassed, said, "I have someone I love, I will not marry you." Xiagimo looked into Shen Tang's eyes, which reflected his own image, and asked, "Someone you like?" "Who?" Shen Tang really wanted to tell him, but she didn't know who he was, so she couldn't tell him. Shen Tang said, "I'm already engaged." Xiagimo laughed, his hot breath brushing against her neck. "With whom?" Shen Tang. "Where did this bastard get so many questions? In my past life, I barely exchanged 3 words with her in a day, but now I have one problem after another." Shen Tang said irritably, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the Emperor." Xiagimo's mood improved. "How could I possibly ask the Emperor about such a trivial matter? Or are you lying to me?" Although Shen Tang wasn't entirely telling the truth, she wasn't lying either. However, being pressed so relentlessly made her feel a bit resentful towards the man. He covered his face so she wouldn't have been unable to see him, otherwise she wouldn't have been unable to answer his questions when pressed. "And you still want to marry her? Why does she always run into such scumbag men?" When no answer was received, the man spoke up to bring Shen Tang back from her reverie. Shen Tang said angrily, "I don't know who he is, but I'm not lying to you." Xiagimo said, "You don't even know who the other person is, and you call that an engagement? Aren't you afraid of marrying an ugly monster?" Shen Tang said, "No matter what he looks like, I like him." "Are you satisfied with this answer?" "Satisfy." The man was so satisfied that he couldn't help but smile. Shen Tang gritted her teeth in anger, suspecting that the Prince of Jingong in front of her was an imposter, as he didn't seem to be the same person she had spent several years with. Shen Tang tried to push the man away, but she couldn't budge him at all. Xiagimo said, "I saved you, so why are you hiding from me?" Shen Tang dared not tell the truth, so she could only pretend to be stupid and deny it. "I wasn't avoiding you, I just happened to be going somewhere else." Xiagimo laughed. This woman dared to blatantly lie to him. What a coincidence. Chapter 67. Excuse. Why does this person insist on getting to the bottom of things? She's already making it so obvious, yet you still insist on getting a clear answer. He's clearly not that kind of person. Shen Tang was secretly annoyed, yet helpless. The way the two were talking was far too ambiguous and dangerous, and Xia Guimo's unusual behavior terrified her. She wanted to escape, so Shen Tang could only soften her stance and plead, "The birthday banquet has been going on for quite a while now. If we don't take our seats, the Duke of Wen's mansion will send someone to find us." Xia Guimo saw the fear in Shen Tang's eyes and felt guilty for scaring her. However, every time this woman went out, something bad happened. He was really worried about not marrying her as soon as possible. He also didn't like wearing a mask when he saw her, but he couldn't rush things, so he could only take it slowly. Xia Guimo released Shen Tang, who then asked, "Where are my maid and guards?" Inxing was clearly following behind her, but somehow it turned into him. The maid was taken away silently, and it's likely that Chen Shan was also taken away. Since Chen Shan was ordered to protect her, he wouldn't be absent at a crucial moment. There's no other possibility than that he couldn't appear. Inxing was loyal to her, and Chen Shan was sent by men to protect her. She couldn't just think of herself and ignore them. Chen Shan, hiding in the shadows, never expected that Shen Tang would remember the maid and him when she was in dire straits. But with the master personally saving the princess, there was no need for him to take action. Xia Guimo only looked into Shen Tang's eyes without speaking, nor did he need to answer. Shen Tang heard Inxing's footsteps and turned her head to look. She saw Inxing running towards her, lifting her skirt. Shen Tang left quickly, knowing that since Xia Guimo had released Inxing, he wouldn't make things difficult for Chen Shan. Seeing that Shen Tang was all right, Inxing was relieved and asked in a low voice, "The Prince of Jingyang didn't bully you, did he?" Shen Tang didn't answer, but asked instead, "And you?" Inxing rubbed her neck and said, "The guard of the Prince of Jingyang, that one named Qin Qi, knocked me unconscious." Inxing knew that Qin Qi knocked her unconscious because he was afraid she would discover the affair between the two men and that she and the girl would be silenced. However, he had hit her too hard. Her neck was burning with pain. The mistress and servant left from the southwest corner. Shen Tang, still worried, looked around. Chen Shan, knowing they were looking for him, appeared and said, "Is the princess consort looking for me?" Shen Tang asked, "Did your master also come to the Duke of Wen's residence today?" Chen Shan hesitated for a moment. Shen Tang said, "Can't I even say that? It's not that it's impossible." Chen Shan nodded. Shen Tang said, "I want to see him." "I just saw you." Chen Shan looked troubled. Shen Tang unclenched her fists tightly. "Is your mistress so afraid of me finding out who he is?" Shen Tang had always felt that knowing who the man was wasn't that important, but the embarrassment of not being able to answer when she was pressed by the Prince of Jingyang was still lingering in her mind. She had never been so eager to know who he was as she was at this moment. However, Chen Shan could not provide the answer that Shen Tang wanted. "I'm afraid even I'm conflicted. I want Miss Shen to know, but I'm also afraid she will find out. I dare not say anything out of turn." Chen Shan remained silent, and Shen Tang's heart sank to the bottom. She grabbed Inxing's hand and walked away. After walking a few steps away, Inxing turned back, but Chen Shan was nowhere to be seen where he had just stood. Not far away, Chen Shan leaped forward, blocking Xia Guimo's path. "Master, Miss Shen is very angry. She wants to see you." Meanwhile, Shen Tang, leading Inxing to the garden, saw a maid running over. "We've finally found second Miss Shen." Shen Tang said apologetically, "I twisted my ankle over there and rested for a while." She didn't mention that she was lost. It would be impolite to wander around aimlessly while visiting the Duke of Wen's mansion to offer birthday greetings. It's not something to be proud of for a young lady from a respectable family to have such a poor sense of direction. So she had to come up with a plausible excuse. "How come Miss Shen also sprained her ankle?" the maid muttered under her breath. Shen Tang didn't hear clearly and asked, "What's wrong?" The maid shook her head repeatedly, asking with concern, "Is Miss Shen all right?" Shen Tang shook her head. "It's nothing." The maid led Shen Tang to the banquet. The birthday banquet had already started, and half of the food on the table had been eaten. Her seat was next to Shen Ran and was empty, so Shen Tang went over and sat down. Shen Ran whispered, "Where did second sister go?" Shen Tang showed the small note to Shen Ran. Shen Ran's eyes widened after reading it. Shen Tang said, "They went to look for Miss Li, but after searching for a long time, they couldn't find her. They even got lost and wandered around for ages before finally finding their way out." Shen Tang looked around. "Have you seen Miss Li?" Since entering, Shen Tang had been looking for Miss Li, but had not seen her. Shen Ran whispered, "She accidentally sprained her ankle and didn't take her seat. Her maid escorted her back to the Yongning Marquis' residence." Shen Tang. "No wonder she said she sprained her ankle." The little maid in the Duke of Wen's mansion looked strange. It turns out she had the same excuse as Miss Li. Shen Tang took her seat and listened to the young ladies from prominent families chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Miss Li got into her carriage and left the Duke of Wen's mansion. She was exhausted and collapsed into the carriage almost as soon as she got in. Today was her first time experiencing lovemaking, and even though she had taken an aphrodisiac beforehand, she was still in unbearable pain. In particular, the heir of the Marquis of Chongping was not a man who would cherish women. She doesn't regret giving herself to the heir of the Marquis of Chongping. Her life was already ruined the moment Shen Tang dragged her into the lake, and she was rescued by young Master Wang. What she couldn't understand was that the maid clearly saw Miss Shen and her maid receive her handwritten letter and go to the southwest corner, so why did things not go as planned and they didn't discover her affair with the Marquis of Chongping's heir? Miss Li asked the maid again, "Are you sure Miss Shen and the maid went?" The maid nodded emphatically. "I saw it with my own eyes. But there's only one road leading to the place where she and the Marquis of Chongping were having their affair, with no side roads. Since Miss Shen and her maid went there, why did they seem to have vanished into thin air?" Miss Li clenched her teeth, a startling look of horror flashing in her eyes. Her wedding date with young Master Wang was set in the next couple of days, and today was almost her last chance to fight back. She hadn't expected any unexpected events, so she placed all her hopes on Shen Tang, but she let her down. She was taken advantage of by the Marquis of Chongping's heir and ended up with nothing. She was unwilling to accept this. When Shen Tang took his seat, the birthday banquet was almost halfway over. She only sat for a little over half an hour before the banquet ended, and the guests left. The Duke and Duchess of Wugwa saw everyone off as they left the mansion. Young Master Wen was seeing off the guests in the front yard when he saw Shen Tang approaching. He looked embarrassed. Shen Tang had come to the Duke of Wen's mansion specifically to remind him not to compete in archery with the Marquis of Chongping's heir. He had also made up his mind not to provoke the Marquis of Chongping's heir. But when bad luck strikes, there's nowhere to hide. He wanted to shoot an arrow, as long as he didn't lose face for the Duke of Wen's mansion. However, when he let go, his hand accidentally trembled. If an ordinary person's hand trembles, the arrow will miss or even go out of bounds. But when it came to him, he shot the arrow of the Marquis of Chongping straight through the target. Can he say that he felt like he was being fried in a pan of oil throughout the entire birthday banquet? He couldn't avoid offending the heir of the Marquis of Chongping. So, if he was schemed against by the heir of the Marquis of Chongping, lost half of the Duke of Wen's mansion, and was beaten black and blue by his father, couldn't he also avoid it? No. Since Miss Shen reminded him, it means it was possible to avoid it. He had already missed one opportunity. He absolutely couldn't miss a second one, lest he fail to live up to Miss Shen's advice. Shen Tang followed the second madam out of the Duke of Wen's mansion and into the carriage. She lifted the curtain, but the person she wanted to see did not appear. Disappointed, she lowered the curtain. The carriage moved slowly, stopping frequently, before speeding up after leaving the Duke of Wen's residence, finally stopping in front of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. After entering the mansion, in a secluded spot, the second madam turned to Shen Tang and said, "Regarding the matter of Miss Li pushing you into the water, whether it was an accident or intentional, she has learned her lesson. This matter is over, so don't bring it up in front of the Marquis and the old madam." The fact that the second wife said this suddenly meant that Shen Ran had told her about the note. Shen Tang showed the note to Shen Ran because she was in a bad mood and didn't want to deal with her. Miss Li had failed in her scheme and had fallen into a trap herself. She hated her intensely and was afraid that even if she confronted her, Miss Li would turn around and bite her back. Young Master Wang is the second wife's nephew. Before Miss Li got married, she cheated on young Master Wang, disgracing the Wang family. They'll inevitably fight each other in the future, so she'll just have to wait patiently. Don't worry, Auntie, I won't trouble grandmother and father with such a small matter. That's good. However, the second madam's expression did not improve because of Shen Tang's words. She had given all the compensation that the Yongning Marquis' mansion wanted, but after receiving the compensation, they still pulled this stunt on her. The Yongning Marquis' mansion had the audacity to play tricks on her. The second wife's face was ashen. Shen Tang followed the second madam to Songha Hall, and after meeting the old madam, she returned to Qingyi Garden. Just as I lifted the beaded curtain and entered the room, there was a knock on the window. Shen Tang thought it was a man who had come, but seeing that the window was not open, she walked towards the window. Pushing open the window, one could see Chen Shan standing outside, saying, "Master instructed me to tell Miss Shen that he will tell you who he is at the Lantern Festival in 10 days. 10 days is not a long time. It passed in the blink of an eye, but Shen Tang, eager to get through it, felt it was too long to wait. She just wanted to know who he was and what kind of face was hidden behind that silver mask. Was it necessary to hide it like this? If he didn't intend to keep it from her forever, why delay for 10 days? If it weren't for the fact that a man had asked the emperor to relay a message for him, Shen Tang would have really suspected that the man was deliberately playing a trick on her. 6 months ago at the Lantern Festival, she wanted to see his face, but he wouldn't let her, saying that she would know when he came to propose marriage. In the end, he broke his promise and disappeared without a trace for 6 months. He didn't even show his face again for many years afterward, to the point that she suspected he had already died at the hands of the Marquis of Chongping. She wanted to see if he could keep his word this time. "Tell your master I'm trusting him one last time." After saying that, Shen Tang slammed the window shut. She sat back on the small couch, picked up some tea to calm her anger. She didn't know if she was angry at the man, annoyed at the Prince of Jingong, or perhaps she was angry at herself. "I'm angry at myself for not having a strong will." When she was reborn and refused to marry in front of the bridal sedan chair, she was clearly determined never to marry again in this life. She only wanted to find her lost elder brother, hoped that her father would live a long and healthy life, and hoped that the Jiang family would not be schemed against by those people. She had no other thoughts. However, after she rejected the marriage proposal from the Prince of Jingong, the man who had disappeared in her previous life reappeared in front of her, completely disregarding her reputation. He would break into her boudoir every few days and even send people to protect her. As a result, her father's people noticed and asked him to come and propose marriage. This matter was even brought to the emperor's attention in an unbelievable way. At this point, things were beyond her control, and she had already accepted in her heart that the man would soon come to propose marriage and that she would marry him. Who would have thought that going to the Duke of Wen's mansion to offer birthday greetings today would lead to the most embarrassing thing she had ever experienced in both her lives? She ended up listening to 2 live sex shows with her husband from her previous life. The man who had been indifferent to her in her previous life actually proposed to marry her under such circumstances. From the moment the Prince of Jingong said those words, her mind was in turmoil. She kept recalling Shen Han's words to Xia Guimo before she died in her previous life. She couldn't help but want to understand why Xia Guimo was different from her previous life, why he kept saving her, and when she had ever offended him. She knew clearly that even if she found out, she would never marry Xia Guimo again. Shen Tang didn't want to have anything to do with Xia Guimo anymore, so she said she was engaged. But instead of being able to refuse Xia Guimo, she was ridiculed by him. That's a joke. She doesn't even know who the man she's going to marry is or what he looks like, yet she has the nerve to say she's engaged. Those bastards. In their past lives, One of them disappeared without a trace, and the other always had a sour face. In this life, they've become like leeches. It's truly unbelievable. Shen Tang grew angrier the more she thought about it. She drank cup after cup of tea, forcing herself to stop thinking about these trivial matters and asking Inxing to find her something to do to distract herself. Inxing didn't know what was bothering Shen Tang, so she said, "Didn't you want to embroider a belt, miss?" The young lady said she would try to finish embroidering the belt before the Duke of Wen's birthday banquet to give to the man. She rushed to finish it but still couldn't. Last night before going to bed, she said she would continue embroidering after returning from celebrating the old lady of the Duke of Wen's birthday. He kept saying he wanted to marry her, but all she wanted was to see his face. He kept hiding it and delaying, and even asked her to embroider a belt for him. Shen Tang's gaze at the embroidery hoop was so fierce it seemed to burn the belt to ashes. However, Shen Tang still embroidered it in the end. One thing at a time. Although she was angry, she couldn't deny that the man had indeed helped her a lot. She couldn't be angry that the man broke his promise while she herself broke hers. She absolutely couldn't do something that would give others something to talk about. Shen Tang not only embroidered the belt, but also stayed up all night to finish embroidering the purse she had promised to give to the man, despite her exhaustion. He even considered, out of spite, that if Chen Shan wasn't asleep, he should make him deliver it to his master that very night. Shen Tang was just thinking this, but Inxing did it anyway. The girl was clearly exhausted, but she insisted on finishing the embroidery. She was obviously in a hurry to send it to her future son-in-law. If she wasn't in a hurry, she could have embroidered it tomorrow. Looking at the belt and purse handed to him, Chen Shan thought that Master Chen should be asleep by now, and he dared not wake him up in the middle of the night to look at the belt and purse. However, he dared not disobey the princess consort's orders. Being a bodyguard is tough. Chapter 68. Avoid. Chen Shan scaled walls and rooftops to return to the Jingyang prince's mansion, intending to place the belt and purse on a small table beside a certain master's bed, so that he would naturally see them when he woke up tomorrow. He jumped through the window and entered the room, only to find an empty bed and no sign of the man. Instead, Qin Shi came in and asked, "Why are you back so late at night?" Chen Shan didn't answer, but instead asked, "Where is master?" The young master always goes to bed on time, unless he has something to do outside the manor. But when the young master goes out, Qin Shi always follows him. Qin Shi coughed lightly. "Master is taking a cold shower." As for why I took a cold shower, there's no need to ask anymore. At the prime of his youth, listening to 2 live sex shows during the day, especially with Miss Shen, it would be strange if his blood didn't boil. Qin Shi asked, "What are you coming back for?" Chen Shan looked at the belt and purse on the small table. Miss Shen finished embroidering them overnight and asked me to bring them back. Qin Shi said, "I'd better put it away first, otherwise I'll have to get up and take a cold shower for the 3rd time. Qin Shi picked up the belt and purse to hide them, but as soon as he turned around, a voice came, "Put them down." Qin Shi. He silently put down his belt. Xia Gimo walked over, his gaze sweeping over the belt and purse. The woman was already furious from being tricked today, and not seeing his face only made her angrier. She even embroidered the belt and purse overnight. This unusual behavior made him uneasy. "What else did she say?" Xia Gimo asked. Chen Shan replied, "Second Miss Shen said she'll believe in you one last time." It seems this is truly the last time. However, he didn't intend to keep it from her any longer. He had to take this step eventually, otherwise, he would never know why she was avoiding him. Shen Tang goes to bed late and gets up late, waking up 25 minutes later than usual, so he naturally went to pay his respects to the old lady 25 minutes later as well. When she arrived, the second madam and Shen Han were already there. Shen Tang arrived late, and Shen Han seized the opportunity to make trouble. "Second sister, why are you so late in paying your respects to grandmother?" Shen Tang's expression was indifferent. "I was thinking about things last night and slept soundly this morning, so the maid didn't dare to wake me up." The second wife asked, "Is something troubling you, second miss?" It was just an excuse, and they were digging into it. Shen Tang didn't want to say more. I was just thinking randomly. It's nothing to bother me. Shen Han persisted. If there's nothing wrong, why would you get up so late? Shen Tang was getting a little impatient. Since they insisted on speaking, they shouldn't blame them for not liking what she said. The Lantern Festival is followed by the Imperial Examination. Didn't my elder sister want to go to the Jiang family with me before? I'm planning to go to the Jiang family again in a few days. I wonder if my elder sister would like to come with me. Shen Han didn't expect Shen Tang to be thinking about this. She knew that Shen Tang was no longer the same towards her. Not to mention going out together, they were so distant that they didn't even want to say a word to each other. Shen Tang didn't want to go to the Jiang family with her, but the Jiang family definitely wanted her to go. Shen Han didn't speak, but touched her face. The second madam said, Honor has been sick one after another and has become so thin that she can't even go to celebrate the birthday of the old lady of the Widowhood Duke's mansion. Going to the Jiang family in this state will only cause them worry. I think it's better to wait until after the Imperial Examination. The two young masters of the Jiang family are both very talented. They will definitely pass the Imperial Examination this time. We can go and congratulate them then. In an effort to stop Shen Han from going to the Jiang family, they've even started praising her two cousins. It's really unnecessary. The old lady didn't speak. Shen Tang was wondering whether she should say something in response when a maid came in and happily told the second madam, the Wang family just sent someone to announce good news. They said that the wedding date for the eldest young master of the Wang family and the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis family has been set for the 12th of this month. Because of that note, the second wife harbored resentment towards Miss Li and even planned to go to the Yongning Marquis' residence today to find out what it meant. Now that she heard the wedding date was set, all her resentment vanished. Once she entered the Wang family and became her nephew's person, she would naturally be of one mind with the Wang family. The second wife was all smiles, and the third wife congratulated her. Shen Tang sat there, thinking about the green hat on young Master Wang's head, and felt sorry for him. But she only felt sorry for him for the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea. Young Master Wang was no good either, a womanizer. The two of them were a perfect match. Today is already the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. The wedding date was set rather hastily, but if we count from the day Miss Li fell into the water, it's considered late. Shen Han and Shen Ran discussed going to deliver the dowry, but Shen Tang didn't plan to go, and no one asked her if she wanted to go with them. The dowry wouldn't amount to much, and the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' mansion wouldn't lack that. Shen Tang's visit there would only cause trouble for the Yongning Marquis' mansion. The second wife and Shen Han aren't that foolish. No one asked Shen Tang to go, and the next day when Shen Han and the others went out of the mansion to choose their dowry, they didn't invite Shen Tang either, and Shen Tang pretended not to know. On the day Shen Han and the others went to deliver the dowry to Miss Li, Shen Tang also left the mansion, but she went to the Jiang family. She left the mansion empty-handed, but since she was going to wish her cousin success in the Imperial examinations, she would definitely bring some gifts. The carriage stopped in front of the largest stationery shop in the capital, and Shen Tang prepared to pick out a top-quality wolf hair brush for each of her two cousins. Upon entering the shop assistant greeted her attentively. The shop had all kinds of pens, and Shen Tang chose 2 of the best ones, with Yin Xing paying for them. Just as Shen Tang was about to leave, a servant came in through the door and accidentally bumped into the shop assistant, causing the painting he was holding to slip from his hand and fall to the ground. The servant cursed, "Can't you see where you're going? This is a painting by Master Zhou Gu of the previous dynasty. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it?" The young shop assistant quickly picked up the painting, repeatedly apologizing. The servant opened the painting to examine it. Although paintings are easily damaged, they are not something that can be broken by simply dropping them. As Shen Tang passed by, she glanced at one of them, and that glance made her stop in her tracks. Yin Xing, who was following behind, did not notice that she had stopped and almost bumped into Shen Tang's back. This painting. Isn't this her painting? That's not quite right either. This painting belonged to her in her previous life. It was part of the dowry given to her by the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. Originally, it was part of the dowry given to Jiangshi by the Jiang family, and later it was given to Shen Tang as part of her dowry. Finally, it went with her to the Jing-Ang prince's mansion. She didn't marry Xiagimo in this life, so this painting should be in the marquis's storeroom. How did it end up in this servant's hands? There are many forgeries of masterpieces by famous artists in the world. She was so sure because this painting was not only identical to hers at first glance, but even the creases on the mounting were the same. The servant brought the painting to the shop because his master thought the mounting was too old and wanted it remounted. The shopkeeper said, "I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. This time, we'll refrain from charging for the mounting as an apology from our shop." His attitude in admitting his mistake was so good that the servant didn't say anything more. Shen Tang looked at the painting and Ginkgo called out to her, "Miss." Shen Tang snapped out of her daze, looked away, and stepped out. A servant was waiting outside. Shen Tang sent the servant to buy some pastries, then looked around. Shen Shan appeared and said, "Does Miss Shen have something to discuss with me?" Shen Tang said, "Could you check if there's a pea-sized ink stain on the bottom right corner of the back of that painting?" Shen Tang didn't want to think the worst, so she needed to make sure the painting wasn't a fake first. The painting belonged to her in her past life, and no one knew better than her what was in that painting. Such a small matter. Before the servant had even bought the pastries, Chen Shan had already finished his investigation and returned. There is indeed a pea-sized ink stain in the lower right corner of the painting. Shen Tang's face instantly turned cold and sullen. If the crease is a coincidence, then what about the ink stain? It's impossible for two places to be so coincidental. Seeing that Shen Tang's expression was off, Yin Xing asked, "What's wrong, miss?" Shen Tang looked at Chen Shan and said, "Help me find out who sent that painting for framing and how it ended up in his hands." Chen Shan agreed. "After I escort Miss Shen to the Jiang family, I will investigate this matter." Chen Shan dared not neglect the task Shen Tang had given him, but he also dared not forget that his mission was to protect Shen Tang. Only when he was sure that Shen Tang was safe could he do other things. Otherwise, if the horse broke on the way to the Jiang family and something happened to it, how would he explain it to his master? Although Shen Tang was anxious, she wouldn't make things difficult for Chen Shan. She was content that Chen Shan was willing to help her investigate, and she wouldn't dare to ask for more. After waiting by the carriage for a while, the servant returned with the pastries, and Shen Tang and Yin Xing got into the carriage and headed straight for the Jiang family. The carriage stopped in front of the Jiang family's gate. The Jiang family servant was stunned once again when he saw Shen Tang get out of the carriage. The Jiang family felt it was unreal because their cousin had visited so many times. The young master hasn't been found either. The Pingyuan Marquis' attitude towards the Jiang family has improved a lot. Not only did they send their daughter over, but they also brought a lot of tonics last time. Have the two families resumed their exchanges? But if he has recovered, why hasn't the eldest cousin come? A servant boy from the Jiang family eagerly helped carry a footstool. Shen Tang stepped into the mansion and asked the Jiang family steward, "Are my eldest cousin and second cousin both in the mansion?" The steward of the Jiang family said, "Both young masters are in the study." "I'll go find them," Shen Tang said. Why did the young lady go to see the eldest young master and the others first instead of the old lady? The steward of the Jiang family was puzzled, but still arranged for a servant to lead the way. Shen Tang then followed the servant to see her two cousins. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan each have a study in their own courtyard. The front courtyard, which is right next to Old Master Zhang's courtyard, also has a study for them. It has a large collection of books, and more importantly, it is close by, so they can discuss anything they don't understand at any time and ask Old Master Jiang. Inside the study, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan were reading when a servant knocked on the door and said, "Young master, second young master, Miss Pingyuan from the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence has arrived." Soon, the door opened, and Jiang Mingyuan exclaimed in surprise, "Cousin, what brings you here?" Shen Tang smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have disturbed my two cousins while they were reading." Jiang Mingyuan said, "We were just about to rest, but did my cousin come to see us for something?" He stepped aside, and Shen Tang entered the study. Shen Tang had rarely visited the Jiang family before, and this was her first time entering the study. The entire wall was filled with books, and she didn't dare to imagine how long it would take to read them all. Shen Tang greeted his two cousins and then said, "I came to borrow a book from you. I just acquired 2 excellent wolf hair brushes, which I'm bringing to you to wish you both success in your studies." As Shen Tang spoke, Yinxing handed the wolf hair brush to her. Shen Tang handed it to her two cousins. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan took the box, opened it, and saw that the wolf hair brush inside was newly made. They had only seen it when they went to the shop a few days ago. Jiang Mingyuan said, "This isn't something my cousin just got. It's clearly something she just bought." "That's not important." Jiang Mingxiu smiled and said, "Then I'll take your kind words, cousin." "What kind of book would you like to read, cousin?" "The Book of Documents," Shen Tang said. Jiang Mingyuan asked in surprise, "My cousin is reading this book?" Shen Tang said, "I'm just looking around." Jiang Mingyuan turned around and picked up an upside-down book from the desk. It was the Book of Documents that Shen Tang wanted. Shen Tang casually flipped through the pages, but after searching for a while, he still couldn't find it. Shen Tang asked, "When in doubt about a crime, the lesser charge should be used. When in doubt about a merit, the greater charge should be used. Rather than killing an innocent person, it is better to let one go unpunished." "Where's this sentence?" Jiang Mingyuan. "My cousin remembers it so clearly, yet she doesn't know which page it's on." "Just turn the page." Shen Tang turned the page and indeed found the sentence. Jiang Mingxiu asked, "Why did you look for this sentence, cousin?" Shen Tang said, "There really is such a line." Jiang Mingxiu. Jiang Mingyuan. The two looked at each other, both bewildered. Shen Tang looked at them and asked, "Has your maternal grandfather given you any tests lately?" Jiang Mingyuan made a bitter face and said, "Of course there are. There are tests every day." "My grandfather saw a sentence and thought it might be a question for the imperial examination. He made my older brother and I each write an essay." Seeing her two cousins looking so bitter and resentful, Shen Tang blinked innocently and said, "I dreamt about my mother last night. This is a question she gave you, asking each of you to write an essay and burn it for her." Jiang Mingxiu. Jiang Mingyuan. "No way?" Not only did their grandfather and father give them questions, but their aunt also gave them questions. It's like they've already been tested to the point of exhaustion before they even entered the examination hall. Shen Tang was worried and instructed, "My two cousins must write carefully." Jiang Mingyuan drooped his ears and said, "Cousin, don't worry, my brother and I will definitely write it with our hearts." My aunt appeared in my cousin's dream from beyond the grave and asked them to write essays. How could they not put their hearts into it? Besides, if they didn't write the essays set by my aunt, they would have to write the ones set by my grandfather and father. In short, they had no free time. There were several questions in the imperial examination, but Shen Tang only remembered this one. It was only because Prince Jingyang suddenly asked Xiagimo to write one as well, and Xiagimo asked her to grind ink for him, that she remembered it. Since she was reborn, many things have changed. Shen Tang doesn't know if it will affect the imperial examination questions, but since she knows, she must tell her cousin, just in case nothing has changed. Shen Tang knew that if the exam questions didn't change, she would be helping her cousin cheat, which would be unfair to the other students. But thinking about how many corrupt officials were in the court who preyed on the people, she figured that with the integrity of the Jiang family, no corrupt officials would emerge. Moreover, in her previous life, her second cousin fell into the water, and her eldest cousin was injured while saving him, which affected their performance and caused them both to fail the exam. After experiencing so much, Shen Tang found it hard to believe that falling into the water was just a simple accident. "I won't disturb my two cousins while they read. I'm going to pay my respects to my grandmother." The two saw Shen Tang off at the door. After leaving the study, Shen Tang went to Cuibai courtyard to pay her respects to Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang scolded her, "Why did you go to see your two cousins first?" Shen Tang said, "I just got 2 new wolf hair brushes and was in a hurry to give them to my eldest and second cousins, so I didn't come to pay my respects to my maternal grandmother first." Shen Tang sat down next to Madame Jiang and said, "Grandfather and uncle have given my two cousins too many questions. The questions for the imperial examinations are not so easy to guess. With the imperial examinations just around the corner, it is more important to be relaxed. Please ask grandfather and uncle to stop giving my cousins so many questions." Mrs. Jiang said, "Yuaner has been complaining to me these past 2 days." Madame Jiang nodded. "I'll try to persuade them later." Jiang Li and Jiang Ning were not at the manor. They had gone to the Jiakhang temple. Shen Tang kept old Madame Jiang company, chatting to relieve her boredom. After lunch, she left the Jiang family, but neither of them had returned yet. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Shen Tang was anxious to find out what Chen Shan had been asked to investigate, so she skipped Songha Hall and went straight back to Qingyi Garden. Just as Shen Tang returned to the room, there was a knock on the window. She rushed over and Chen Shan said, "We've found out about that painting." It was sent by the Prince Zhao's residence for mounting, in preparation for presenting it to the emperor. According to a servant from the Prince Zhao's residence, it was given to Prince Zhao by the Earl of Yongning. Chen Shan didn't investigate further. He still remembered that the second wife wanted to compensate Miss Li, so Shen Tang was even less likely to forget. Shen Tang knew that the Yongning Marquis' mansion was unwilling to let a perfectly good legitimate daughter become a sacrifice in the struggle between her and the Shen sisters, and would definitely want compensation. Previously, the second madam had tried to use the Marquis' mansion's public funds to pay this compensation, but she did not agree, and the old madam would not agree either, so it was left unresolved. She thought that the second madam was using her own dowry to fill this hole for the sake of Shen Han's reputation, but it turns out that she stole her mother's dowry to fill it. Shen Tang's face was as cold as if it were covered with a layer of frost. Chapter 69. Question Setting. In her previous life, the second wife didn't have any designs on her mother's dowry, or rather, she didn't bother with it. The Prince of Jingyang's mansion was in a hurry to bring good luck through a marriage, and the second wife was focused on how to help Shen Han avoid becoming a widow after the marriage. She didn't have time to secretly change the dowry. Furthermore, at that time, at least half of the people in her courtyard were the second madam's people. She lived under the second madam's nose. Even if she married into the Jingyang prince's mansion, she could still secretly switch places. There was no rush. The people the second madam had planted around her in her past life couldn't win Xia Guimo's favor. They were either beaten or sold off. The second madam couldn't reach into the Jingyang prince's mansion. In addition, her mother's dowry was always locked in the outer courtyard storeroom, so Shen Tang didn't think much of it. She never expected that she had underestimated the second madam's abilities. She had managed to steal so much of her mother's dowry without anyone noticing. A painting couldn't quell the anger of the Yongning Marquis' household. Heaven knows how much the second madam had taken. Father didn't believe in the second wife's ambitions, so this is a good opportunity to let him see it clearly. Around the same time that Shen Sui returned to the mansion from the military camp, Shen Tang went to the front yard and waited for Shen Sui outside the study. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Shen Sui returned. Seeing Shen Tang standing there with red in her eyes, Shen Sui asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Tang said, "I have something to discuss with my father." Since the courtyard wasn't the place to talk, the father and daughter went into the study to talk. Upon entering the study, Shen Sui asked, "Who has wronged you again?" Shen Tang looked at Shen Sui and asked, "Father, do you remember that mother had a painting called 9 Peaks After Snowfall in her dowry? Why did you bring up that painting out of the blue?" Shen Sui not only remembered that painting, but also had a deep impression of it. Jiang Shi had shown it to him for appreciation and copying before her death, and he would never forget those days. Shen Sui assumed Shen Tang wanted the painting and said, "I'll have someone open the storeroom and get it for you." Shen Tang asked, "Is mother's painting an original?" Shen Sui chuckled, "Of course it's genuine." Shen Tang said, "I went out of the manor today and saw that painting in the Ink Treasure Pavilion. It is also an original." Shen Sui frowned. There is only one authentic work, so it's impossible for it to be both in the home mansion storeroom and outside the mansion. Shen Sui said, The one your mother left behind is the original. How could her father not understand the hidden meaning in her words? My mother's dowry was stolen. I know my father doesn't believe anyone would dare steal the dowry my mother left behind, and he doesn't believe that he secretly had someone open the storeroom and find that painting. Shen Sui didn't believe what Shen Tang said before, and Shen Tang had no other evidence to convince Shen Sui to believe it, but this time it was different. Either the painting could not be found in the warehouse, or someone had replaced it with a fake. She wanted to see how her father would feel if he couldn't find a painting and instead saw a fake. Since it concerned Zhang's dowry and it wouldn't be difficult to find, Shen Sui sent Stewardly to retrieve the painting. After waiting for a while, Stewardly finally brought the painting, saying, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Lord Marquis." Shen Sui took the painting, glanced at it briefly, and his face darkened. Although the painting is so realistic that it can be mistaken for the real thing, a fake is still a fake. Shen Sui had copied it several times, so how could he not know it? Shen Tang looked at Managerly and asked, "After I fell into the water, did anyone enter the warehouse?" Stewardly nodded and said, "The second madam's people went in once and said that they don't know when the eldest daughter will get married yet. They want to take back the dowry that the second madam's family gave them before and give it to her again when she gets married. So they opened the storeroom." Shen Han was married to the Prince of Jingyang as a marriage to bring good fortune, and the second branch of the family gave her a considerable dowry, including 2 shops, an estate, and a lot of fertile land. Since Shen Han did not marry, it was understandable for the second branch to take it back, especially since the old lady had given her permission. Managerly said, "When the people from the second branch were looking for something, I had someone accompany them. They shouldn't have." Manager Li's voice trailed off, implying that if he hadn't personally overseen the taking of the items, there was a possibility that someone had tampered with them. Shen Sui threw the fake painting on the table and looked at Shen Tang. "Tell father everything you know." It was rare that my father was finally willing to believe even a little bit. Shen Tang said, "When I saw the painting today, I had people follow the clues to find out that the original is now in the hands of Prince Zhao. It was given to Prince Zhao by the Yangning Marquis' mansion." As she spoke, Shen Tang paused, looked at Shen Sui, and said, "If I said that the painting was stolen by my second aunt as compensation for the eldest daughter of the Yangning Marquis' mansion, would father believe me?" Shen Sui frowned. "Why does your second aunt want to compensate the eldest daughter of the Yangning Marquis' mansion?" Shen Tang did not explain, but said, "Words are not enough. It is not easy to persuade father, let alone get second aunt to confess in person. I ask father to lend me 10,000 taels so that I can get back mother's dowry. Explanations now are futile. Once mother's dowry is returned, the second madam will have no choice but to defend herself, and father will have no choice but to believe her." Shen Sui looked at Stewardly and said, "Give Tanger 10,000 taels of silver." Shen Tang said, "There's no need to give it to me. Please ask Stewardly to go to the Yangning Marquis' residence tomorrow to exchange my mother's dowry. As for how to change it, she doesn't need to teach me." Managerly looked at Shen Sui, who said, "Do as Tanger says." Managerly agreed. Shen Tang said, "Once mother's dowry is returned, I will explain to father why second aunt wanted to compensate the eldest daughter of the Yangning Marquis' mansion." Shen Tang didn't say much, curtsied, and took his leave. Shen Tang left without looking back, while Shen Sui was seething inside, but her face showed helplessness. His daughter is throwing a tantrum. He didn't believe what she said before, but now that he's asked, she's deliberately not telling him. He wasn't unaware that the second wife had ulterior motives, but he had no sons, and the marquisate and title would be handed over to the second wife in the future. He was already busy enough with the affairs of the military camp, so he turned a blind eye to these things. But the second wife had set her sights on the dowry left by Jiang Shi, and no matter what the reason, he would not tolerate it. Shen Tang returned to the inner courtyard, and almost as soon as she entered the second gate, she saw Shen Han walking towards her from afar. Shen Han questioned, "You want to see father again? Are you so afraid that she'll contact her father?" Shen Tang really didn't want to deal with Shen Han, so he replied perfunctorily, "Shouldn't I ask my father to repay the money I borrowed myself? She just received her monthly allowance a couple of days ago, and no one will give her any extra money. She can only repay her monthly allowance." Shen Han thought Shen Tang was going to borrow money from Shen Sui again or to complain, so she rushed over as soon as she heard that Shen Tang was looking for Shen Sui. She didn't expect it was to repay the money. But why did she not believe it? If it's just a loan of 100 taels, will father make Shen Tang pay it back with her monthly allowance? Shen Han asked. Did father accept it? Shen Tang's eyes were cold. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. You can go and ask your father yourself whether he accepted it or not. After saying that, Shen Tang walked right past Shen Han and left. Even if she had 2 times the courage, Shen Han wouldn't dare to ask Shen Sui. Shen Han really didn't have the courage to go. She didn't know why. Even though Shen Sui loved her very much, she was still afraid of Shen Sui from the bottom of her heart, unlike Shen Tang, who dared to act coquettishly even when Shen Sui was angry. Shen Han didn't dare to ask and could only stare at Shen Tang's receding figure, fiercely tugging at the embroidered handkerchief in her hand. The next day happened to be a day of rest for the imperial court. As usual, after having breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. Shen Tang arrived early today. When she arrived, no one else had come yet. After greeting the old lady, Shen Tang sat down and looked at the old lady, hesitant to speak. The old lady noticed and put down her teacup. Is there something you can't say to your grandmother? Shen Tang then said, among the dowry left by my mother are many paintings by famous artists. I would like to open the storeroom and take out a few to make copies. Please grant me permission, grandmother. The old lady thought Shen Tang had some difficult problem that she couldn't tell her, but it turned out she just wanted to copy a few paintings. Just as she was about to agree, the second madam's voice of obstruction came. Second miss has only been learning to paint for a few days, and she dares to copy the works of famous masters? She stepped forward and said to the old lady, the other day when I went to the Duke of Wen's mansion to celebrate his birthday, I heard the lady of the Lin family, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, feel sorry for her daughter who accidentally knocked over an inkstone and ruined a famous painting while copying it. I felt sorry for her when I heard that. If the second young lady wants to copy paintings, she can take 2 cheaper ones from the public funds to copy for fun. That's enough to practice her painting skills. It's not a big deal if she accidentally ruins them. Let's not let her ruin the famous paintings left by her sister-in-law. Waste. Hearing these 2 words, Shen Tang's eyes flashed with a cold light. She only wanted to copy the calligraphy and paintings left by her mother, yet she used such insulting words. What's even more infuriating is that there were others chiming in. Shen Han said, yesterday, second sister went to the study to see father. Could it be that she wanted to take some of mother's dowry? Father didn't agree, so she came to see grandmother again. The old lady would not easily agree to things that Shen Sui disagreed with, especially something as trivial as copying a painting. Only Shen Sui and the old lady have the keys to the storeroom that was part of Zhang's dowry. All that's needed is for one of them to agree to open the storeroom. Shen Tang said, elder sister, what you said is too harsh. I just wanted to copy the calligraphy and paintings left by my mother. It's not like I'm not going to return them. How can I ask my mother for her dowry? My mother instructed before she passed away that all her dowry should go to me alone. If I didn't grow up safely, I would be sent back to the Jiang family. When my eldest sister got married, I voluntarily gave her half of it. Now, I just want to borrow some calligraphy and paintings, and my eldest sister is trying to stop me. My second aunt is afraid I'll ruin the paintings. Does this mean that when I get married, my mother won't give me any of the calligraphy and paintings that were part of her dowry? Mentioning the arrangements made by Jiang before her death, Shen Tang became even more certain that they were for her protection. Her father would definitely listen to his mother's dying words. If she dies, all her dowry items will be sent back to the Jiang family without exception. Nothing will be left for Shen Han. Because of the dowry left by her mother, The ruthless second wife allowed her to live to this day. Shen Han's eyes were red and swollen. I know my mother doesn't like me, but did you have to stab me in the heart with a knife first thing in the morning? So that's how they stabbed me? She hasn't actually used the knife yet. Shen Tang felt extremely disgusted, but the second wife felt sorry for her daughter and said sarcastically, "The second young lady's marriage is not yet settled, and she is already thinking about getting married." These words were even more offensive, and even the old lady couldn't stand them anymore, scolding, "Is this how an elder should speak?" Realizing her mistake, the second wife quickly apologized. "I was just feeling sorry for Honor. She's my sister-in-law's child, yet she treats her so differently." The old lady felt sorry for Shen Han's experiences after she was born, but Shen Sui had no say in who Jiangshi left her dowry to, let alone the other people in the Marquis's mansion. Moreover, although Jiangshi's dowry was all left to Shen Tang took the initiative to share half with Shen Han, which showed the deep sisterly affection. But how did Shen Han treat Shen Tang? She schemed to have Shen Tang marry the Prince of Jing'ong in her place to bring good luck. No wonder that after this incident, Shen Tang and she were at odds with each other at every turn. Does Shen Han know how to play the victim? Yes, she does. Shen Tang's eyes also reddened. My mother loved me, but she passed away early. Unlike my eldest sister, who was loved by my second aunt for more than 10 years and was as close as mother and daughter. I just wanted to copy the paintings my mother left behind. I don't know why my second aunt and eldest sister stopped me. Originally, everyone in the room felt sorry for Shen Han, but after Shen Tang said this, they felt that Shen Han was not so pitiful. After all, everyone in the Marquis's mansion knew how much the second madam loved her. No matter how much Jiangshi loved Shen Tang, it was useless now that she was dead. Otherwise, the calligraphy and paintings that were left behind as part of her dowry would not have been impossible for Shen Tang to even copy. And what about the second wife and the eldest daughter? Why did they stop the second daughter from copying the painting? Even if the second daughter clumsily ruined the painting, it would just be part of her dowry. The second daughter would be the one who would suffer the loss, and it wouldn't affect the eldest daughter or the second wife. Yet they kept obstructing her, clearly deliberately going against the second daughter. The maid's heart swung completely in Shen Tang's favor. The second wife said, "Your second aunt is just concerned about you." Nobody cares about the second wife's concern, so can you please stop disgusting her? Shen Tang suppressed the goosebumps rising on her arms and glanced at the water clock out of the corner of her eye. Shouldn't Steward Li be back from the Yongning Marquis's residence by now? Thinking this, Steward Li came in, followed by 4 servants who carried in 2 large boxes. His entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. The old lady's gaze swept over the 2 large boxes. What is this? Steward Li said, "This is the compensation that the second madam sent to the Yongning Marquis's mansion a few days ago. The Marquis ordered me to take 10,000 taels to the Yongning Marquis's mansion to exchange for it." Swish! The old lady's face instantly darkened, and she slammed the teacup she had just picked up back down. The sound of a teacup hitting the small table startled the maid in the room. Shen Tang glanced at the second madam's pale face, her lips curled slightly, then tightened. "I was pushed into the water by the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis's mansion and suffered such a bout of typhoid fever. The Marquis's mansion still wants to compensate her with 10,000 taels of silver. If the public funds don't make up for it, second madam will use her own dowry to do so." The old lady said, "If she's willing to pay this money, why would the Marquis need to redeem her?" Steward Li suspected that the old lady was secretly cursing the Marquis for being stupid, so he said awkwardly, "This box contains all of the dowry left by the lady." The old lady's face had initially only shown anger, but now it was as if she was about to explode with rage. The room was so quiet that not even a heavy breath could be heard. Shen Tang's setup was brilliant. She, the biological daughter, wanted to use the calligraphy and paintings left by her mother as part of her dowry to make copies. The second wife, under the guise of caring for her, obstructed her. In the end, the second wife herself actually stole Zhang's painting to compensate the person who pushed Shen Tang into the water. Her selfishness was so great that it almost brought Jiang, who had been buried for more than 10 years, back to life. The old lady was so angry that she wanted to skin the second wife alive. She glared at her with a furious look, and the second wife, who was already on pins and needles, almost slid off her chair and knelt on the ground. The second wife's face was deathly pale, and she couldn't even find a way to deny it. Mother, I had my reasons for doing this. Chapter 70. Dowry. The second wife did have her reasons, but Shen Tang didn't believe she would dare to tell the old lady the truth. She wanted to hear what excuse the second wife would give for her. The old lady glared at the second wife, and everyone in the room stared at the second wife kneeling on the ground. The second wife probably didn't expect things to be exposed, so she didn't plan ahead, or perhaps she did, but couldn't come up with any ideas. After all, no matter what her reasons were, she shouldn't have set her sights on someone who had been dead for over a decade. Sure enough, the second wife knelt on the ground, stammering and couldn't utter a single word for a long time. The old lady's chest heaved with anger, and even Wang Mama was afraid that she would suffer a serious injury from it. She thought it was excessive when the second madam suggested that the Marquis's mansion should compensate the eldest daughter of the Yongning Earl's mansion, but she never expected that there would be something even more excessive. The Marquis immediately ordered Stewardly to exchange the items and even brought them directly to the old madam's place, clearly indicating that he intended to pursue the matter to the end. Before the second wife could find an excuse, the second master arrived. It was Shen Sui who sent someone to fetch the second master. After all, he was the eldest uncle, and it was not appropriate for him to go over the second master's head and punish the second wife directly. At the very least, the second master had to be present, and he might even be unaware of the matter. No sooner had the second master arrived than Shen Sui followed, his face more unpleasant than ever before. Yesterday's fake paintings made him believe what Shen Tang said, that the second wife stole Zhang's dowry to compensate the Yongning Marquis's mansion. He thought that 1 or 2 paintings would be the most he could get, but he didn't expect that she would take 2 whole boxes. Even if Shen Tang asked Stewardly to give him 10,000 taels, it wouldn't be enough to get it back. They still owed the Yongning Marquis's mansion 5,000 taels. Right under his nose, so much of Zhang's dowry had been swapped away. Shen Sui was truly terrified, afraid that 15 years ago someone had indeed swapped his newborn son right before his eyes. Shen Sui sat down, and the old lady said sharply, "Didn't you have your reasons? Speak." The second wife was completely limp, and the second master roared, "Your mother is asking you a question." It's as if he really knew nothing about it. However, the second master might not know. After all, the second wife's plan was to marry her off to the eldest son of the Wang family. Such a small matter did not require consultation with the second master. But the matter was ruined, and the Yongning Marquis's mansion demanded so much compensation. She was more of a hindrance than a help. The second master would definitely blame the second wife for her poor handling of the matter. The compensation could not be withheld. The second wife was afraid of angering the second master, so she might clean up the mess herself. If the second wife could find a reason to exonerate herself, she would have said so long ago, or she would have already asked the public funds to come up with the money, and she wouldn't have had to do such sneaky things. The second wife bit her lip and remained silent, while the old lady was furious. My Pingyuan Marquis's mansion cannot tolerate such a traitor. Treasoning with one's own people is an understatement. The second wife's actions were theft, thievery. Such a disgraceful act was indeed enough to warrant the second master divorcing his wife. She was divorced so that her nephew could get married. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. The second wife panicked and said hastily, "Mother, I didn't do this for the Wang family." The third wife sat there, enjoying the spectacle, saying, "If it's not for the Wang family, then what is it for? Second sister-in-law, just tell me." The second wife looked at Shen Han, whose face was also pale. She knelt down with a thud and said, "Grandmother, second aunt did it for me." What a touching mother-daughter bond. Mothers protect their daughters, and daughters protect their mothers. The old lady hadn't expected Shen Han to get involved. She asked, "What does this have to do with you?" With red eyes, Shen Han said, "That day when we were boating on the lake, the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' mansion didn't accidentally push my second sister. It was me, I tripped her, and she bumped into my second sister, who then pulled her into the water." The Yongning Marquis' mansion originally intended to come and demand an explanation, but my second aunt stopped them for me. The Yongning Marquis' mansion wanted me to compensate them, and my second aunt wanted to use the money from the public funds. My second younger sister disagreed, and my grandmother also objected. My second aunt wanted to be honest with my grandmother, but I was afraid of being punished by her, so I begged my second aunt to use half of the dowry that my mother left me to compensate them. In the end, Shen Han choked up and couldn't speak anymore. She didn't know how the matter had been exposed. No one expected that Miss Li would be so unlucky. No wonder the Yongning Marquis' mansion wanted to compensate her. Miss Li's life was ruined by a single accidental fall. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Li was going to marry the eldest son of the Wang family, who happened to be the second wife's nephew, the Yongning Marquis' mansion was afraid that the Wang family would make things difficult for Miss Li in the future. They were afraid that 2 chests of compensation would not be enough. Shen Tang said, "Second aunt really loves my eldest sister the most." That day, second aunt said she would compensate the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' mansion, but she didn't mention my eldest sister at all. She only said that I should compensate her. And then there's the fact that they stole my mother's dowry to compensate Miss Li and exchanged so many fakes for genuine ones. When my eldest sister gets married, people will say that our Pingyuan Marquis family can't even tell the difference between real and fake. I'm afraid it will even tarnish my maternal grandfather's reputation. Shen Tang didn't mention that the fake item would be part of her dowry in the future, since it hadn't happened yet. But even if she didn't say anything, given the second madam's protection of Shen Han, who in this house wouldn't have guessed it. After saying this, Shen Tang changed her mind and said, "Wait. When I pulled Miss Li into the water that day, there was no one behind her. How did my elder sister trip her?" In one sentence, Shen Han's protection of the second wife was completely denied. She dragged Miss Li into this mess. Shen Tang couldn't possibly be unaware of whether Miss Li had anyone behind her. Shen Tang looked at Yinxing. "Did you see your elder sister standing behind her?" Yinxing shook her head. This servant didn't see it. Shen Tang said, "If it was my elder sister who tripped, there must have been so many young ladies from prominent families on the boat. It's impossible that none of them saw it. I also don't believe that the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' mansion would suffer so much injustice and still cover for her elder sister. Going to father would get more compensation from the Yongning Marquis' mansion, and father would feel guilty. Is my elder sister afraid that the title will be inherited by the second branch of the family in the future, afraid that no one will support you, and afraid that she doesn't dare to offend her second aunt, so she lies to help her second aunt?" Honestly, Shen Han wished she could sew Shen Tang's mouth shut with a needle so that no one would think she was mute if she didn't speak. But these were the words Shen Han said to Shen Tang herself when she was advising him, and this wasn't the first time Shen Tang had said them. Even the second master was on pins and needles, and hurriedly looked at Shen Sui and said, "Eldest brother is still young. He will definitely have a son. I don't believe that Yener can't be found. I have no intention of inheriting eldest brother's title." Shen Han's excuse was actually quite good, but the only oversight was that no rumors had spread at the beginning. If even a little bit had spread, she would be making excuses for the second wife today. Shen Han is nominally Zhang's daughter. It's one thing for the second wife to cover for Shen Han, but it's unreasonable to use the second wife's dowry to fill the hole of the eldest wife's daughter. Using Zhang's dowry is excessive, but it's barely acceptable. Unfortunately, Shen Han's excuse was untenable and angered both the old lady and Shen Sui. Shen Han never expected that her words of defense for the second wife would be so easily manipulated by Shen Tang into accusing her of being afraid that she would have no one to rely on after her father's death, putting the entire second wife's family in a very difficult position. But she dared not reveal the truth of that day, and pushing her own younger sister to young Master Wang was far more serious than the second madam stealing Zhang's dowry to support her family. They've really stumbled today. The second master scolded the second wife. It's one thing that you usually side with the Wang family, but how dare you touch your sister-in-law's dowry? The second wife was unable to defend herself. The old lady's face had never been so cold. No one cares how you use your dowry. My Pingyuan Marquis' mansion has no need to compensate the Yongning Earl's mansion. You can pay for it yourself. Shen Tang looked at Stewardly. Have you brought everything back? Stewardly said, the things that the second madam sent to the Yongning Marquis' residence, except for the 2 paintings that were sent out, have all been brought back. However, the Yongning Marquis' residence is still owed 5,000 taels, and those 2 paintings are not included in the amount owed. The Yongning Marquis is unwilling to ask for them back. The Marquis of Yongning will definitely not take it back. His legitimate daughter was married off to a troublemaker like young Master Wang, and he was already furious. He wouldn't let the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion do whatever they wanted. The second wife is too protective of Shen Han, afraid that Shen Han will ruin her reputation and be severely punished by Shen Sui. Otherwise, the Yongning Marquis' mansion would not be able to control the second wife at all. The whole capital knows that young Master Wang rescued Miss Li from the water. If she doesn't marry young Master Wang, she can't marry anyone else. If the Yongning Marquis is willing to send his daughter to a life of monastic life, then he can just send her. Young Master Wang may not be able to marry a daughter from a high-ranking family, but with the Wang family's status, marrying the daughter of a minor official is not a problem. Shen Tang looked at Shen Sui. Father, can you find a way to get the painting back? Before Shen Sui could speak, the old lady's gaze swept over the second wife. You sent those things out. Find a way to get them back. If you can't get them back, you'll have to pay double the compensation. The second wife's face turned deathly pale. This means that in addition to paying 15,000 taels of silver to compensate the Yongning Marquis' mansion, she also has to pay for the 2 paintings. She was willing to accept the outcome if things went well, but she was unwilling to accept that things hadn't succeeded and that so much money had been wasted. But no matter how unwilling she was, it was no use. The old lady had already considered asking the second master to divorce his wife. In her anger, not admitting her mistake and making excuses would only further provoke the old lady. Suppressing her resentment, the second wife gritted her teeth and said, I'll pay. From now on, the entire Pingyuan Marquis' mansion will belong to their second branch of the family. It's just a mere 10 or 20,000 taels of silver which she can afford. Shen Sui glanced at the second master and said, if you can't manage your spouses in the future and something like this happens again, your second branch of the family will be expelled from the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. While parents are alive, the family remains connected. Shen Sui's words were quite harsh, but the old lady couldn't say anything about the mistakes the second wife made. The second master's face was very unpleasant. Don't worry, elder brother. If she does such a disloyal thing again, my second branch will not only move out, but also divorce her. The second wife swallowed her pride and blood, her fingernails digging into her flesh without her noticing the pain. The second wife paid the price. Once this matter is over, the old lady will punish her by making her copy the family rules and go to the Buddhist hall to reflect on her actions. Shen Sui has already warned the second master, so the matter will not be pursued any further. But Shen Tang will not miss such a good opportunity. She looked at Shen Sui and said, Father, the eldest branch has no mistress. Grandmother is too tired from managing the household affairs of the Marquis' mansion. Please let third aunt help share the burden. Let third aunt manage the embroidery room. Taking back the power to manage the household from the second wife was something Shen Tang had always wanted to do, but the old lady didn't trust the third branch of the family, and the fourth branch wasn't in the mansion, so Shen Tang hadn't taken action yet. Now, she had reached her limit. The second wife stared intently at Shen Tang, as if Shen Tang had taken away what belonged to her. The old lady frowned but did not object. She was indeed getting old and could no longer manage the household affairs. The second wife was too biased towards the Wang family and needed some pressure. It would be good to hand over the embroidery room to the third wife. With the second wife keeping an eye on things, the third wife would not be able to develop any ambition. Shen Sui said, "Let's leave the embroidery room to my third sister-in-law." The third wife sat there, suddenly feeling as if she had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. The third wife was born out of wedlock, and it was like a dream that she would one day be in charge of the embroidery room. The third wife quickly declared, "I will definitely manage the embroidery room well." The embroidery room was just the beginning. Shen Tang only hoped that the third madam could be more capable and not let the second madam take back the management of the embroidery room after only a few rounds. The second wife was still kneeling on the ground when the old lady scolded her, "What are you still standing here for? Go and find a way to get the painting back." The second wife quickly got up, but after kneeling for so long, her knees ached and she couldn't get up. Her maid helped her up and took her out. After the second wife left, the old lady asked Shen Sui, "How did you find out about this?" Shen Sui wouldn't say that Shen Tang told him. As a marquis, he wouldn't be able to bear the shame of having his deceased wife's dowry switched right under his nose without even realizing it, until his own daughter discovered it. He was also afraid that his second wife would resent Shen Tang. More importantly, it was unclear how Shen Tang found out about this. The marriage wasn't even settled yet, and having an outsider protecting him would be detrimental to his reputation. Shen Sui said coldly, "The Yongning Marquis' mansion gave the painting to Prince Zhao, who plans to reframe it and present it to the emperor." Shen Sui only said one sentence, then looked at the two large boxes in the room, send them to the warehouse and change the locks. Manager Li led his men to carry the large box downstairs. The old lady looked somewhat embarrassed. Although she had never considered taking anything from Zhang's dowry, neither in the past nor in the future, Shen Sui's changing of the locks meant that even she no longer trusted him. From now on, no one could touch Zhang's dowry without Shen Sui's permission. Shen Sui got up and left. Shen Tang guessed that Shen Sui had left Songha Hall, so she also took her leave. Shen Tang still had something to say to Shen Sui, but Shen Sui had long strides, and by the time Shen Tang left the courtyard, she could only see Shen Sui's back in the distance. She jogged all the way and only caught up with Shen Sui when she was almost at the second gate. Shen Tang simply stopped chasing, since the outer courtyard was not a place to talk, so she went to the study to see Shen Sui. Shen Sui was surprised to see Shen Tang in the study. "Are you dissatisfied with father's handling of the matter?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I know what's wrong with you, father. I said yesterday that I would tell you why second aunt is compensating the Yongning Marquis' mansion after mother brings back her dowry." Shen Sui frowned. "Hasn't this matter already been clarified?" The second wife took the opportunity to plunder things from the Wang family. Shen Tang looked at Shen Sui. "Father, do you know exactly how your daughter fell into the water that day?" Shen Sui frowned deeply. Could there be a hidden story behind falling into the water? Shen Tang said, "My elder sister said that second aunt was the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' mansion who was making amends for her. She wasn't lying. It really was because of her." Shen Sui was completely confused. However, my elder sister did not accidentally trip over Miss Li. Rather, she conspired with Miss Li to marry me off to young Master Wang. Shen Sui's expression darkened. Shen Tang continued, "Back then, rumors circulated outside the mansion that I was a jinx to husbands. My eldest sister was born at the same hour as me and was inevitably implicated. In order to dispel the rumors that my eldest sister was a jinx to husbands, my second aunt wanted to marry me off to the eldest son of the Wang family. It just so happened that I had some conflicts with the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' family, so my eldest sister wanted to use the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' family to push me into this mess. My second aunt didn't dare to let the Yongning Marquis come to our door, so the Yongning Marquis' family took the opportunity to make an exorbitant demand. My second aunt originally wanted to pay for this money from the public funds, but my grandmother disagreed, so she had no choice but to turn her attention to the dowry left by my mother." Shen Tang looked at Shen Sui and said, word by word, "If she weren't his biological daughter, Why would second aunt protect my eldest sister to this extent? My elder sister has never treated me like a younger sister. That day at the Jokhang Temple, when the heir of the Marquis of Champing tried to assault me, it was my elder sister who helped him trick me into it. Why did that person send people to my residence to protect me? It's because the one who schemed against me the most ruthlessly wasn't an outsider, but one of his own. Chapter 71. Hidden Story. Shen Sui was so angry that he trembled all over. He never expected Shen Han to be so ruthless. However, since Shen Han had drugged herself and framed Shen Tang, and the man had indeed sent people into the Marquis's residence to protect Shen Tang, Shen Sui had no choice but to believe it. Young Master Wang was so bad that even the old lady looked down on him, let alone Shen Sui. For Shen Han's sake, the second wife actually wanted to marry her most beloved daughter to her good-for-nothing nephew. Shen Sui dared not think that Shen Tang, who couldn't swim, would actually fall into their trap. Thinking of what Shen Tang had told him, that Yenner had been tricked and disappeared by the second wife, and that Jiang had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Shen Sui felt a chill emanating from every part of his body. Shen Sui looked at Shen Tang, your second brother. Shen Tang felt a lump in her throat. Her father had finally believed her. Shen Tang choked up and said, "My daughter has no evidence, but my second brother was most likely buried alive by them right after he was born." This was told to her by Shen Han herself, so it shouldn't be false. Shen Sui's face was deathly pale, and his hands, resting on the desk, were trembling slightly. Shen Tang didn't want to tell her father such a cruel truth, but she had to let him know that the second branch of the family was far more ruthless than he had imagined. My mother never blamed the Jiang family when my eldest brother went missing. She even wanted the Jiang family to raise me. How could she have gone mad and killed her own daughter? Shen Sui sat there without saying a word, his fists clenched tightly. Shen Tang didn't say anything more and left the study. The seeds of suspicion planted sown have finally taken root and sprouted. As long as her father is on guard, she no longer needs to live in constant fear. Exhausted, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden. The second wife went to the Yongning Marquis's residence, but returned empty-handed. The Yongning Marquis refused to lose face and demanded the painting back. The second wife did not dare to push too hard and could only offer double compensation. The compensation wasn't enough. The old lady punished her by sending her to the Buddhist hall to reflect for a month, and copying the family rules was definitely a must. Shen Tang was barely satisfied with the punishment, but it was a pity that Shen Han couldn't be punished along with her. However, in Shen Tang's view, reflecting on her actions and copying the family rules was already too lenient. The punishment she wanted was to send Shen Han back to the second branch of the family, to let everyone know how ruthless the second branch of the family was in pursuit of the title, and to make Shen Han's reputation ruined and regretted for the rest of her life. She believes that day is not far off. Previously, when the second wife was punished, Shen Han came to Shen Tang to interrogate her and asked Shen Tang to plead for the second wife. This time, however, Shen Tang dared not do so and was happy to have some peace and quiet. After only half a day of peace and quiet, the next day, after Shen Tang returned from paying her respects to the old lady, Seer came in to report the eldest young lady left the manor in a hurry. Shen Tang sensed something unusual. The second wife has just been punished, so Shen Han wouldn't have the leisure to go shopping so soon, let alone go shopping alone. No one invited Shen Han either, so what is she doing rushing out of the mansion? Shen Tang's intuition told her that nothing good was going to happen, so she walked towards the window and asked Chen Shan to keep an eye on things for her. After Chen Shan left, Shen Tang drank a cup of tea and, having nothing else to do, read a book to pass the time. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Ginkgo went out with tea and quickly came back in, saying, "Miss, old Master Jiang has come to the Marquis's residence." Shen Tang was stunned, incredulous. Grandfather has come to the Marquis's residence? Ginkgo nodded eagerly. She couldn't even remember when old Master Jiang last came to the Marquis's residence. Knowing that the old lady was complaining that the Jiang family hadn't taken good care of the eldest son, The Jiang family members rarely dared to visit, and they didn't dare to come during holidays, for fear of upsetting the old lady. They dared not come at all on the old lady's birthday, as that would only upset her. They actually came to visit today. Shen Tang was overjoyed. She put down the book, put on her shoes, and was about to go out when she was knocked on the window. Shen Tang stopped in her tracks. She was eager to see her maternal grandfather, but she was also eager to know what Shen Han was rushing out of the mansion to do. Shen Tang turned around, and Yin Xing quickly went over and opened the window. Shen Tang walked over and asked, "What did Shen Han go out of the manor for?" Chen Shan replied, "Miss Shen went to the Jiang family to plead for the second madam." The moment the words reached her ears, the joy of old Master Zhang's visit to the Marquis's residence vanished without a trace, and Shen Tang was overwhelmed by anger. Shen Han hadn't been to the Jiang family for over a decade. The first time she went was to plead for the second wife on behalf of the Jiang family. That mother and daughter had killed her mother, causing the Jiang family to feel guilty for over a decade. As soon as she arrived, her maternal grandfather came in person. Seriously, Shen Tang was so angry that she tasted blood in her mouth. Shen Tang clenched her fists. How did she manage to embezzle the Jiang family? Chen Shan said, "Miss Shen told the Jiang family that she felt guilty towards the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis's mansion and should compensate her. The second madam only moved the dowry to protect her. The old madam and the Marquis punished her too severely. She really had no choice but to beg the Jiang family for help." Shen Han didn't elaborate, and the Jiang family didn't dare to ask too many questions. They had been waiting for more than 10 years, and finally Shen Han visited for the first time. They were overjoyed. Zhang's dowry had also been recovered. How could the Jiang family refuse when their granddaughter asked for help? Knowing that Shen Han was anxious, old Master Jiang dropped the memorial he was writing halfway and came to the Marquis's residence to find Shen Sui. It's like being sold out and then being paid for it. Fortunately, her father now has some belief that Shen Han is not his biological daughter. Shen Han asked the Jiang family to plead for the second wife, and her father will probably be very angry. Inside the study, Shen Sui was reading a military book when he learned that old Master Jiang had come to visit. He was quite surprised and quickly put down the book to greet him. Shen Han did not return with old Master Jiang. She was kept behind by old Madame Jiang. Shen Sui, unaware that old Master Jiang was invited by Shen Han, asked, "Father-in-law, did you come to see me about something?" Old Master Jiang said, "Honor went to the Jiang family today and explained to me the reason why the second madam of the manor moved the dowry. Second Madam Shen really cares about her, and the dowry was not lost, so please don't punish her too severely." Shen Sui's face darkened, and he invited old Master Jiang into the study. After dismissing the man, he said, "Could you please pretend you didn't know about this?" Old Master Jiang said, "Honor has come to the Jiang family for help with this matter. How can I not care?" Shen Sui said, "Tanger's mother never changed her story until her death, insisting that she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. None of us believed her. Perhaps we were all wrong." Old Master Zhang's expression hardened. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Sui could only put it more bluntly. "Tanger is my daughter, but Honor may not be. Even back when Yenner was lost. I'm afraid it's not as simple as an accident. Family scandals should not be aired in public." Shen Sui was already ashamed enough for failing to protect the dowry left by his deceased wife. Shen Han even told the Jiang family about it, causing the old patriarch of the Jiang family to make a special trip to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence for the second wife. How could Shen Sui not be furious? What he feared even more was that if this set a precedent, Shen Han would frequently bother the Jiang family in the future. Shen Han is his daughter, and Shen Sui wouldn't allow it, let alone the fact that Shen Han might not even be his daughter. Old Master Zhang's face paled slightly. Although he didn't believe his daughter would go mad from the loss, he also didn't believe that someone would switch his newborn son right under his son-in-law's nose. He had always assumed that Jiang was extremely exhausted from childbirth and had mistaken her daughter for her son. Grandpa Jiang said, "It might not be, but it could be my own granddaughter." Today is the first time she's visited the Jiang family in 15 years. He wasn't overjoyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put down the memorial he was writing halfway through at the Pingyuan Marquis' residence only to be told that Shen Han might not be his biological granddaughter. Old Master Jiang was already quite old, and he didn't even know if he could live to see Shen Sui uncover the truth of what happened back then. What if that's the case? It's the first time his granddaughter has come to him for help, and as her grandfather, he can't hurt her feelings. Furthermore, in old Master Zhang's view, going to the Buddhist temple to copy the family rules and reflect on one's actions was a form of self-cultivation, not a punishment. A few more days or a few less days would be insignificant. Shen Sui said, "Since you have come to plead for leniency, how could I dare not give you face? How about waiving half of the punishment?" Just as old Master Jiang was about to nod, the servant's voice came from outside, "My lord, the second young lady has arrived." Grandpa Jiang said to Shen Sui, "Tanger is too young, so don't let her know about these upsetting things." Shen Sui. I was both amused and exasperated. Tanger knows more than her father does, so there's no need for him to tell her. Shen Tang stepped into the study, pretending not to know why old Master Jiang had come to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. She happily greeted old Master Jiang and, holding his arm, asked coquettishly, "Did I disturb grandfather and father's conversation?" Grandpa Jiang chuckled. "Your maternal grandfather didn't have anything important to discuss with your father. He was just passing by the Pingyuan Marquis' residence and wanted to say a few words to him. Your father is busy, so I won't bother him. Please see your grandfather out." Shen Tang said reluctantly, "Are you leaving so soon? If I had come any later, I wouldn't have even been able to see my grandfather." Old Master Jiang didn't want Shen Sui to see him off, but since old Master Jiang hadn't visited for a long time, how could Shen Sui not see him off? Together with Shen Tang, they saw old Master Jiang off as he left in a sedan chair. After old Master Jiang left, Shen Sui thought Shen Tang would ask him why old Master Jiang had come, but Shen Tang didn't ask a single question, which showed that he knew. As for how I knew, it's most likely related to that masked man. Shen Sui was both curious and afraid to find out who his future son-in-law was. He, the future father-in-law, didn't even know who his son-in-law was. His future son-in-law knew more about the family scandals of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion than he, the future father-in-law, did. Shen Sui thought Shen Tang would ask her, and Yinxing thought Shen Tang would ask Shen Sui not to listen to old Master Zhang's advice. But Shen Tang neither asked nor said anything. After seeing old Master Jiang off, she curtsied and returned to the inner courtyard. Once they were all alone, Ginkgo couldn't hold back any longer and said, "If old Master Jiang pleads for mercy, the Marquis will surely listen. Why don't you persuade the Marquis not to spare the second madam's punishment, miss?" Shen Tang gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky. "You know father won't disobey, so why should I put him in a difficult position?" She had said everything she needed to say, and she also wanted to take this opportunity to see how much her father actually believed her. She didn't believe her father would allow Shen Han to involve the Jiang family in the Ho family's domestic affairs. It was getting late, so Shen Tang went back to her room, drank some tea, read a few pages of a book, and then it was time for lunch. Calculating that Shen Han should be back from the Jiang family soon, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall. Passing by the garden, I saw Shen Han's personal maid leading a young maid, both of them carrying a lot of things. When Shen Han visited the Jiang family for the first time, they wouldn't let her return empty-handed. Those were clearly jewelry boxes. Heaven knows how many good things Shen Han snatched from the Jiang family on this trip. Sending the maid back to Qinglan Garden clearly showed that she didn't intend for the old lady to know. Shen Tang stepped forward and entered Songha Hall. After going around the screen, she saw Shen Han sitting next to the old lady, chatting and laughing with her. Shen Tang stepped forward and glanced at the jade bracelet on Shen Han's wrist. Almost instantly, Shen Tang's eyes turned cold. Shen Han wore a jade bracelet on her wrist, crystal clear and green, which was something that old Madame Jiang usually wore and almost never took off. The maternal grandmother actually gave Shen Han her favorite jade bracelet. Seeing Shen Tang's gaze fall on her wrist, Shen Han realized she hadn't taken off the jade bracelet. It was too late to cover it up, so she said, "What are you looking at, second sister?" Shen Tang said, "This jade bracelet of my elder sister's is exactly the same as the one that my maternal grandmother usually wears. If my elder sister didn't never go to the Jiang family, I would have suspected that it was a gift from my maternal grandmother." Before she could finish speaking, footsteps sounded outside, and a maid rushed in, saying, "Madam, something terrible has happened. The Marquis has ordered the second master to be taken to the ancestral hall to kneel for 3 days as punishment." The old lady's heart leaped into her throat. What did the second son do wrong? The maid shook her head. She didn't know that. The old lady looked at Wang Mama and said, "Go and ask her quickly." Mrs. Wang hurriedly went out. Wang Mama went out in a hurry and returned in a hurry. She rushed in, and the old lady asked anxiously, "Why did the Marquis punish the second son?" Madame Wang glanced at Shen Han before replying. The second mistress encouraged the eldest daughter to go to the Jiang family and ask Old Master Jiang to plead for her. The Marquis couldn't refuse Old Master Zhang's request and spare the second mistress's punishment. The second wife committed such a serious mistake, and being punished only by going to the Buddhist hall to reflect on her actions was not enough. She caused trouble again. The second master just promised the Marquis yesterday that he would keep the second wife in check, and today she's causing trouble again. She won't learn her lesson if she's not punished. So, we'll punish her. Shen Han said anxiously, "I went to the Jiang family's house on my own. It wasn't my second aunt who encouraged me to go. It would be strange if the second wife hadn't instigated it. Even she didn't believe it, let alone the Marquis." A few days ago, the second daughter went to the Jiang family. The second wife said that the eldest daughter had become thin and was afraid that the Jiang family would feel sorry for her, so she stopped the eldest daughter from going. Looking at Shen Han, Madame Wang said, "The family scandal of the Marquis's mansion has alarmed Old Master Jiang. The Marquis is very angry and has punished you, the eldest daughter, to go to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect for half a month. The maids are already packing your things." The Marquis also said that if anyone dares to tell the Jiang family about this, they will be confined to Jingxi Nunnery for life and will never have to return to the manor. Shen Han's face turned deathly pale. She knelt down and begged the old lady, "Grandmother, I know I was wrong. Please don't let father send me to Jingxi Nunnery." The old lady's face turned ashen. She was wondering why Old Master Jiang had suddenly come to the Pingwan Marquis's residence, but she never expected that he had come to plead for the second madam. Neither she nor Shen Sui properly safeguarded the dowry left by Madame Jiang, which was stolen by the second madam and given to the Yangning Marquis's mansion. She was too busy keeping it a secret from the Jiang family, but Shen Han took the initiative to tell the Jiang family, and even the old Master Jiang had to personally come to plead for the second madam. The old madam was so angry that her lips trembled. "Let the second wife go with her to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on my actions. This time, I'm the one who punished her. No amount of pleading will help." Chapter 72. Gold Leaf. She made Shen Sui and the old lady lose face, and even caused the second master to be punished by Shen Sui by kneeling in the ancestral hall. It's no wonder the old lady would not forgive the second wife. Shen Tang sat there, and heaven knows how much effort she put into not laughing out loud. The second wife challenged her father's authority as the head of the family. I wonder if she is satisfied with the outcome? Shen Han wanted to beg for mercy, but the old lady's cold face prevented her from uttering a single word. She looked at Shen Tang, and it was already good enough that Shen Tang hadn't taken the opportunity to kick her while she was down, let alone plead for her. Don't even think about it. Unable to rely on Shen Tang, Shen Han had to take matters into her own hands. "Grandmother, the day after tomorrow is the day my cousin from the Wang family is marrying the eldest daughter of the Yangning Marquis's family. Second aunt and second uncle have to go back for the wedding banquet." With the old lady in a fit of anger, Shen Han was not pleading for her, but rather adding fuel to the fire. The old lady angrily retorted, "Just because your second uncle and aunt aren't going back, Does that mean the Wang family won't hold the wedding? It's all because of that good-for-nothing nephew of the Wang family that the Marquis' mansion is in such a mess. Do they really need to pick a day to punish a disloyal second wife? Shen Tang really couldn't hold back anymore. She had never seen anyone so stupid. Originally, the old lady had punished the second wife by sending her to Jingxi Nunnery, but the second wife wanted to go to the Wang family's wedding banquet, and the old lady had turned a blind eye. But after Shen Han's persuasion, the old lady openly forbade it. If the second wife still dared to go back, then she was just ignoring the old lady's words. The eldest son of the Wang family is getting married. As the aunt, the second wife cannot go back, which will surely cause controversy. She wants to see how the second wife will protect her and the Wang family's reputation. Shen Han was still kneeling on the ground when the old lady scolded her, "Go back and pack your things." Shen Han looks very much like the old lady. Normally, the old lady would not bear to scold her, but with a face that looks just like the old lady, doing such a foolish thing is even more intolerable to the old lady, especially losing face in front of the Jiang family. Shen Han dared not say another word and got up with a wrong look on her face. But when she glanced at Shen Tang out of the corner of her eye, she wished she could tear Shen Tang apart. Shen Tang smiled in response, which almost made Shen Han lose her temper on the spot. Shen Han practically stomped her feet as she left. The old lady rubbed her temples in anger, and Shen Tang advised, "Grandmother, don't get too upset." The old lady waved her hand wearily. "You should go back too." Shen Tang obediently got up and took her leave. Back at Qingyi Garden, Shen Tang lay on a small couch reading to pass the time. Yin Xing brought in some pastries and said, "The eldest young lady and the second madam went to Jingxi Nunnery, and the third young lady went with them." Shen Han was, after all, the eldest daughter of the main branch. It would be strange if Shen Ran didn't go with her to Jingxi Nunnery when she and the second wife went together. It's just a pity for Shen Ran. She's never involved in good things, but she's always the one who gets into bad things. I wonder if she ever suspected that she wasn't the second wife's biological daughter. If it weren't for the fear of alerting the enemy, Shen Tang would have really wanted to stir things up. Shen Tang continued flipping through the book, reading carefully. In the evening, after Shen Tang finished dinner, she put down the ivory chopsticks in her hand. Yin Xing came in and cursed, "You're shameless." Shen Tang asked casually, "What's wrong?" Yin Xing said, "The eldest daughter and the second wife were clearly punished by being sent to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on their actions." When someone asked, the second wife said that her zodiac sign clashed with that of the newlywed eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family, so it was not appropriate for her to attend the Wang family's wedding banquet. It just so happened that the eldest daughter was going to Jingxi Nunnery to pray for her deceased mother, so they went together. She really knows how to pat herself on the back, calling her punishment a blessing ceremony. Shen Han was almost strangled to death by her own mother as soon as she was born, and many people in the capital know about this. Shen Han is so filial despite not being loved. The fact that she didn't go with her only makes her seem even more unfilial. Shen Tang was glad she had finished dinner, otherwise she would have felt nauseous and unable to eat. 2 days later, it will be the day when the eldest son of the Wang family marries the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis family. The second master knelt in the Buddhist hall for 3 days, his knees swollen and painful, so he couldn't go to the Wang family's wedding banquet. The second wife and Shen Han were reflecting on their actions at Jingxi Nunnery and couldn't go either. Shen Sui didn't go either, only sending a congratulatory gift through the steward. This infuriated the Wang family and aroused a lot of speculation. After all, the Wang family is the maternal family of the second wife. The marriage between the Yongning Marquis' mansion and the Wang family was because Shen Tang dragged Miss Li into the mess. Logically and morally, Shen Sui should have gone to the wedding banquet. It is unreasonable that none of the 4 masters of such a large Marquis' mansion were present. Well, the old lady didn't arrange for the third wife to deliver the congratulatory gift. She thought Shen Sui would go, and Shen Sui thought the old lady would make the arrangements. And that's how it happened. However, Shen Sui didn't care whether the Wang family was angry or not. Just because the Wang family dared to make a move on his daughter, the two families no longer needed to have anything to do with each other. The old lady hadn't expected such a blunder to happen, but since it had already occurred, it was a good opportunity to teach the second wife a lesson, so she would stop siding with her own family. As for the second wife, she was punished to go to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on her actions. She couldn't even attend her nephew's wedding banquet, but she didn't dare to disobey the old lady. She was so angry that she lay on the bed in the meditation room of Jingxi Nunnery for a whole day. When he woke up the next morning, he felt dizzy and learned that the Pingyuan Marquis' residence had only sent Stewardly to deliver a congratulatory gift. He was so angry that his lips trembled. She knew she had angered Shen Sui and the old lady, but the Wang family was her maternal family. The punishment of not being allowed to go back to attend the wedding was already severe enough. To humiliate the Wang family like this, how could she ever face her maternal family again? The second wife was so angry that her vision blurred, but what angered her even more was yet to come. She was so angry that she couldn't eat breakfast. A maidservant quickly stepped forward, leaned close to the second wife's ear, and whispered a few words. "What? Not a virgin?" The second wife's face turned green with anger. Shen Han and Shen Ran, who were having breakfast with her, stared wide-eyed. The maid said, "No one from the Marquis' residence went to the wedding banquet." The old lady was already angry, and when she found out about this, she fainted from anger. The old lady mentioned by the maid is the second wife's biological mother. She thought the eldest son of the Wang family had struck gold, but it turned out he had picked up a worthless woman. She was supposed to be a daughter of a noble family, yet she was so shameless. The second wife was so angry that she felt dizzy and lightheaded. She didn't care that the old lady had punished her by sending her to the Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on her actions, and went straight back to the Wang family. In the morning, while feeding the koi in the pavilion of Shen Tang Garden, Seer stepped forward and said, "Miss, something happened to the Wang family last night." Shen Tang turned around, and Ginkgo immediately asked gossipy, "What happened?" Seer shook her head. "I don't know what happened, but young Master Wang slapped the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' mansion." Inqing didn't know that the people having an affair at the Duke of Wen's mansion that day were Miss Li and the heir of the Marquis of Chongping, but Shen Tang did. Without a doubt, it was about this. Miss Li said she wouldn't let young Master Wang touch her, but young Master Wang wasn't exactly a gentleman who could resist temptation. He had gone to great lengths to marry her, so how could he not consummate the marriage? Young Master Wang has ruined countless innocent girls. Miss Li is too naive to think she can fool him. Chapter 73. Lanterns. Miss Li was already unwilling to marry young Master Wang, and being beaten by him on their wedding night only made her more resentful. Shen Tang was filled with curiosity, like a cat scratching at its heart, wondering how this would end. She really wanted Shen Shan to go to the Wang family to help her see the excitement, but the Lantern Festival was the day after tomorrow. Ever since the man said he would tell her his identity at the Lantern Festival, he had never come to the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion to find her again. For some reason, the closer it got to the Lantern Festival, the more uneasy she felt. Shen Shan was ordered to protect her, not to gossip for her. Besides, she had already thrown a tantrum just to see his master's face. It was already wrong of her to ask Shen Shan to help her follow Shen Han last time, let alone now. Looking at the pond full of koi, Shen Tang was absent-minded. The Wang family handled the matter without a single rumor spreading, seemingly because they were afraid of breaking ties with the Yongning Marquis' mansion and chose to swallow their infidelity. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was a lantern festival in the evening. In order to avoid overthinking and to have the energy to enjoy the lanterns, Shen Tang took a nap for more than an hour in the afternoon. When she woke up, the sunset was magnificent. Shen Tang tidied herself up a bit and went to Songha Hall, where Shen Luo was already waiting. "Second sister, why are you only arriving now? I thought you weren't planning to go see the lanterns." Shen Luo was very eager. Although the Lantern Festival was best viewed after dark, The streets would definitely be packed with people by now. She had been waiting for quite a while. If she weren't afraid, she wouldn't have waited for Shen Tang and would have gone out alone. Shen Tang said, "I just took a nap. I'm sorry to have kept fourth sister waiting." Shen Luo said, "Then let's leave the manor quickly." Shen Tang looked at the old lady, who said, "There will be many people at the Lantern Festival, so bring more people with you and don't let them get separated. It's impossible for them not to get separated. It would be good enough if they could keep their personal maidservants with them the whole time." But no one dared to say it aloud. Shen Tang and Shen Luo obediently agreed and then left the mansion together. The two originally intended to take a carriage to the most bustling street in Kyoto, but they came out too late and there were too many people on the street. The carriage couldn't pass, and after 2 streets, they could hardly move. They had no choice but to get off and walk. Kyoto only holds a few lantern festivals a year, so each one is cherished and no one wants to miss it. Today is the birthday of the late emperor. When the late emperor was alive, he designated this day as the Emperor's Birthday Festival, and a lantern festival was held outside the palace to celebrate his birthday. After the late emperor passed away, the current emperor missed him and still allowed the lantern festival to be held outside the palace on this day, and this tradition has continued ever since. After getting off the carriage, Shen Tang and Shen Luo got separated before they had walked half a street. Shen Tang was only accompanied by Yin Xing and Qiu Tong, as well as 2 servants. By the time they finished walking the street, Shen Tang was left with only Yin Xing and Qiu Tong. Well, if Qiu Tong hadn't grabbed Yin Xing in time, Yin Xing would have been pushed off somewhere. Shen Tang was going to meet the man by the bridge. She originally intended to get rid of Shen Luo and the servants of the Marquis's mansion. Being separated by the crowd saved her trouble. As for Yin Xing and Qiu Tong, they were both trustworthy. 6 months later, no, for years later, Shen Tang stood by the White Jade Bridge again, looking somewhat dazed. Many girls were releasing wishing lanterns by the bridge. Ginkgo said, "Girl, would you like to make a wish?" Shen Tang shook her head, "You can put it yourself." She released lotus lanterns every year, but never succeeded. She used to have the leisure to do it casually, but she's not in the mood now. She watched people come and go on the bridge, not knowing how long she stood there, until finally the familiar figure she had been longing for appeared on the bridge. The man stood tall and straight, like a jade tree in full bloom. He still wore the silver mask on his face, which looked noble and mysterious under the candlelight and moonlight. What kind of face is that mask concealing? We'll find out tonight. Even though I was really looking forward to it and was very eager, I was incredibly nervous when the answer was finally revealed. Shen Tang looked at the man, and the man looked at her too. As he came down from the bridge, Shen Tang noticed that he was wearing a belt that she had embroidered, and a purse that she had embroidered was also hanging at his waist. The two of them looked at each other, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. Shen Tang stared into the man's eyes through the mask. This was the first time she had looked at him so closely, and the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. The man asked with a smile, "Why didn't you release any wishing lanterns this time?" Just as Shen Tang was about to speak, the 2 girls behind her were playing around and bumped into her, causing her to fall forward into the man's arms. Shen Tang blushed, wondering if she and this place were incompatible. 6 months ago at the Lantern Festival, she released a wishing lantern here, unaware that a man was standing behind her and asking, "What did you wish for?" The sudden sound startled her, and she slipped, nearly falling into the water, but the man caught her around the waist. He hugged me again. Shen Tang's ears turned bright red, and she tried to back away, but the man wouldn't let go. Shen Tang said, You let go of me." Although it wasn't the first time she'd been hugged by a man, this was in public. He was wearing a mask, but she wasn't. What if someone saw them? Would she lose all her dignity? Shen Tang struggled a couple of times, and the man, knowing she was shy, let go of her and said, "I'll take you to the Lantern Festival." They didn't mention the matter of revealing the mask at all. Just now, Shen Tang looked at him, but he didn't take off his mask and deliberately changed the subject. Shen Tang wasn't unaware that he was the one who said he would show her his face at the Lantern Festival. Now that the Lantern Festival has arrived, he is still delaying like this. The heat on Shen Tang's face faded, and her mood darkened a bit. However, she didn't press the man. Tonight he would either find out or there would be no future for him. We've waited so many days. What's 1 or 2 more hours? Shen Tang didn't urge the man to remove his mask. Afraid of being seen enjoying a romantic time with the man, Shen Tang also bought a mask and put it on. Shen Tang was glad that she had bought the items quickly enough. Almost as soon as she finished, she saw Shen Han and Shen Ran, who were supposed to be reflecting on their actions at Jingxi Nunnery. Shen Tang noticed them, but they didn't notice Shen Tang and continued on their own. Shen Tang was led forward by the man. When there were many people, he would hold Shen Tang in his arms to protect her from being pushed. His thoughtfulness made Yin Xing and Xiao Tong's ears turn red again and again. Although they all knew that the man in front of them was their future son-in-law, they were not married yet, and the marriage was not even arranged. Was this really a good thing? Fearing that they would implicate Shen Tang and expose her, the two maids also covered their faces with masks and followed silently behind. Lanterns and drums filled the air, and the whole city was intoxicated with joy. The man took her to guess riddles and stroll through the lantern displays, reliving the events of 6 months ago. Just like 6 months ago, the man tried to snatch a lantern for her, but Shen Tang, remembering the danger she had faced last time, shook her head repeatedly, no need. The man asked, "Don't you like it?" It wasn't that she didn't like it, it was just that she had been bothered by the lantern he had given her for half a year and didn't want to go through that again. Shen Tang grabbed the man's hand and said, "Let's go over there." In the man's eyes, all the lanterns in the city combined couldn't compare to Shen Tang. Shen Tang wanted to go there for a stroll, and he always complied. Good. The two left the noisy area and walked in that direction. As they walked, the man pulled her by the hand, and Shen Tang spun around and ended up in his arms. Before Shen Tang could react, she felt something shoot past her ear. Shen Tang was startled. It's a hidden weapon. The man, holding Shen Tang, turned to look at the direction from which the hidden weapon had been fired. A man emerged from under the shadow of the tree. He was the heir apparent of the Marquis of Chomping. The Marquis of Chomping's heir said coldly, as expected, "As long as we send someone to follow mission, we can find you. You dare kick this young master? I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Chapter 74. Don't be afraid. The Marquis of Chomping's heir spoke in a deep, cold voice, his eyes filled with bloodlust. As he spoke, 8 or 9 men in black emerged from the shadows, wielding sharp blades and surrounding Shen Tang and the man. Their swords gleamed coldly in the moonlight. He was the heir of the Marquis of Chomping's family and the nephew of Consort Yi, the current emperor's favorite concubine. He was kicked down a hillside at the Jokhang Temple and almost died there. The Marquis of Chomping's family searched the entire capital to find the man. They never expected that someone who offended the heir of the Marquis of Chomping would not keep a low profile but would dare to come out and accompany mission to the Lantern Festival. He wanted to see who dared to disregard him, and who could get the emperor to step in and relay a message to him and Marquis Pingyuan. Shen Tang hadn't expected that even after so much time had passed since the incident at the Jokhang Temple, the Marquis of Chomping's heir still hadn't given up on capturing the man, and had even set his sights on her. The man's martial arts skills were quite good, but the Marquis of Chomping's heir had so many men. Shen Tang's heart trembled like a sieve. The man sensed that the person in his arms was afraid, and he said softly, "I'm here, don't be afraid." "How could I not be afraid?" Shen Tang said urgently, "Don't worry about me, you should go quickly." With the man's martial arts skills and the huge crowds at the Lantern Festival as cover, the Marquis of Chomping's heir could not stop him from leaving. But could a man knowingly leave Shen Tang to the Marquis of Chomping's heir, who harbored ill intentions towards her? The heir of the Marquis of Chomping did not give the man a chance to leave. "Charge them." Before he could finish speaking, the man in black moved his sword and lunged at the man. Qin Shan leaped forward, accompanied by a masked bodyguard, who blocked the assassin's sword. Not far away, The two maids, Yinxing and Xiutong, were already pale with fright and trembling. Qinshan and the masked guard were skilled in martial arts, but they were outnumbered and couldn't hold off the enemy. The man led Shen Tang back to the wall, where he drew a soft sword from his belt and slit the throat of the black-clad man who had attacked Qinshan. Blood splattered almost onto the wall behind Shen Tang's face. The Marquis of Chongping's heir came for the man, but the man dared not get too close to Shen Tang for fear of attracting the assassin to her, nor dared he go too far away. In case the assassin killed Shen Tang would have no power to fight back. The man was just a few steps in front of Shen Tang, and he killed one by one who came at him. The Marquis of Chongping's heir hadn't expected the man to be so skilled in martial arts. If the man wanted to leave, he really couldn't stop him. He had been searching for so long and finally managed to get the man to show up. If he let him go like this, it would be difficult to catch him again in the future. However, once a person has a weakness, he is not to be feared. The gaze of the Marquis of Chongping's heir fell on Shen Tang. At his command, the assassins who had been targeting the man all turned their swords on her. Shen Tang was terrified. She never expected that the heir of the Marquis of Chongping would dare to kill her directly. She was, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan. Several men in black attacked Shen Tang simultaneously. Qinshan and his bodyguards failed to stop them in time, and the remaining 6 men in black attacked together. The wall behind him, which was meant to prevent attacks from behind, became a hindrance. The man blocked 2 assassins, but a man in black attacked from the side. The man was too late to stop them, so he could only shield Shen Tang with his body, protecting her in his arms as the assassin's sword slashed his back. The man endured the pain, turned around, and killed the assassin with a single sword strike. The assassin crashed to the ground, blood dripping from the man's sword. His gaze swept towards the heir of the Marquis of Chongping, and even from a distance, the heir of the Marquis of Chongping could feel the murderous intent. The Marquis of Chongping's heir killed a man, and the man wasn't this angry. Killing Shen Tang was like touching his sore spot. At that moment, Qinshan and his guards were already beside him. With no more worries, the man drew his sword and charged towards the heir of the Marquis of Chongping. The Marquis of Chongping's heir was not bad at martial arts, but he was no match for the man. After only a few moves, the Marquis of Chongping's heir was defeated, and the man's sword was pressed against the Marquis of Chongping's heir's neck. The heir apparent of the Marquis of Chongping turned deathly pale. "You dare kill me? I am the heir apparent of the Marquis of Chongping." The man said coldly, "I won't kill you today, but if you dare to make a move on her again, I will never forgive you." With that, the man kicked the Marquis of Chongping's heir away like a kite with a broken string. Splash! He fell into the water. The splashing water extinguished countless wishing lanterns floating in the water. He didn't kill the Marquis of Chongping's heir today, not because he was afraid, but because he didn't want to bring trouble to Shen Tang. He was wearing a mask, so the Marquis of Chongping's mansion couldn't find him and would pursue Shen Tang to the end. The Marquis of Chongping's heir's life could be taken by him at any time if he wanted to. The assassins were mostly dead, and the heir of the Marquis of Chongping fell into the water, struggling and crying for help. The men in black were too busy saving the heir to care about capturing anyone else, whether it was the man or Shen Tang. Qinshan came over. "Sir, you're injured." Shen Tang's legs felt weak, and she couldn't walk at all. The man walked up to her, and before Shen Tang could ask anything, the man, who had just been full of energy, collapsed weakly onto her. Poor Shen Tang had only just recovered a little when he fell over, and she almost broke her back. Heaven knows how much strength she used to barely support him. Qinshan, Qinchi, wearing a mask, was speechless. Okay, Grandpa wouldn't let them help him up. But at least consider whether Miss Shen can support him. Shen Tang struggled to support him, looking at the blood on her hands. "I need to bandage the wound quickly." Qinchi said, "Let's go on the boat." There was a boat moored not far away. The man was afraid that if he took off his mask, Shen Tang would have a falling out with him, so he thought he would first stroll through the Lantern Festival and then take off his mask on the boat when he was done. But before it could get to that point, It was ruined by the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. Shen Tang helped the man to the lakeside. The boat was some distance from the shore, and Shen Tang said, "We can't get across." Before she could finish speaking, the man grabbed her waist, lifted her into the air, and flew directly onto the ship. Even if Shen Tang was slow-witted, she knew the man wasn't that weak anymore. Enraged, she gritted her teeth. "You were faking your weakness just now?" The man coughed lightly. "I just saved you. Can you be a little nicer to me?" Shen Tang wanted to say that the Marquis of Chomping's heir was going to kill him, but when she thought that the man was being targeted by the Marquis of Chomping's heir in order to save her, she couldn't bring herself to say it. The man was swaying precariously. Shen Tang didn't know if he was faking it or not, but seeing the wound on his back, she was afraid he was about to faint from such a serious injury. She quickly helped him into the boat to apply medicine to him. Chen Shan and Chen Qi were perceptive. They wouldn't let their master help them up, let alone apply the medicine. Chen Qi put down the wound medicine he carried with him and left silently. Shen Tang watched them leave. "Aren't you going to apply medicine to your master?" It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because once he did, the two guards dodged even faster. Shen Tang was speechless. She couldn't just stand by and watch the man bleed, so she could only help him undress. She untied his belt. Shen Tang was glad that she had married Xia Guimo in her previous life, as he had often forced her to undress him. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to untie the man's belt so easily. They were so close that their breaths mingled, and Shen Tang's face grew hotter and hotter. He loosened his belt, then took off his brocade robe and undergarments. Shen Tang didn't dare to look any longer and turned to get the ointment. As she picked up the ointment, she glanced up and saw the man's back, which startled her so much that she dropped the ointment on the ground. The man turned around, thinking Shen Tang was frightened by his injury, and was about to say a few words of comfort to her when he heard an angry voice. "Xia Guimo." Chapter 75. Explain. Shen Tang's eyes were blazing with fury. His body was trembling with anger. These past few days, Shen Tang had guessed the identities of all the prominent young men in the capital, but she never imagined that the man would be the heir of the Prince of Jingyang. The man was stunned. He had planned to remove his mask after his wound was bandaged, but he hadn't expected to be exposed so easily. Shen Tang's eyes were red with anger. She lifted her foot to leave, but after only 2 steps, the man grabbed her arm. Shen Tang angrily tried to shake him off, shouting, "Let go of me." Xia Guimo knew Shen Tang was avoiding him, but he didn't expect her to react so strongly when she recognized him. He stretched out his arm and pulled Shen Tang into his arms. He held Shen Tang tightly and wanted to explain. Shen Tang couldn't break free. When she touched his bleeding back, the man groaned in pain. Shen Tang immediately stopped moving. She was so angry that she forgot about the man's back injury. If the wound wasn't treated, he would bleed to death. The man removed his mask, revealing a devilishly handsome face, though pale from blood loss and with a wounded look in his eyes. "Do you hate me that much?" Shen Tang said angrily. "Have your men come in and bandage your wounds first." "I just want you to bandage me," Xia Guimo said. "Is bandaging a specific type of person required? I have no regrets even if he dies." Shen Tang cursed inwardly, but after living under the same roof for 3 years, she knew this bastard's temper. He meant what he said, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing since the other person was injured while saving her. Shen Tang clenched her fist under her sleeve, forcing out the words through gritted teeth, "Sit down, I'll bandage you." Xia Guimo obediently released Shen Tang and sat down. Shen Tang picked up the ointment that had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, it hadn't broken. She carefully cleaned the bloodstains on Xia Guimo's back, poured the ointment onto the wound, and then wrapped the wound with gauze. Bandaging someone's wound was even more intimate than undressing them, but the atmosphere was completely different. Just now, their breaths mingled in an ambiguous way, but now Xia Guimo could clearly feel Shen Tang's resistance. She wanted to be as far away from him as possible, and her movements were even faster. She bandaged his wound in no time. After bandaging her wound, Shen Tang turned to leave without looking back. Shan and Chi stood guard outside the boat. When Shen Tang saw that the boat was quite far from the shore, she said, "I want to get off the boat." Shan and Chi exchanged a glance. Without the master's orders, they dared not sail the boat to the shore. They didn't speak, but Shen Tang knew what was going on. She gritted her teeth and prepared to jump into the water. She can swim. If necessary, she can swim there herself. The moment her feet left the ground, she was grabbed from behind and hugged around the waist. Without even asking, she knew who was holding her. Shen Tang angrily shouted, "Bastard! Let me go." It would be a miracle if Xia Guimo let her go. She fell into the water last time and got sick. If she does it again, she'll kill herself. He carried Shen Tang straight back to the boathouse and said, "Who taught you to swim? Did they deliberately trick me into learning it?" Last time she was pushed into the water, if he hadn't been able to swim, he would have rescued her and then brought her back in a grand sedan chair. But he rushed into the water to save her, and she swam faster than him, so he couldn't catch up. This time, without stopping the boat to dock, she insisted on swimming there herself. This woman is specifically here to bring him bad luck. Shen Tang really wanted to say that you forced me to learn it, but she held back those words and didn't dare to let them come out. Who would believe it if I told them I was reborn after death? My mother was accused of being insane simply for insisting that she had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and was locked in the yard. She eventually died in depression and resentment. How much more so for someone like her? Xia Guimo carried her onto the boat. No matter how much Shen Tang struggled, it was no use. Xia Guimo said helplessly, "Can't you just listen to my explanation?" Explain? In her past life, she was married to him for 4 years. Even if he went to the border in the last year, 3 years and more than 1,000 days and nights were not enough for him to explain. Has he offered an explanation? In her past life, she never knew he was that man until her death. Shen Tang was so angry she was about to lose her temper. "You don't need to explain anymore, I'm not listening." Xia Guimo lifted Shen Tang and sat her on the table, holding her captive. Looking into Shen Tang's eyes, which burned with fierce passion, he explained, "When I said I would marry you, I meant it. But something went wrong. After the Lantern Festival, the Emperor and my grandfather ordered me to leave the capital on business. I had to leave in a hurry. Before I left, I asked my grandfather to go to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence to propose marriage for me. I don't know how my grandfather made a mistake. When I returned, the whole capital knew that I was engaged to your eldest sister." Shen Tang stared at Xia Guimo in astonishment. Half a year ago, the old Prince Xia suddenly came to propose marriage. Not to mention her, the entire Pingyuan Marquis' mansion was shocked and couldn't believe it. At that time, she also thought the man was the heir of the Prince of Jingyang. She felt shy and happy, but she was soon disappointed. The old Prince Xia had asked for Shen Han to marry his grandson, not her. God knows how humiliated she felt at that time. She thought he would come soon, but day after day passed, and he neither came to propose marriage nor showed his face in front of her again. Seeing that Shen Tang had calmed down a bit, Xia Guimo continued, "After realizing I had made a mistake, I started thinking about how to marry you. Fortunately, the assassin helped me. I took an arrow for the second prince and was poisoned. I took the opportunity to use this as a way to bring him good luck and wanted to exchange you for a bride at the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. But no matter how much I planned, I never expected that even with the bridal sedan chair from my Jingyang prince's residence already at my door, you would rather remain a widow than marry me." Shen Tang looked at Xia Guimo. "Did you arrange that extremely unlucky fortune slip at the Jokhang Temple?" She knew that the fortune slip was a setup, but she never suspected it was him. "It's me." With just 2 simple words, all the doubts were resolved in that instant. That day, Shen Tang refused to marry him in front of the bridal sedan chair, so he was forced to kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment. She thought she would have to kneel until the next morning, but he only knelt until noon before waking up. She thought he woke up earlier than in her previous life because the Jingyang prince's mansion was busy preparing a wedding for him and had delayed things. She didn't expect that he controlled the time he woke up. Since she didn't want to marry him, He didn't need to pretend until after the wedding ceremony. Why didn't he explain these things in his previous life? Thinking of the infamy she bore for stealing her elder sister's marriage in her past life, Shen Tang felt a tightness in her chest. Did he also believe it to be true, that she was obsessed with power and wealth and was willing to drug her elder sister in order to marry him? Shen Tang really wanted to ask for clarification, but she had memories of her past life while Xia Guimo did not, so asking would be pointless. Shen Tang didn't want to and dared not stay with Xia Guimo any longer. She didn't even dare to look Xia Guimo in the eye. Have you explained yourself? Can I leave now? Xia Guimo didn't expect that even after he explained, she would still have this attitude. Her beautiful lips were pursed into a straight line. Do you really hate me that much? Shen Tang didn't answer, but pushed him, trying to get off the table. A deep sorrow flashed in Xia Guimo's eyes. Answer me one question, and I'll let you go. Shen Tang looked at him. What's the problem? Xia Guimo looked into her clear eyes and saw his reflection in them. He couldn't help but reach out and stroke her face. Shouldn't you explain to me how you knew it was me just by looking at my back? Chapter 76. Suspect. Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat. She was so angry she lost her mind. How could she recognize him just by looking at his back? Why didn't she just hold back a little longer and wait for him to take off his mask? Now she's being questioned and doesn't know how to answer. The man's expression was one of unwavering determination. He wouldn't let her go until she spoke. Shen Tang stammered, I already had some suspicions that it was you. Xia Guimo laughed. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? He deliberately guided her, and she had no doubts. The maid had her doubts, but she dispelled them. Now you're saying you suspect him? It's too late. She knew he wouldn't be in any trouble even without a marriage alliance, recognized the jade pendant he had just acquired, and said she had seen him wear it before. Although she avoided him, she wasn't afraid of him, and she glared at him with practiced ease, as if she had done it countless times before. Now it's even more so. She can recognize him just by looking at his back. Even his own mother, who gave birth to him and raised him, couldn't recognize her own son just by looking at his back, but she can. However, he didn't object to Shen Tang knowing so much about him, but he wouldn't let her leave until he figured things out. Shen Tang knew Xia Guimo was not easy to fool, but she could only bite the bullet and try to fool him. Shen Tang stuck out her neck and said, I just didn't say it out loud. You said you would come to propose marriage at the Lantern Festival, and the old prince came to my Pingwan Marquis mansion in just 2 days. Before I knew that the old prince was helping you to ask for Shenhan's hand in marriage, I thought you were the heir of the Prince of Jingyang. I'm asking you to help me stop my second uncle from being promoted to Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Prince Jingyang helped me get this done. There aren't many people who can get Prince Jingyang to help them. You can't even propose marriage yourself, so I'm asking the Emperor to pass on your message. When I saw the arrow wound on your back just now, I was certain. Shen Tang wanted to say something with absolute certainty, as if it were the truth, but the man was too close to her, so close that their breaths mingled and their eyelashes almost touched. When she got nervous, her confidence waned, and she showed some unease. The man's hands were not at peace. He not only groped her face, but also touched her ears. She was extremely ticklish, and her body trembled involuntarily. She was even more afraid that his hand would strangle her, just like when he caught her lying to him in her past life. She hated the feeling of being at the mercy of others. He was the one who deceived and cheated her. Why is she feeling guilty? Shen Tang was so angry that she tried to brush his hand away, but the man's deep voice came straight to her. When did you peek at me taking a shower? Shen Tang. Who peeked at him while he was showering? Shen Tang was so angry that her eyes flashed with daggers. Shen Tang claimed that she determined his identity by looking at the arrow wound, but the man didn't believe a word of it. He had been wounded by an arrow while saving the second prince, a fact known to everyone in the capital. However, even within the Jingyang prince's residence, few people knew that he was wounded in the right shoulder. How did she know so clearly? When they first met, he was being hunted down. He hadn't shown his face for half a year, and she suspected he had been killed. In her eyes, He lived a life of constant danger, and it was normal for him to have arrow wounds. Why would she think he was the heir of the Prince of Jing'an? More importantly, this woman avoids him whenever she sees him, suspecting he is the heir of the Prince of Jing'an and therefore wouldn't attend the Lantern Festival. Furthermore, she was angered by him at the Duke of Wen's mansion that day, which is why she insists on seeing his face. This woman clearly never guessed that he was the heir of the Prince of Jing'an. She didn't want him to be either. The more the man thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. The man didn't believe Shen Tang's explanation, but he couldn't have guessed that such a bizarre thing as rebirth existed in the world. The only other possibility for her to be able to see his back was that she had spied on him while he was taking a bath. This speculation infuriated Shen Tang. In her past life, this bastard wouldn't let her take his position as the crown prince's consort for nothing. Before they consummated their marriage, he forced her to serve him like a maidservant while he bathed every few days. She probably knew what his back looked like better than he did himself. If she hadn't seen so many of them, how could she have recognized them at a glance? In his past life, he forced her to serve him while he bathed. In this life, he falsely accused her of peeping at him while he bathed. Shen Tang's eyes burned with rage, wishing she could kick this bastard into the lake to cool off. Let alone kicking someone into the lake, she couldn't even get off this table. Shen Tang was extremely humiliated. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Why are you asking? She pushed him away forcefully, pleading, let me go. Siak Gimo grabbed Shen Tang's hand, and Shen Tang tried her best to pull it back. Whether it was from pain or grievance, her voice was trembling with tears, let me go. Siak Gimo stared at Shen Tang's face. As soon as he got close, Shen Tang hurriedly looked away. The tension and fear felt like a thorn piercing her heart, and the pain spread from the bottom of her heart. He gradually loosened his grip on Shen Tang's hand. Afraid that he might change his mind, Shen Tang quickly got off the table and ran to the deck of the boat, saying, I want to go ashore. Chen-Chi looked inside the ship, Master. Let her go. The voice was filled with suppressed anger. Chen-Chi didn't even dare to imagine how angry his master was. Chen-Chi quickly told the boatman to bring the boat to shore. Shen Tang stood at the bow of the boat. The wind was strong at night, making her feel a little cold, but her heart felt even colder. She did not return to the ship, nor did Siak Gimo come out. As soon as the boat docked, before the planks were even set up, Shen Tang hurriedly got off. He was in such a rush that he almost fell into the water. Inxing and Xiaodong, two maids, were waiting on the shore. When Shen Tang got off the boat, the two maids came to greet her. Shen Tang said, let's go back to the manor. She continued walking forward without stopping. The two maids, Inxing and Xiaodong, looked at each other in bewilderment. Why is the girl in such a hurry to leave? Did that man take advantage of her? No, that man was injured by the Marquis of Chomping's men while trying to save the girl. He has been incredibly kind to her, and he has even said he wants to marry her. The Emperor knows all about this. Seeing that Shen Tang was about to walk away, the two maids quickly followed. As she was leaving, Ginkgo glanced back and happened to see the man stepping out of the boat. By the moonlight, Ginkgo saw the man's face clearly and was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. That's the heir apparent of the Prince of Jing'an, isn't it? The man who repeatedly saved her daughter and even said he wanted to marry her was actually the heir of the Prince of Jing'an. Although Inxing had guessed it was him before, she still couldn't believe it when she actually saw it with her own eyes. Shen Tang walked 2 streets without stopping and arrived at the carriage stop. The servant didn't expect her to return so quickly. She wasn't near the carriage and he didn't know where she had gone. Inxing helped Shen Tang into the carriage, while Qiutong went to find the servant. She had held back her tears all the way, but once she got into the carriage, she couldn't hold them back any longer, and they fell like beads from a broken string. Ginkgo was startled. Why is the girl crying? No one answered her. Shen Tang leaned against the carriage, tears streaming down her face. Thinking of the man, Inxing couldn't help but ask again in a low voice, how could that person be the heir of the Prince of Jing'an? Chapter 77. Encounter. Not to mention Ginkgo couldn't believe it. Even Shen Tang herself didn't want to believe it. Those memories she had deliberately forgotten were half unearthed when the man saved her at the Jokhang Temple, and now that she knew he was the heir of the Prince of Jingyang, they were completely unearthed. Shen Tang never considered the man to be Xiagimo, not only because she had married Xiagimo in her previous life and believed she knew him somewhat, but also because when she met the man, he was being chased by people from the Marquis of Chomping's mansion. Princess Jingyang and Consort Ye are cousins. The Marquis of Chomping's family is Consort Ye's maternal home. Xiagimo risked his life to shield the second prince from arrows, so why would he secretly investigate the Marquis of Chomping's family? More than half a year ago, Shen Tang went to the Jokhang Temple to light an eternal lamp for Jiangshi in the afterlife. This was something she did every year, but the second madam never allowed Shenhan to go with her, so on that day, she took Ginkgo to the Jokhang Temple. On the way to Jokhang Temple, Shen Tang, having nothing to do, lifted the carriage curtain to look at the distant mountain scenery. As she looked, a man dressed in black and wearing a mask appeared in her line of sight. One of them was in a carriage and the other was galloping on horseback. Our eyes met unexpectedly. Shen Tang's ears turned red and she dared not look too long. As the man rode past her, just as they turned a corner, he threw in an account book and a key, which startled Yin Xing, who was pouring tea for Shen Tang in the carriage. Shen Tang was also stunned. She quickly lifted the carriage curtain, but only managed to catch a glimpse of the man's figure and several men in black who were chasing after her. It was clear that the man in black was chasing the man for the ledger and the key. It's a wonder the man dared to throw the account books and keys into her carriage. He was taking a huge risk. Shen Tang picked up the ledger and, after flipping through 2 pages, realized that the man was investigating the Marquis of Chomping's residence. Half of the ledger contained records of bribes given to the Marquis of Chomping over the past few years, and the amounts were staggering. This ledger was a hot potato. Shen Tang was afraid that it would bring disaster to the entire Pingwan Marquis' mansion, but she didn't dare to throw it away. While she was struggling with what to do with the ledger and the key, the carriage stopped in front of the Jokhang Temple. Shen Tang hesitated for a moment, then left the account book and key in the carriage. Such important things would naturally come and retrieved by the man once he shook off the men in black. Shen Tang took Yinxing to the Jokhang Temple to pray for blessings and add incense oil. She also strolled around the market. When she had finished shopping and was ready to return home, she got into the carriage and found that the account books and keys were still untouched inside. Having no other choice, Shen Tang took the account book back to the Marquis' residence. He didn't dare hand it over to Shen Sui and took it directly back to Qingyi Garden. She didn't know who the man was, nor how to hand over the ledger and key to him, so she could only keep them for now, thinking that she would go to the Jokhang Temple another day, away from other people. The next afternoon, the man climbed over the wall to Qingyi Garden to retrieve the account books and keys. Unfortunately, Shen Tang was taking a bath in the house when he arrived. The man did not expect her to take a bath in the afternoon and may have even thought that no one was in the house. He jumped in through the window, almost scaring Shen Tang to death. Shen Tang screamed in fright, but the man covered her mouth. He was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen, but his ears were as red as if carved from blood jade. "Don't scream. I'm here to get the ledgers and keys." Shen Tang felt like suffocating herself in the bathtub. As a young lady from a respectable family, she was terrified when someone broke into her room and caught her taking a bath. Doko came in after hearing the noise, and Shen Tang had to cover for the man and send Doko away, saying, "The water is a bit cold. Go and get me some hot water." Dooku, unsuspecting, turned and left, closing the door behind her. The man released his hand from Shen Tang's mouth, and Shen Tang said, "The ledger and key are in my desk drawer." The man went over to get the ledger and keys, opened the window next to the desk, and left. Hearing the window open and close, Shen Tang's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled down. She quickly climbed out of the bathtub and put on her clothes. No one in the Marquis' mansion knew that the man had come to Qingyi Garden looking for her. A few days later, Yinxing discovered that the account book and key were missing, and she was quite surprised. However, Shen Tang did not tell her anything. Shen Tang originally thought that after taking the account book and the key, she and the man would no longer have any contact. However, a few days later, when she and Shen Han were out on the street, they were harassed by someone and were at a loss. Someone came to their rescue. When Shen Han and Shen Ran were guessing who had secretly helped them, the man came down from the second floor. When Shen Tang saw him, she blushed and guessed that it was him. She didn't dare ask, and the man left immediately. She later inquired with the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper didn't know either, though the person who helped them was indeed a man. Then came the Lantern Festival. She went out with Shen Han and the others, but in less than half an hour, she was all alone, without even a maidservant by her side. She searched for them everywhere. As she passed by the bridge, she was pushed off the bridge by several laughing and playing teenagers. Just as she was about to fall into the water, someone caught her and pulled her out. The person who saved her was a man. That was the first time she had been held in a man's arms. Even after they reached the shore, the man didn't let go of her. Her pale face flushed red with fear. "Let me go. Men and women shouldn't touch each other." The man chuckled softly. Why worry about all this when saving someone? However, they did let her go. Shen Tang thanked him not only for saving her, but also for helping them out of a predicament a few days ago. The man laughed and said, "If you want to thank me, come with me to see the lanterns." Shen Tang felt something was wrong, especially since such an embarrassing thing had happened between them, but the man didn't ask for her consent before grabbing her hand and leading her forward. Knowing she was shy, I bought her a mask and put it on her. That was the happiest lantern festival Shen Tang had ever experienced. The man took her to solve riddles, even scaling walls and rooftops, standing at the highest point in Kyoto, overlooking the entire city, watching the myriad lights and bustling crowds, and even snatching a glass lantern to give to her. As night deepened, Shen Tang, having strolled all night, was too tired to continue and prepared to return home. The man escorted her to the place where she had arranged to meet Shen Han and the others after they had become separated. When they passed the White Jade Bridge, Shen Tang wanted to release a wishing lantern. As she released the lantern, she was almost startled into falling into the water by him, but he caught her again. Just then, a man and a woman happened to pass by nearby, and they were talking about proposing marriage. Shen Tang struggled as the man held her, saying, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other." The man chuckled, "Does this mean I have to come and propose marriage?" Shen Tang was taken aback and stammered nervously, I didn't mean that." The man said, "I've seen you and I've hugged you, so I should take responsibility for you." Shen Tang's face turned bright red. Again, nobody knows. As long as they don't talk about it, no one will know about these things, and it can be pretended that nothing happened. Moreover, she didn't even know what he looked like. She looked at the mask on the man's face, and the man smiled and said, "You'll know who I am when I come to propose marriage. I won't keep you waiting long." Shen Tang was no match for his words. Just then, she caught sight of Shen Han and the others. Afraid that they would see her enjoying a romantic time with a man, Shen Tang hurriedly left. Later, Shen Han took a liking to the glass lamp in her hand and wanted it. Normally, Shen Tang would readily give away any good things Shen Han had, but this glass lamp was given to her by a man who had taken it from her. Shen Tang was reluctant to give it to Shen Han and refused. That night, all she could think about was the man proposing marriage to her. Although she was shy, she secretly hoped for it. Not 2 days later, Prince Xia came to propose marriage. When she heard that Prince Xia was coming to propose marriage, she thought the man was the heir of Prince Jingyang. She was both surprised and happy, but in the end, she was doused with cold water from head to toe. When Shen Han got engaged to the heir of the Prince of Jingyang, everyone in the manor was overjoyed. She was also happy for her elder sister. On the day of the engagement, Shen Han deliberately broke her glass lamp. She waited for a man to come and propose marriage, day after day, her anticipation fading with each passing day. Later, the heir of the Prince of Jingyang was injured and poisoned while saving the second prince. Fearing widowhood, Shen Han plotted to have her marry in her place. She boarded the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's residence and married Xie Gimo, becoming the crown princess of Jing'eng. Chapter 78. Disturbed. The man wasn't playing games with her. He said he would marry her and actually came to propose. It's just that old Prince Xia arranged the wrong marriage for him, betrothing Shen Han instead, so it can't be considered that he broke his promise. Especially after he realized he had made a mistake in his engagement, he tried every means to marry her. But why didn't he tell her all this after she married into the family? In her past life, all he did was bully her. Even on her deathbed, when Shen Han told her that Xie Gimo loved her, she doubted it was true. Is it so hard to tell her that he is the one she has a lifelong promise with? Or was he afraid that if she knew he was the heir of the Prince of Jing'eng, she would reveal his secret investigation of the Marquis of Changping's residence to Shen Han and the second prince, and therefore dared not tell her? Flashes of memories from her past life rushed through her mind, and Shen Tang's nose stung with tears. She and Xie Gimo were destined to be together, but not to stay together. In their past life, they had many misunderstandings and argued every few days. In this life, the misunderstandings have been resolved, but she still cannot marry him. In their past life, they consummated their marriage and he almost died once. She dared not experience it again. There is no future between them. It's better to end it quickly than to suffer for a long time. A fine, persistent pain spread from the bottom of her heart to every part of her body, and Shen Tang almost curled up in pain. Yinxing dared not ask. Outside, Qiutong's footsteps approached. "Miss, the servant is back, but fourth miss hasn't returned yet." Shen Tang and Shen Luo went out to visit the Lantern Festival together, and Shen Tang couldn't leave Shen Luo behind and returned to the mansion first. Shen Tang had completely forgotten about Shen Luo. She was glad that Shen Luo hadn't come back, otherwise, if Shen Luo saw her with red, teary eyes, she would not only question her, but might also tell her grandmother. Shen Tang dared not think any further. She quickly wiped away her tears with her embroidered handkerchief and even took out rouge and powder to cover the tear stains on her face. She tried her best to think of happy things to improve her mood. After putting away the rouge, Shen Luo returned. Yinxing quickly got off the carriage and Shen Luo slipped into the carriage lane. "I waited for second sister for half a day after leaving the manor. I thought I would have to wait for second sister for half a day again when I got back. I didn't expect second sister to want to go back so early. Doesn't second sister like the Lantern Festival?" Shen Tang was glad that the carriage was dimly lit, otherwise Shen Luo would definitely have noticed something was wrong. She was probably sick twice in a row and her body hadn't fully recovered. She got very tired after walking around for a short while and came to rest in the carriage. Shen Luo thought about it and realized it made sense. She wasn't sick, but her legs were already sore from walking so much. Shen Tang had been sick twice already. If Kyoto could hold a lantern festival every day, or even just once every 2 weeks or once a month, there wouldn't be so many people on the streets. Although tired, she was truly happy. The servant drove the carriage back to the Marquis's residence, and Shen Luo sought out Shen Tang to speak. "Second sister, have you heard? The heir apparent of the Marquis of Changping was kicked into the water." Shen Tang had not only heard about it, she had personally witnessed the Marquis of Changping's heir being kicked into the water. Shen Tang was glad that she had worn a mask while shopping with Xie Gimo, otherwise the whole capital would probably know that she had been involved in beating up the Marquis of Changping's heir. That day at the Jiakhang Temple, she was taken by Shen Hanquang to see the heir of the Marquis of Changping. The heir of the Marquis of Changping tried to molest her, which is why Xie Gimo kicked her down the hillside. Most people would only suspect that the man was just trying to help someone in need. How did the heir of the Marquis of Changping know that she knew the man and that he could catch him by having someone keep an eye on her? Shen Tang's intuition told her that something was wrong. Knowing that the man was Xie Gimo, Shen Tang was no longer worried that he would offend the Marquis of Changping's family. However, she really did not expect that Xie Gimo had been investigating the Marquis of Changping's family for embezzlement half a year ago. She knew that once the Marquis of Changping's family was found to be embezzling, the emperor would definitely punish them severely. The Marquis of Chomping's family was the maternal family of Consort Yi, so it would be difficult not to involve Consort Yi and the second prince. While investigating the Marquis of Chomping's residence, he also shielded the second prince from arrows. Shen Tang couldn't fathom Xiaoguimo's actions. Perhaps he had been wary of the second prince all along. In his previous life, the second prince was in such a position that he couldn't tolerate Xiaoguimo and wanted to get rid of him. Xiaoguimo was meticulous, and the second prince had no way to make a move, so Shen Han used her to poison him. Thinking that Xiaoguimo died because of the purse she embroidered in her past life, she knew that they would have no more entanglements in this life, and he would definitely live a good life. Shen Tang was lost in thought when Shen Luo waved her hand in front of her. "Second sister, I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" Shen Tang looked at her. "What did you say?" "Shen Luo." She was impressed by her second sister. Even while discussing the incident of the Marquis of Chomping's heir being beaten, her second sister could still drift off into thought. She was curious what her second sister was thinking. It said that the person who kicked the Marquis of Chomping's heir into the water this time is the same person who kicked him down the hillside at the Jokhang Temple that day. Kicking the heir of the Marquis of Chomping once was already incredibly audacious. The Marquis of Chomping's mansion hadn't caught him for so long, yet he still dared to swagger out of the mansion to accompany a young lady to the Lantern Festival. Surrounded by the Marquis of Chomping's mansion, not only did they fail to catch him, but the heir of the Marquis of Chomping was also kicked a second time. The Marquis of Chomping's mansion has completely lost face this time. The Marquis of Chomping's family is the maternal family of Consort Yi, the current emperor's favorite concubine. I wonder who is so bold as to provoke the Marquis of Chomping's family again and again. Almost the entire Lantern Festival is filled with speculation about who that masked man is. Isn't second sister a little curious? Shen Tang said calmly, "What's the use of curiosity? Even the Marquis of Chomping's mansion couldn't catch him. How could we possibly guess?" "That's true," Shen Luo said. However, the fact that no one could guess didn't stop everyone from discussing it. Shen Luo talked about other interesting things at the Lantern Festival, and Shen Tang mostly listened, occasionally saying a word or two. When the carriage returned to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, it was already very late. The two parted ways in the garden. Shen Luo returned to the North Courtyard, and Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden. After returning home, Shen Tang took a hot bath and then went to bed. Too many things happened that night, and Shen Tang tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She didn't even know how long she had been sleepless. When she woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. After breakfast, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. As she approached the screen, she overheard the third madam talking about the incident last night when the Marquis of Chomping's heir was kicked into the water. The third madam's words made Shen Tang stop in her tracks. She heard the third madam say, "The Marquis of Chomping's heir was badly injured last time, and this time he's even more seriously injured. I heard that the Marquis of Chomping's residence summoned the imperial physician overnight, saying that he had broken a rib." Shen Tang knew that Xiaoguimo's kick was quite heavy, but she didn't expect it to break a rib of the Marquis of Chomping. The heir of the Marquis of Chomping had only himself to blame, but upon hearing this, she felt a sudden unease. Shen Tang suppressed her unease and stepped forward to greet the old lady. However, just as she finished greeting her and was about to sit down, a maid rushed in from outside and said hurriedly, "Old lady, someone from the palace has come to deliver a message. Consort Yi requests that the second young lady come to the palace." Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat, and her eyelids twitched wildly. The fact that Consort Yi was looking for her at this time must be related to the fact that the heir of the Marquis of Chomping was beaten last night. The Marquis of Chomping's residence and Consort Yi, unable to find the masked man, turned to her instead. Chapter 79. Entering the palace. The old lady wondered why Consort Yi would seek out Shen Tang. Last time, the second wife had used 2 pearls to pave the way for her audience with Consort Yi. The third wife, however, looked at Shen Tang and asked, "What does Consort Yi want with you in the palace?" Shen Tang knew she couldn't say, so she just shook her head, "I don't know." She looked at the old lady and asked, "Grandmother, can I not go to the palace?" The old lady didn't want Shen Tang to enter the palace either, fearing that Shen Tang would offend Consort Yi. But Consort Yi had summoned her, so how could she simply refuse? The old lady cautioned, "The palace is not like other places. You must be careful in your words and actions." Shen Tang knew that Consort Yi wanted to see her, so she had no choice but to go. Even if she could avoid it on the first day, she couldn't avoid it on the 15th. Not only could they not go, but they were also afraid that Consort Yi would be kept waiting, so they dared not let her be delayed. Shen Tang had no choice but to get up and take Ginkgo to the palace. Shen Tang rode a carriage into the palace, while Chen Shan scaled the wall into the Jing-Ang prince's mansion. However, Xia Guimo was nowhere to be seen in the study or the inner room. After asking the guards, he learned that Xia Guimo had not returned home at all last night. Chen Shan was extremely anxious. Consort Yi was looking for Miss Shen, which must be about the heir of the Marquis of Chongping. If Consort Yi was determined to make things difficult for her, Miss Shen would not be able to handle it. Where could he have gone if the master had not returned to the manor? Thinking of a place, Chen Shan quickly climbed over the wall and left the Jing-Yang prince's mansion, heading straight for the place where Shen Tang disembarked yesterday. The boat stopped in the middle of the lake. Chen Shan leaped off his horse, lightly touched the surface of the lake, and boarded the boat. As soon as he boarded the boat, Chen Qi heard the commotion and came out of the boat. Seeing that it was Chen Shan, he asked, "Why are you here?" "Where's Master?" Chen Shan asked. "Master is in a bad mood. He drank quite a bit last night and is drunk right now," Chen Qi said. Chen Shan walked in and saw wine jars scattered on the ground. Xia Guimo was lying drunk on a small couch, still holding a wine pot in his hand. Chen Shan said anxiously, "Why didn't you stop him from drinking so much?" "You're making it sound like you can stop me if I say that," Chen Qi asked. "What exactly did you come back for?" Yesterday, after Shen Tang disembarked, Chen Shan was unsure whether to escort her back to her residence, so he asked, "Should I still protect Miss Shen?" The man's face darkened, and Chen Shan didn't dare listen to his reply, fleeing as fast as he could. He should wait until the master gives up before summoning him back. Until then, he should follow the master's instructions and protect Miss Shen. The two were talking quite loudly, and when Xia Guimo woke up, he felt a splitting headache. Seeing that he was awake, Chen Shan hurriedly said, "Master is awake. Consort Yi has summoned Miss Shen to the palace." Xia Guimo asked, "Did she send you to find me?" "No." Xia Guimo laughed in exasperation, then looked at Chen Shan. "Do you think your master is only interested in her?" Chen Shan knelt down. "This subordinate dares not." "Roll." Xia Guimo casually picked up the wine pot on the small table and poured wine into his mouth. Chen Shan dared not persuade him any further and got up to leave. Xia Guimo took a couple of sips of wine, then, in a fit of frustration, threw the wine pot on the ground. Shen Tang then rode into the palace in a carriage. When she arrived at the horse parking area, she got off the carriage, and the palace maids waiting there led her toward Chongchun Palace, where Consort Yi resided. In her previous life, Shen Tang accompanied Princess Jingyang to the palace and met Consort Yi many times, but in this life, this was the first time she had met Consort Yi. The closer Shen Tang got to Chongchun Palace, the more uneasy she became, and the faster her eyelids twitched. She had already experienced Consort Yi's ruthlessness in her previous life. Her nephew had a rib broken, so it was no wonder that Consort Yi would take her anger out on her. Shen Tang took a deep breath, unaware of why Consort Yi wanted to summon her to the palace, and followed the palace maid to Chongchun Palace. Inside the palace, Consort Yi sat on a chaise longue, drinking tea. She was dressed in a magnificent palace gown that made people afraid to look directly at her. Consort Yi's rank was second only to the Empress, but her beauty was unparalleled in the harem. In the entire capital, apart from the Princess of Jinglong, no one could be found more beautiful than Consort Yi. Shen Tang glanced at Consort Yi once before lowering her gaze and stepping forward to respectfully bow to her, saying, "This humble woman greets Consort Yi." Consort Yi's cold gaze fell on Shen Tang. "Raise your head." Shen Tang had no choice but to obediently look up. This wasn't the first time Consort Yi had seen Shen Tang. After Shen Han and the Prince of Jingyang got engaged, Consort Yi had also looked Shen Tang up and down when she was sizing up Shen Han. She even thought that the old Prince Xia had poor taste, since the second young lady of the Shen family was clearly more beautiful. Why didn't he choose her? She even guessed that the old Prince Xia didn't like the prince's obsession with beautiful women and deliberately chose Shen Han over the more attractive Shen Tang. Shen Tang's eyes were clear, showing no guilt or panic. Consort Yi admired her for being so calm and composed, even though she knew why Consort Yi had summoned her to the palace. Consort Yi slammed her teacup down. "How dare you? You even hit my nephew." Shen Tang lowered her head and did not reply. She remained silent, but the old nanny standing beside Consort Yi angrily rebuked her. "The consort is talking to you." Shen Tang looked up, her face blank. "Is your highness speaking to me?" Shen Tang pretended to be stupid to the point that she herself felt she had gone too far. But she had no choice but to play dumb. "Are we asking her to confess about Xia Guimo?" At the Jokhang Temple, Xia Guimo kicked the Marquis of Chongqing's heir down the hillside to save her. Last night, Xia Guimo hadn't originally intended to do anything to the Marquis of Chongqing's heir. It was the Marquis of Chongqing's heir who tried to kill her, which completely enraged Xia Guimo, causing him to kick him into the lake. She could choose not to marry Xia Guimo, but she couldn't repay kindness with enmity and expose him. She wore a mask last night. The heir of the Marquis of Chongqing knew it was her, but there were no other witnesses besides him. She denied it to the death, and even Consort Yi couldn't do anything to her. As for the Jokhang Temple, Shen Tang didn't believe that Consort Yi would have the nerve to question her even though she knew her nephew intended to assault her. Shen Tang was determined to play dumb to the end, even if it meant offending Consort Yi. She must have already offended her. Consort Yi was surprised that Shen Tang had the audacity to play dumb with her. No wonder she dared to hit the heir of the Marquis of Chongqing. "Miss Shen doesn't even put me in her eyes." Shen Tang immediately became terrified. This humble woman dares not. This humble woman simply does not understand what the imperial concubine just said. Consort Yi had no patience to play games with Shen Tang and asked directly, "Who exactly was the masked man who strolled with you through the Lantern Festival last night?" Shen Tang's face turned pale. "I did go out to see the lanterns last night, but I was with my maid and not with any men. This concerns my reputation, so please be lenient, Your Highness." Consort Yi never expected that when she summoned Shen Tang to the palace for interrogation, Shen Tang would dare to lie through his teeth in front of her. "Do you know what the consequences are for deceiving me?" Shen Tang repeated, "This humble woman dares not." "I have also heard about the incident last night when the heir of the Marquis of Chongqing was kicked into the water. If I were to say that I was truly in cahoots with that masked man, the Marquis of Chongqing's mansion would have already arrested me and taken me to the Dali Temple for a thorough interrogation. If there is evidence, then let the Dali Temple arrest her directly. If there is no evidence, do you think you can trick her into confessing just by relying on the power of the imperial concubine? She is not that weak." Consort Yi understood the implied meaning in Shen Tang's words. What a wonderful mission. With that kind of composure, you probably couldn't find another one like him in all of Kyoto. Consort Yi's lips curled up, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. "It seems the information was wrong, and I have misunderstood Miss Shen. Someone, escort Miss Shen out of the palace." Did she manage to dodge it? It felt so relaxed, almost unreal. Consort Yi's ruthlessness and difficulty were unmatched by even 10 masters and mistresses. Shen Tang dared not linger and quickly got up to take his leave. Shen Tang soon realized that her worries were not unfounded. Her and Consort Yi's pretense of ignorance would not end well. Sure enough, before she even left her bedchamber, trouble struck. As she was leaving, she happened to bump into Princess Chang'an, who was carrying a porcelain vase as she entered. Clang! The porcelain vase that Princess Chang'an was holding fell to the ground. A shard of debris struck Shen Tang's ankle, causing her to cry out in pain. Princess Chang'an's angry voice immediately followed. "How do you walk? You broke the porcelain vase my father gave me. How many heads do you have to chop off?" Chapter 80. Pursue. Princess Chang'an was born to Consort Yi and was the emperor's most beloved daughter. Shen Tang knew that Consort Yi's summons to the palace was not for good, but she did not expect that in order to force her to reveal who had beaten up the Marquis of Changping's heir, Princess Chang'an would be involved. And she would even use the porcelain vase bestowed by the emperor to scheme against her. Damaging imperial gifts is a capital offense. Either she reveals the man's identity, and Consort Yi will let bygones be bygones. Either she refuses to say anything, and Consort Yi investigates to the end, and her father can't save her, then only the person who can ask the emperor to relay the message can save her. Last night, the man shielded her from the sword, so he certainly wouldn't stand by and watch her be bullied by Consort Yi. Consort Yi would naturally know who it was then. Unfortunately, Consort Yi didn't know that they had already broken up last night. She repeatedly rejected Xia Guimo, and given Xia Guimo's personality, he wouldn't pester her relentlessly. She can't wait for someone to save her, and no one will come to save her. She can only save herself. Shen Tang knelt down with a thud. Princess Chang'an, please calm down. I was thinking about what the imperial concubine asked, and I was distracted. I accidentally bumped into you and caused you to drop the porcelain vase bestowed by His Majesty. She felt incredibly frustrated that others had schemed against her, and she had to admit to the mistake. Even if she had a few extra lives, she wouldn't dare to openly say that Consort Yi was deliberately scheming against her to force her to confess. In this round, whoever mentions that man first will lose. Princess Chang'an and Consort Yi were surprised that Shen Tang would readily admit to damaging the porcelain vase. Princess Chang'an angrily said, "You think you can get away with breaking a porcelain vase bestowed by the emperor by saying it was an accident?" Shen Tang knew, of course, that they wouldn't let her get away with it so easily. Damaging a gift from the emperor is a capital offense. I know that, but I dare not implicate the princess and subject her to the emperor's punishment. I will go to the emperor to confess my guilt now. Shen Tang stood up, intending to go to the emperor to confess his sins. The emperor was unaware of her falling out with Xia Guimo. Xia Guimo couldn't come to her door to ask for her hand in marriage, fearing his father's displeasure, so he asked the emperor to relay the message. She didn't believe the emperor would punish her for such a careless mistake. But how could Princess Chang'an let Shen Tang leave? Princess Chang'an scolded, "Go to the imperial study to apologize to Father Emperor? Who do you think you are? Father Emperor is busy with state affairs. Even I dare not disturb him." A palace maid blocked Shen Tang's path, preventing her from leaving. She turned to look at Princess Chang'an, whose face was full of anger, and said, "I understand what your highness means. It's too late to understand now. Even if they confess who the masked man is now, they'll still face severe punishment today." Her mother summoned her to the palace for questioning, but the second Miss Shen, with the audacity of a bear and a leopard, pretended to be stupid with her mother, truly refusing to listen to reason and thus suffering the consequences. Princess Chang'an waited for Shen Tang to confess, but Shen Tang casually pulled out the gold hairpin from her hair. This scene happened so fast that everyone, including Princess Chang'an, was stunned. Princess Chang'an instinctively thought Shen Tang was going to stab her, and she turned pale with fright, retreating repeatedly. You dare to hurt me? I will exterminate your entire family." Shen Tang. Real. Shen Tang almost dropped the gold hairpin. She was even counting on people stopping her, each one of them thinking she was going to kill Princess Chang'an and fiercely protecting her. Are you kidding me? If she breaks the porcelain vase bestowed by the emperor, at worst she will die, but if she injures Princess Chang'an, her entire clan will perish along with her. She has no enmity with her 9 generations of relatives, so how could she do something that would bring death upon her 9 generations of relatives? Shen Tang regretted taking off the gold hairpin, but since she had already removed it, she could only grit her teeth and continue singing. Shen Tang pressed the gold hairpin against her neck and said, "How dare this subject harm the princess? This subject caused the princess to break the porcelain vase bestowed by the emperor. The princess will not allow this subject to apologize to the emperor. This subject can only atone with her death." Princess Chang'an. The people inside the hall were speechless. Is Miss Shen going to stab herself? She should have said so earlier. It startled them. The palace servants breathed a sigh of relief, but Princess Chang'en's face darkened even more. She thought Shen Tang was going to kill her just because he pulled out a gold hairpin, and she retreated in fear. She was far too cowardly and afraid of death. Consort Ye's face turned ashen. She hadn't expected that Shen Tang would try to atone for her sins by committing suicide after failing to find the emperor. She didn't believe that anyone would so easily seek death. It was just a charade to force someone to commit suicide. But she knew it was useless. The palace servants wouldn't dare let Shen Tang kill herself in Changchun Palace. If Miss Shen bumped into Princess Chang'en and broke the imperial gift, Consort Yi could hold her accountable. But if Miss Shen were to commit suicide in Changchun Palace for breaking a porcelain vase, then Consort Yi would be the one to blame. Besides, the broken porcelain vase wasn't even a gift from the emperor. If Miss Shen were to die in Changchun Palace, all the palace servants would probably be silenced. Just then, Shen Tang was about to commit suicide when a palace maid flew over and snatched the gold hairpin from her hand. Consort Yi sat there, trembling with rage. If it were anyone else, Consort Yi would have wanted to order the palace servants to return the gold hairpin and let her die. But the person who was going to stab her was Shen Tang, and Consort Yi dared not gamble. Shen Tang had stabbed herself in front of the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's mansion to refuse to marry. Her fierce temperament was known to everyone in the capital. If she really died in her Changchun Palace protecting the man who shielded her from the sword, the emperor would not let her off easily. When Shen Tang threatened suicide, Consort Yi knew she couldn't get the man's identity out of him. However, her nephew was beaten twice, and this time he was so badly injured that he broke a rib. The Chomping Marquis's mansion lost face, and even Consort Yi and the second prince lost face. If the person who bullied the Chomping Marquis's mansion and Consort Yi could not be found out as soon as possible, it would inevitably affect the second prince's prestige and be detrimental to the succession struggle. Thinking that she had failed to control the legitimate daughter of a minor marquis family and had instead been controlled by someone else, Consort Ye's eyes were so cold they looked like she wanted to kill someone. Shen Tang cannot be allowed to die in Changchun Palace, but if she is allowed to leave the palace, Consort Yi will surely become a laughingstock in the harem. Consort Yi coldly said, "Considering that you did not intentionally break the imperial gift, I will spare your life. Kneel outside the palace for 3 hours as a warning to others." Kneel for 3 hours. This means they don't want her life, they want half of it. What's even more infuriating is that she had to thank Consort Yi for being lenient with her. Shen Tang was extremely depressed. What made her even more uneasy was that offending Consort Yi might bring endless troubles. Shen Tang knelt down to express her gratitude, then got up and went outside, kneeling down in the hall. As Shen Tang turned away, Consort Ye's eyes turned icy cold. Princess Chang'en stomped her foot angrily. "Mother, she broke the porcelain vase father gave me, and even threatened to kill herself on you. Punishing her by only making her kneel for 3 hours is too lenient. Even a mere legitimate daughter of a minor marquis household wouldn't dare to disregard Consort Yi. Just because we can't let her die in Changchun Palace doesn't mean we can't let her die somewhere else." A murderous glint flashed in Consort Ye's eyes as she poured tea to calm her anger. No sooner had the teacup been picked up than a hoarse, raspy voice rang out, "The Emperor has arrived." Chapter 81. Get lost. Why would the Emperor come to Changchun Palace at this hour? Consort Yi quickly put down her teacup and got up to greet the Emperor. As the Emperor stepped into Changchun Palace, he saw Shen Tang kneeling outside the sleeping quarters, her back straight, like a lotus flower standing gracefully in a lotus pond in midsummer. Consort Yi stepped out of the palace, descended the steps in a few strides, and curtsied to the Emperor. Usually, the Emperor would help her up, but this time he did not. Instead, he looked at Shen Tang, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "What's going on?" Before Consort Yi could reply, Princess Chang'en complained, "The last peach tree in the imperial garden has bloomed. I wanted to pick a branch and put it in the porcelain vase that Father Emperor bestowed upon me to give to Mother Emperor." However, as soon as I entered the palace, Miss Shen bumped into me, and I accidentally broke the porcelain vase that Father Emperor bestowed upon me. She was just trying to make the Emperor feel that the punishment was too severe. The Emperor said, "How could I be so careless?" As the Emperor spoke, his gaze swept across Shen Tang's face. Shen Tang was taken aback. Was it her imagination? It seemed like the Emperor was concerned about her. Regardless, she couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Shen Tang quickly admitted her mistake. This humble woman was thinking about the imperial concubine's summons to the palace. I was so engrossed that I didn't notice and bumped into Princess Chang'an. Before Shen Tang could finish speaking, Consort Yi interrupted her, looking at the Emperor and saying, "Your Majesty, I prepared bird's nest soup and was thinking of sending it to the imperial study later. But I didn't expect Your Majesty to arrive so soon." Consort Yi, fearing that Shen Tang would complain to the Emperor, awkwardly changed the subject, but she couldn't get away with it. The Emperor asked, "Why does my beloved consort want to bring the daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan into the palace?" Consort Yi said, "It's all because of Chang'an. He suddenly had a whim to learn sword dancing. I heard that Miss Shen performed a sword dance at the spring banquet at Prince Shou's mansion, outshining so many young ladies from prominent families in the capital and winning the prize. I thought she could teach Chang'an, but before she could even open her mouth, she broke the porcelain vase bestowed by His Majesty. The Marquis of Chomping's heir has a terrible reputation and has been beaten repeatedly. Although the Emperor may have known about this for a long time, the Marquis of Chomping's mansion cannot catch the masked man. As a noble consort, she summoned Shen Tang to the palace to interrogate him, picking on the weakest link, but still couldn't get any results. It was really embarrassing. How could noble consort Yi dare to tell the Emperor the truth about such a shameful matter? The Emperor did not suspect that consort Yi had lied. Chang'an could not bear that suffering. Since the porcelain bottle was broken unintentionally, Miss Shen will be exempted from punishment. Shen Tang was overjoyed and quickly said, "This humble woman thanks Your Majesty for your mercy." Princess Chang'an was unhappy and pouted. "She broke the porcelain vase that Father Emperor gave to me. Mother consort only punished her by making her kneel for an hour, which was already being lenient. But Father Emperor won't even let her kneel once." The Emperor chuckled, "All right, I'll bestow upon you another porcelain vase." Princess Chang'an was not happy. Rather than have her father bestow a porcelain vase upon her, she would rather Shen Tang kneel for 3 hours. As the Emperor stepped into the hall, Consort Yi glanced back at Shen Tang, who was getting up. Normally, the Emperor wouldn't say much about who she punished. But Shen Tang had offended the princess and broken the imperial porcelain vase, and she was only punished by kneeling for an hour, which was already the lightest punishment imaginable. Yet the Emperor had directly pardoned Shen Tang. Consort Yi suspected that the Emperor had come to plead for Shen Tang. Shen Tang didn't kneel for long, her knees didn't hurt, and it didn't affect her walking at all. Shen Tang bowed to the Emperor's back and quickly left with Yinxing. In her previous life, she didn't dare to come to Changchun Palace even when she was with Princess Jingong. Now that she only had Yinxing with her, she wanted to stay as far away as possible and never set foot in Changchun Palace again for the rest of her life. Once outside Changchun Palace, Ginkgo finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. That really scared me to death. Shen Tang was in a similar situation. Before she entered the palace, her grandmother had told her not to offend any noble people. If she were really punished by Consort Yi to kneel for 3 hours, she would probably be punished to kneel in the Buddhist hall for 3 days when she returned. The Emperor didn't blame her for breaking the porcelain vase and spared her punishment. Her grandmother and father also couldn't punish her anymore. More importantly, the second madam and Shen Han, who would have taken the opportunity to kick her while she was down, were both at Jingxi Nunnery. Without them stirring up trouble, her grandmother would be much more accommodating. Shen Tang felt that she was incredibly lucky. She wanted to go to the imperial study to see the Emperor, but Princess Chang'an wouldn't let her. Unexpectedly, the Emperor himself came to Changchun Palace. Shen Tang knew in her heart that the Emperor would pardon her because of Xia Guimo. Shen Tang didn't want to think about it too much. Yinxing looked around and said, "Miss, what should we do if no one leads the way?" There were palace maids when they arrived, but none when they left. Shen Tang showed no respect to Consort Yi. The palace servants of Changchun Palace didn't care whether their mistress and servants knew the way out of the palace. It was better if they got lost. "I don't need anyone to show me the way." Shen Tang dared not speak for other places in the palace, but she had been to Changchun Palace far too many times. It was no exaggeration to say that she could leave the palace with her eyes closed. Seeing that Shen Tang wasn't worried, Yinxing followed Shen Tang forward with peace of mind. As she walked, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. The figure made Shen Tang feel dazed. Wasn't the inner palace a place where men were not allowed to enter and leave at will? Why was Xiagimo here? After being reborn, Shen Tang was afraid to see him. Knowing that he was a man, she was even more afraid. Shen Tang took Yinxing's hand and decisively changed course. When she reached another road, Shen Tang was extremely annoyed. Although she could leave Changchun Palace with her eyes closed, she was only familiar with the one road she was used to. If she took a different road, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't get lost. But she'd rather get lost than run into Xiagimo. Seeing Shen Tang take a detour, the man's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Yinxing didn't know why Shen Tang was still avoiding the Prince of Jingyang. She was curious, but dared not ask until she walked along a path to the lotus pond. There was nowhere else to go. Ginkgo's lips twitched repeatedly. The girl said she didn't need anyone to lead the way, and the woman thought the girl knew the way. Was she going to lead her to the lotus pond? The girl can swim, but she can't. Shen Tang, my worst fears have come true. She got lost. What's worse is that after walking for so long, we haven't seen a single palace maid or eunuch, and we can't even find anyone to ask for directions. Shen Tang had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk back, since that was the only road she remembered. As they walked, they were suddenly pulled into the artificial hill. If Shen Tang hadn't seen Xiagimo's dark face in time, she would have been scared to death. Xiagimo's face was not only dark, but his words were also filled with suppressed anger. "I shouldn't have entered the palace." The sound of clenched teeth, accompanied by the pungent smell of alcohol, filled the air. How much did that bastard drink? Besides, it wasn't her who sent him to the palace, so why is he taking it out on her? Etc. The emperor's visit to Changchun Palace was not a coincidence. Rather, he had asked the emperor to go and rescue her. Chapter 82. Consideration. She thought she was just lucky. A strange feeling flashed through Shen Tang's heart. She just stared at the auspicious clouds embroidered with gold and silver threads on Xiagimo's clothes and didn't say anything. She really didn't know what to say. If she thanked him, Consort Yi would have summoned her, this pushover, to the palace just to force her to find out who he was. If she didn't thank him, she would most likely have to kneel in Changchun Palace for 3 hours. But the man was already annoyed that she avoided him, and the more silent she remained, the angrier he became. "Speak." Shen Tang looked up at him and said in a low voice, "I haven't implicated you. As long as I avoid you in the future, Consort Yi and Marquis Chomping won't guess it's you." Xiagimo laughed in exasperation. She really knew how to find excuses to avoid him. "You think I'm afraid they'll find out?" Shen Tang had nothing to say. He is the heir apparent of the Prince of Jingyang, while the heir apparent of the Marquis of Chomping both asked for trouble. If the matter were brought up in the open, Xiagimo would not only be unafraid, but the Marquis of Chomping would also have to come to Xiagimo's door to apologize for his failure to properly raise his son. But wasn't he secretly investigating the Marquis of Chomping's embezzlement? Once it's exposed, the Marquis of Chomping and Consort Yi will know it was him, and they might even guess that the Emperor wants to take action against the Marquis of Chomping. In his previous life, he kept it a secret and didn't let her know anything. How could she just push him out like that in order to protect herself? Xiagimo's eyes were sharp. Shen Tang knew that if she didn't say a word, he wouldn't let it go. "If I say anything, it will implicate you and your mother and make you look ungrateful. Princess Jingyang and Consort Yi are not only cousins. Consort Ye's father died on the battlefield more than 20 years ago while saving Princess Jingyang's father. Consort Ye's mother died for love, leaving Consort Ye as an orphan. She was taken in by her uncle into the Duke of Jingua's mansion. Consort Ye married the emperor from the Duke of Jingua's mansion. Although the entire Zhongguo duke's family later died on the battlefield, the kindness remained. Anyone can investigate the Chongping Marquis family, but not Xia Guimo. If these old favors are brought up, everyone's spittle could drown him and the princess of Jingyang. Xia Guimo frowned. The woman recognized him at a glance from behind, and even knew these things. How did she know so much? Xia Guimo liked to touch Shen Tang's face, and unconsciously his hand went up to stroke it. You really know a lot. Since you know so much, you should know that Marquis Chongping and Consort Yi will not give up until they find me. Do you think they will let you go if you keep quiet? This is also what Shen Tang is most worried about. The heir of the Marquis of Chongping was beaten twice, and this time it was so serious that he broke a rib. The Marquis of Chongping and Consort Yi have lost face so badly, how could they let it go? If they can't catch Xia Guimo, they will definitely keep a close eye on her. She got away with it today, but what about next time? And the time after that? Why does she always seem to provoke people she can't afford to offend? A thick gloom settled over Shen Tang's heart. Xia Guimo's voice rang in her ears. You can barely take care of yourself, yet you're thinking of me and my mother. You're so understanding. Why don't you also consider whether I need a consort for the crown prince? The hot breath drilled into her ear, bringing a ticklish sensation, which was then dispelled by the pain spreading through her heart. Shen Tang really didn't want to talk to him about his future crown princess, but she was trapped in this small space and couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Shen Tang said irritably, there are so many noble ladies in the capital. If you take a fancy to one, just go and propose marriage. Xia Guimo smiled and said, then I'll listen to you and go to your residence to propose marriage tomorrow. Shen Tang, why do you still want to marry her? Wasn't she clear enough? Fearing he might actually do it, Shen Tang said anxiously, I can't. Xia Guimo had never wanted to strangle anyone like this before. His smile vanished. The emperor knows I want to marry you. If I don't come to propose, I'll be deceiving the emperor. You can forget about marrying anyone else in this lifetime. That might scare others, but it won't scare her. Even an engagement can be called off, let alone something that hasn't even been arranged yet. The emperor dotes on him and trusts him implicitly. Even if the sun rises in the west, the emperor wouldn't punish him for such a trivial matter. Shen Tang said, I will not get married. Xia Guimo was so angry his back teeth were itching. This woman would rather never marry than marry him. Xia Guimo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Give me a reason. Shen Tang was exhausted. Hadn't she already given him a reason? Why was he still asking? Shen Tang could only repeat herself, my mother won't allow it. Shen Tang had given this reason before she knew the man's identity, but the man didn't believe her and put it out of his mind after hearing it. He looked into Shen Tang's eyes and asked, why not? No means no. Why do you have to ask so clearly? The misunderstanding between them from their past lives has been resolved. If she could marry him, how could she not? Instead of rubbing salt into her wound, Shen Tang refused to say a word and replied evasively, I don't know either. Xia Guimo didn't believe this answer. You really don't know? Shen Tang looked at him with an expression that said, I don't know, I really don't know. It seems I have no choice but to dig up my mother-in-law's grave and ask her face to face. That bastard! Who is his mother-in-law? He even wanted to dig up her mother's grave. Shen Tang was so angry that she glared at Xia Guimo. She wanted to push Xia Guimo away and leave, but the man who had been drinking was particularly stubborn. Shen Tang couldn't push him away, and her temper flared up. She stomped on his foot in anger. With just one stomp, the person being stomped on didn't cry out in pain, but the one who stepped on them let out a muffled groan of pain and tears streamed down their face. Xia Guimo laughed angrily. I haven't even cried out in pain yet, and you're already acting like you're in pain? Stepping on him and then complaining that his feet are uncomfortable? Seeing that Shen Tang wasn't faking it, he looked down and saw bloodstains on Shen Tang's ankle. His eyes narrowed. What happened to your foot? Shen Tang's eyes welled up with tears from the pain. The pain from the broken porcelain shards that injured her ankle at Changchun Palace was nothing compared to the pain she felt from stepping on Xia Guimo's foot. Xia Guimo helped her to sit down and offered to check her wounds, but Shen Tang refused, saying, "I'm fine. They're still okay even though they've bled." Shen Tang tried to pull her foot back, but Xia Guimo held it firmly in his hand. It would be a miracle if she could. She just couldn't marry him, and they shouldn't have such intimate interactions. Xia Guimo wanted to check Shen Tang's wound, but as soon as he touched it, Shen Tang cried out in pain, it hurts, be gentle." Ginkgo, who was guarding outside the rockery, heard this sentence and her little face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. The young lady and the Prince of Jingong were in the artificial hill. No, it can't be. Although this area is remote and no one came for half a day, it doesn't mean no one will come in the long run. This is too bold. Ginkgo walked a few steps away, glancing left and right every now and then, as if afraid someone would come and hear the noise. Inside the artificial hill, Xia Guimo said, "The injury isn't serious. It's just that the wound and the sock got stuck together." He wanted to help Shen Tang, but Shen Tang was in unbearable pain. Don't move. I'll take care of it myself when I get back." Chapter 83. Prevarication. The wound bit the sock. It didn't hurt unless touched, but if you pulled the sock, it would tear the healing wound open, causing excruciating pain. Shen Tang was in a hurry to return to the mansion. As she prepared to leave, Xia Guimo insisted on carrying her out of the palace. How could Shen Tang allow him to do so? That would be tantamount to announcing to the world that he intended to marry her. More than that, it would be a blatant declaration to Consort Yi that he was the very man who had beaten the heir to the Marquis of Champing. Wouldn't all her suffering then have been for nothing? Shen Tang absolutely refused to be hugged, and Xia Guimo couldn't force her. After leaving the artificial hill, Shen Tang turned back and said, "You have injuries, so drink less alcohol." It's rare that this woman remembers his injuries. The thought that Shen Tang would rather remain unmarried for life than marry him made the man feel uneasy. Seeing Shen Tang emerge from the artificial hill, Yin Xing quickly went to help her. The two walked back to the familiar road and finally managed to leave the palace. Upon returning to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, Shen Tang did not go directly to Qingyi Garden, but instead went to Songha Hall. Inside the room, the old lady had checked the water clock countless times, wondering why Consort Yi wanted Shen Tang to come to the palace. She dared not refuse Shen Tang's request, and the old lady worried about Shen Tang for as long as he stayed in the palace. He's been in the palace for so long and hasn't returned. Could something have happened to her? The old lady looked worried. A maid rushed into the room and said, "Madam, the second young lady has returned." "It's good that you're back." The old lady's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for so long, can finally be put at ease. After waiting for about half a cup of tea, Shen Tang entered the room. Before Shen Tang could even bow, the old lady asked, "What does Consort Yi want with you in the palace?" Consort Yi dared not let the emperor know the purpose of summoning her to the palace, and Shen Tang dared not tell the old lady either. She told the old lady the words Consort Yi had used to appease the emperor. "I'm sorry to have worried you, grandmother." "It's nothing. It's just that Princess Chang'an wants to learn sword dancing." "Consort Yi knows that I won a prize with my sword dance at the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's mansion, and she wants me to teach Princess Chang'an." The old lady thought that Consort Yi summoned Shen Tang to the palace because of the incident at the Lantern Festival last night where the heir of the Marquis of Chongping was beaten. She didn't know why she would think of such a thing. It's true that when people get old, they tend to overthink things. Princess Chang'an wanted to learn sword dancing, and there were plenty of dancers in the palace to teach her. Why would Consort Yi want Shen Tang to teach Princess Chang'an? Princesses are not so easy to teach. The old lady glanced at Wang Mama, and Wang Mama dismissed all the maids serving in the room. After the maid left, the old lady looked at Shen Tang and said, "Teaching the princess to dance with a sword is a matter of reward if you teach her well, and punishment if you teach her poorly. Have you agreed?" The old lady felt that her question was pointless. Since Consort Yi had spoken, Shen Tang had no choice but to agree. Shen Tang shook her head. No, just as Consort Yi was about to speak, the emperor arrived. He felt that Princess Chang'an couldn't endure the hardship, so he didn't let her learn. Whether it's playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, or prose, if you want to learn something well, you have to endure hardship. The emperor's affection for Princess Chang'an is indeed well-deserved. However, this is a good thing for Shen Tang. It would be best if she didn't have to be taught. Even if she were to be taught, the old lady wouldn't allow Shen Tang to teach her. At most, she would have to go to the palace twice as a token gesture, and then Shen Tang would have to find an excuse to refuse. With nothing else to do, Shen Tang prepared to return to Qingyi Garden. However, just as she curtsied and took her leave, Hung Xiu came in and said, "Madam, someone from the palace has come to deliver a message. Consort Yi requests that the second madam come to the palace tomorrow." The old lady's brows were furrowed. Shen Tang had just returned home after seeing Consort Yi, and now Consort Yi wants to see the second madam. What exactly does Consort Yi want to do? The old lady's intuition told her that Consort Yi's invitation to Shen Tang to enter the palace was not simply to have Shen Tang teach Princess Chang'an sword dancing. However, the old lady didn't think Shen Tang would know anything, so she didn't ask any further questions. Consort Yi wanted to see the second madam, and the old madam dared not refuse. She immediately instructed Wang Mama, "Send someone to Jingxi Nunnery to tell her to go to the palace to see Consort Yi tomorrow." Mrs. Wang agreed. Shen Tang's expression remained unchanged, but her face turned cold once she left Songha Hall. Shen Tang knew that Consort Yi had summoned her to the palace and wouldn't be satisfied until she got the information about who beat up the Marquis of Chongping's heir. But she didn't expect that no sooner had she returned to her residence than Consort Yi wanted to see the second madam, clearly intending to use the second madam to achieve her goal. The second wife and Consort Yi were birds of a feather in their past lives. In this life, the second wife thought she was not good enough for Consort Yi, but unexpectedly, Consort Yi helped the second master to get an official position. Although she did not succeed, she had the opportunity to do Consort Yi a favor and curry favor with her. The second wife would not refuse. It's a pity she had no one else to rely on, otherwise she could have prevented the second madam from seeing Consort Yi. However, Shen Tang wasn't too disappointed. Unless she directly poisoned the second madam would eventually go to see Consort Yi. She could escape the first day of the month, but she couldn't avoid the 15th. Back at Qingyi Garden, Shen Tang sat down. Calling a doctor for such a minor injury would definitely alarm the old lady, and she would have to go through the trouble of explaining when she asks about the injury. There's no need for that. Yinqing fetched some hemostatic medicine, then squatted down and carefully tore the sock that was biting Shen Tang's wound apart bit by bit. Shen Tang's forehead trembled from the pain. Fortunately, the wound wasn't big, and the pain subsided after a while. Ginkgo poured the medicine powder onto the wound, and after letting it dry for a short time, the bleeding stopped. Shen Tang sat on the small couch for a while, then put her shoes and socks back on and walked towards the window. She stood by the window, glanced around, and Qinshan appeared, saying, "Is the crown princess looking for me?" Shen Tang. It's true that like master, like servant. She had refused him repeatedly, but that bastard kept calling her mother-in-law, and even when he was a bodyguard, he still called her princess consort. Shen Tang pretended not to hear and asked, "Did you tell your master about Consort Yi summoning me to the palace?" Qinshan nodded. "I dare not tell you. Although Miss Shen has repeatedly said she will not marry you, you haven't given up yet. What if you pretend not to know that Miss Shen has encountered some mishap in the palace? How can I explain this to you?" Despite his anger, fearing that Consort Yi would make things difficult for Miss Shen, he still went to the palace drunk. Qinshan couldn't understand, so he asked directly, "I've never seen you treat any girl so well before, master. Why does Miss Shen repeatedly refuse to marry you?" Shen Tang said with a dim look in her eyes, "I'm not marrying your master for your master's own good. Thank you for today. You can go back now, but don't come again." Shen Tang tossed a silver ingot to Qinshan and then closed the window. Looking at the tightly closed window, Qinshan had never felt that being a bodyguard was so difficult. The master told him to get lost, but didn't tell him where to go. He came to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, and then Miss Shen told him to leave again. There was nowhere else for him to stay. He just didn't understand. How could it be that Miss Shen was doing well for him if she didn't marry him? Thinking of Shen Tang saying that she couldn't get married before she turned 16. Could it be that Miss Shen is truly a jinx to her husbands? Chapter 84. Hide. Even if she is considered unlucky for her husband, it only applies until she is 16, not 26. She could arrange the marriage first and then marry when she turns 16. Qinshan felt that this was not the reason. Looking at the silver ingot in his hand, Qinshan leaped out of Qingyi Garden. Chengxiangshuan. A certain gentleman, feeling troubled, practiced his swordplay in the bamboo forest. After Qinshan returned, he didn't dare to go up and disturb Qinqi, and stood quietly beside him. The gentleman sheathed his sword and casually tossed it aside. The sword inserted itself perfectly into its scabbard. Qinqi brought the tray forward, and Xia Guimo wiped his sweat with a towel, his gaze sweeping over Qinshan's face. Why are you back again? Shouldn't I have come back? It's pitiful that a mere bodyguard like him has been reduced to the level of a servant, spending all his time trying to figure out his master's thoughts. His job is to be ordered to kill. Qinshan, feeling weary, silently raised the silver ingot in his hand. Second mission, thank you for letting me know that Consort Yi had summoned you to the palace. Xia Guimo laughed in exasperation. He didn't express any gratitude to him, but he thanked Qinshan instead. What's even more infuriating is that the woman angered him, and so did his own bodyguards. Xia Guimo tossed the handkerchief onto the tray and strode away. Qinshan said, I also asked Miss Shen, and she said that she doesn't want to marry you, sir, because it's for your own good. For your own good? She's driving me crazy. The master shielded her from the sword, and instead of being grateful, she stabbed him in the heart. Qinqi grew angrier the more he thought about it. Being targeted by the Marquis of Chomping's mansion and Consort Yi, without my protection, she wouldn't even know how she died. Qinshan hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Qinqi said, just say what you have to say. Why are you hesitating? His master was in a fit of anger, so he didn't dare to speak. Qinshan forced a smile and said, perhaps Miss Shen really has her reasons. Qinqi wanted to punch Qinshan. You've only been at the Pingyuan Marquis' residence for a few days, and you're already siding with outsiders. Xia Guimo's gaze swept towards Qinshan. Why do you say that? Qinshan said, before she knew my true identity, Miss Shen was very close to me. But once she found out that I was the heir of the Prince of Jingong, she refused to let me get close to her anymore. Even the prince and princess didn't know about my poisoning that day, but Miss Shen knew everything. Isn't that strange? Qinqi said, didn't she say that the deceased Lady Pingyuan Marquis appeared to her in a dream? Qinshan looked at him. Do you believe me? I don't believe it. Qinqi didn't speak, but his answer was written all over his face. Qinshan said to Xia Guimo, I don't know if it's true or not that Miss Shen's deceased mother appeared in a dream, but she went to the Jiang family a few days ago to see the two young masters of the Jiang family for the upcoming imperial examination. She said that Madame Jiang appeared in a dream and gave them a test question. That day, Shen Tang asked him to investigate the painting that Zhao Wangfu had sent for framing. He originally planned to take Shen Tang to the Jiang family and then do this. Shen Tang went to see his cousin Jiang, and Qinshan thought that it wouldn't take long to investigate a painting, so he went along to take a look. Qinshan knew exactly what Shen Tang and his two cousins from the Jiang family had said. Qinshan said, if the imperial examination this spring really does test the question set by Miss Shen, then her repeated rejections of you, sir, might really be for your sake. Shen Tang did indeed know a lot of things that hadn't happened. His poisoning and those jade pendants were evidence of that. Xia Guimo asked, what kind of question was it? Qinshan scratched his head. I can't remember clearly. I only remember it comes from the Book of Documents and is related to something about doubting someone's guilt. It was really difficult for him, a mere bodyguard, to remember such literary things. It was already quite an achievement that he could remember even those two words. However, those 2 words were enough for Xia Guimo. When in doubt about a crime, prioritize the lesser offense. When in doubt about a merit, prioritize the greater offense. Rather than kill the innocent, let the guilty go free. Yes, that's it. The imperial examination is in 2 days, but to find out the questions, he would have to wait until at least halfway through the examination, which he didn't have the patience for. Xia Guimo glanced in the direction of the palace. The next day, after having breakfast, Shen Tang went to pay her respects to the old lady as usual, and then admired the flowers in the garden for a while before returning to Qingyi Garden. After returning to the room, she sat down and had just picked up a cup of tea to soothe her throat when Seer came in from outside and said from behind the beaded curtain, "Miss, the second madam wants you to go to Songha Hall." The second wife went to the palace to see Consort Yi, but instead of going directly to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on her actions, she returned to the mansion and immediately went looking for the young lady. This must not be a good thing. Inxing looked worried, but Shen Tang was much more composed. She had anticipated this from the moment Consort Yi summoned the second madam to the palace. She was confident that she could escape from Consort Yi's clutches, so why would she be afraid of the second madam and the old madam complaining to her? After finishing his tea, Shen Tang stood up. Upon arriving at Songha Hall and passing through the screen to enter the room, everyone's eyes fell on her, some watching the spectacle, others gloating. Shen Tang stepped forward and curtsied to the old lady. The old lady frowned and said, "Yesterday you offended Princess Cheng'en in the palace and even broke the porcelain vase that the emperor bestowed upon her." Without a doubt, it must have been the second wife who told the old lady. The old lady didn't believe it directly, but asked Shen Tang if it was true, which was already quite an achievement. Shen Tang was about to speak when the second madam, impatient, launched into a tirade. "Such a big matter. You came back from the palace without even telling the old madam? You think you can keep it a secret?" She didn't intend to hide it. Shen Tang looked at the second madam with a cold gaze. "Second aunt knows that I offended Princess Cheng'en and broke the porcelain vase that the emperor bestowed upon Princess Cheng'en. She also knows that Consort Yi originally wanted to punish me by making me kneel in the palace for 3 hours, but the emperor thought it was an unintentional mistake and exempted me from punishment." The second wife's expression changed, and noticing that the old lady was looking over, she quickly said, "I'm not quite sure about that." Whether she was truly unaware or deliberately choosing to say things that were advantageous to her, Shen Tang could easily see through her ulterior motives. Shen Tang apologized to the old lady. "I should have told grandmother about this, but the matter is a bit complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. I injured my ankle at Changchun Palace yesterday and walked a lot. I thought that the emperor did not blame me, so I decided not to say anything so as not to worry you, grandmother. Father knows about this." The Marquis of Chomping's heir was kicked into the water by a masked man and broke a rib. His father couldn't possibly have been unaware of such a serious incident. Anyone who hears about it knows it's related to a man. Shen Tang didn't say that she told Shen Sui, but since she said it, everyone assumed that she was the one who informed Shen Sui. Although it was kept from the old lady, it wasn't considered deception since Shen Sui was told. The second wife pressed on, saying, although the emperor didn't blame her, the second young lady was far too careless. Shen Tang was furious upon hearing this. Second aunt doesn't even know that the emperor has pardoned me, yet she's making unwarranted accusations against me. Aren't you afraid of wronging me as well? Also, Shen Tang pronounced the word very clearly. The old lady knew that Shen Tang's confrontation with Princess Cheng'en in the palace yesterday was not so simple. The old lady didn't believe that Shen Tang was such a reckless person. She wouldn't offend anyone in the mansion, let alone in the palace. She was somewhat skeptical, which is why she asked Shen Tang if it was really true. Shen Tang didn't give the second wife a chance to ask further questions, but instead took the initiative. Before explaining things to grandmother, "I want to ask second aunt, what is the purpose of Consort Yi summoning you to the palace?" The second wife disliked Shen Tang's pressing questioning. "I have already informed the old lady about this matter." She didn't believe the second wife would dare to tell the truth. If she doesn't say it, she'll say it for her. Did Consort Yi ask her second aunt to find out who the man was who could get the emperor to relay a message to her father? The second wife immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. Upon realizing that things were not going well, Wang Mama quickly waved her hand and dismissed all the maids and servants in the room. The old lady glanced at the second wife and knew that what Shen Tang said was the real reason why Consort Yi had asked the second wife to enter the palace, and that the second wife had been deceiving her. After everyone had left, the old lady asked sharply, "What exactly happened?" Shen Tang said, "Consort Yi summoned me and my second aunt to the palace concerning the incident at the Great Temple of the Great Enlightenment during the Lantern Festival, where the heir to the Marquis of Chongping was assaulted. Consort Yi is convinced that the assailant is the man who seeks to wed me. She pressed me for answers, yet I truly know nothing of this matter. This led to Princess Chang'an being offended by me, resulting in the imperial porcelain vase, bestowed by His Majesty, being shattered. Princess Chang'an insisted that I had offended her. I dared not contradict her and had no choice but to admit it. I know what Consort Yi instructed me to do, and second aunt dared not ignore it, but I really don't know who that man is. Even if my second aunt helps Consort Yi put me in danger, no one will come to my rescue." Shen Tang drove Chen Shan away. If something happened to her outside the mansion, no one would be there to save her. She could only try to minimize the danger. She said this first, and if she were to cause trouble outside the mansion, the old lady would immediately suspect the second wife. The old lady's eyes were displeased. Although Shen Tang and the second madam's accounts didn't match, the old madam could tell which was true and which was false. The second wife felt the chair beneath her was prickly. She hadn't expected Shen Tang to dare tell the old lady so directly. It seemed she truly didn't know who the man was. The old lady scolded, "I don't care what you promised Consort Yi. If you dare to hurt Tanger, I will never forgive you. What are you still standing here for? Go to Jingxi Nunnery and continue your self-reflection." The second wife wanted to use this incident to return to the mansion, but unexpectedly, the old lady wanted her to go to Jingxi Nunnery instead. The second wife dared not disobey and left through gritted teeth. After the second lady had departed, the old lady remarked curiously, "How could Consort Yi have suspected that the man who beat the Chongping Marquis' heir was the one who wished to marry you?" Shen Tang dared to tell Shen Sui about Shen Han's scheme to help the Marquis of Chongping plot against her, but dared not let the old lady know. Shen Tang simply shook her head, and the old lady pretended that she didn't know. The maid who had been dismissed came back in, and Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, tomorrow is the imperial examination, and I would like to go and see my two cousins off." The old lady. Knowing he was being watched, he still dared to leave the mansion. How fearless is her granddaughter? However, it was a big deal for the Jiang family that both of his cousins were taking the imperial examinations at the same time, so it was understandable that Shen Tang wanted to go and see them off. The old lady hesitated whether to let Shen Tang go. After all, one can't stay hidden away from the house forever. At this moment, the third madam came in and said, "It seems the imperial examination will have to be postponed." Shen Tang looked at the third madam with confusion. The old lady frowned and said, "Why has the imperial examination been postponed?" The third wife said, "The imperial examination questions have been leaked. The emperor suspects cheating and has already sent people to imprison the chief examiner and two deputy examiners in charge of this year's examination." Shen Tang. Chapter 85. Sending students to the exam. Cheating in the imperial examinations was common, but investigations usually only took place after the results were announced. How could they know the questions had been leaked before the exams even started? Those who cheat are already trying to hide it, so who would dare to be so blatant? So many students are traveling to the capital for the imperial examinations, and they're about to enter the examination hall when the leak of questions is discovered. The chief examiner and two deputy examiners are removed, and 9 times out of 10, the imperial examinations will have to be postponed. The exam might not even start tomorrow, and the old lady didn't say anything about Shen Tang going to see her two cousins off. Shen Tang sat for about half a cup of tea's time before returning to Qingyi Garden. The news of the emperor's imprisonment of the chief and deputy examiners spread like wildfire throughout the capital, shocking all the officials and scholars, not to mention the students. The chief examiners had been chosen months before the exam, and the students had come to the capital early to try every means to become their protégés, studying their writing preferences and exhausting their efforts. Now that the exam is approaching, the emperor has replaced the chief examiner. It's too late to find out now. However, the emperor only replaced the chief and deputy examiners and did not postpone the imperial examination. Not all the students who came to the capital to take the exam were wealthy. Postponing the examination would increase their expenses. More importantly, once it was postponed, there would be another possibility of cheating. The emperor appointed a new chief examiner, summoned the examiner and the scholars of the Hanlin Academy to the palace, and discussed the exam questions overnight. The emperor also personally guarded the Hanlin Academy to ensure that there was no possibility of any leaks. Knowing that the imperial examination would not be postponed, the students were relieved. As for the change of exam questions, it had no impact on the students who had not participated in the cheating. If the chief and deputy examiners had not been arrested and the court had not quietly changed the exam questions, they would not have known. The original chief examiner for this year's imperial examination was the left chancellor. After the emperor imprisoned the left chancellor, he appointed the right chancellor as the new chief examiner. The left prime minister was a man of the second prince, while the right prime minister did not take sides. In his previous life, less than 2 months after the second prince ascended the throne, the right prime minister resigned and returned to his hometown. The emperor changed the exam questions at the last minute and appointed the right chancellor, who was known for his impartiality, to oversee the spring examination, thus ensuring the fairness of the imperial examination to the greatest extent possible. More importantly, the second prince and consort Yi went to great lengths a few months ago to secure the position of the left prime minister as the chief examiner for this year's imperial examination, but now all of that has come to naught. The incident of the Marquis of Champing's heir being beaten is still fresh in their minds, and now the left prime minister is in trouble. This will definitely cause the second prince and consort Yi a lot of headaches. The imperial examinations would not be postponed, and Shen Tang decided to follow through with his previous plan and escort his 2 cousins to the examination hall. The next day, the weather was fine. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. Shen Tang wore a pink pomegranate-colored long dress today. She usually doesn't wear makeup, so it was rare for her to dress up so carefully. The old lady knew that she was going to see her 2 cousins from the Jiang family off to take the exam. She didn't object yesterday, and now that Shen Tang is ready to leave the manor, the old lady won't do anything to spoil the mood. She just asked Shen Tang to take a few more servants with her and said nothing else. Shen Luo really wanted to go to the examination hall with Shen Tang to watch the excitement, but Shen Tang was going to see off her cousin, and Shen Tang's cousin was not her cousin. They were not very familiar with each other, so it was not appropriate for her to go and join in the fun. She had no choice but to give up. When it was almost time, Shen Tang got up to take his leave, took Yinxing with him, and left the mansion. He didn't go to the Jiang family, but went directly to the examination hall. The usually quiet examination hall was packed with people today, like a lantern festival. Students waiting to have their physical examinations checked before entering the examination hall, relatives and friends accompanying them to the exam, and even people looking to choose a son-in-law all crowded outside the examination hall, creating a noisy and bustling scene. There were too many people, and she didn't know where the Jiang family was. Shen Tang looked around, and Yinxing, with her sharp eyes, said, "Miss, young master and the others are over there." Following the direction Ginkgo pointed, Shen Tang didn't see her 2 cousins, nor the Jiang sisters, but Shen Han. Almost the instant Shen Tang saw Shen Han, her eyes narrowed. Why would Shen Han come to see her 2 cousins off to the exam? The second wife has always disliked any closeness between Shen Han and the Jiang family. Was it because Shen Han received so many gifts from the Jiang family last time that she tasted the sweetness of it, or was it because she let Shen Han use the excuse of seeing them off to the exam to leave Jingxi Nunnery to relax? If it were just these two possibilities, that would be fine. What Shen Tang fears most is that the second wife and Shen Han harbor malicious intentions and plot against Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan. Shen Tang also disliked Shen Han getting close to the Jiang family. In her previous life, Shen Han never went to the Jiang family before she got married, and she never went there again after that. That's why Shen Tang didn't tell the Jiang family about Shen Han. However, she didn't expect that Shen Han would go to the Jiang family to ask for help in order to help the second wife. It was unclear how long Shen Han had been there. When Shen Tang walked over and saw her, Jiang Ning waved repeatedly with a beaming smile. Shen Han looked somewhat displeased. She hadn't seen Jiang Ning so happy when she saw her earlier. When Shen Tang arrived, Shen Han said in a strange tone, "I thought you didn't dare to come and see your cousin off to the exam." Shen Tang chuckled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "Elder sister, that's a strange thing to say. No one's stopping me from going to the Jiang family, so why wouldn't I dare to come?" A casual question caught Shen Han off guard, and everyone else stared at her. Shen Tang knew that Shen Han was referring to the fact that she was being targeted by the Marquis of Chomping's family, but the Jiang family was unaware of this. Shen Han's words were clearly intended to make the Jiang family worry about her. Shen Han didn't know how to respond, and Shen Tang didn't give her a chance, greeting her two cousins and wishing them success in their exams. Jiang Mingxiu smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words, cousin." After chatting for a while, the gongs and drums sounded, and the students began to have their physical examinations done before entering the examination hall. Jiang Mingyuan was very anxious. "Brother, let's go over there quickly." Shen Tang looked towards the entrance of the examination hall and caught a glimpse of Shen Han's smiling face. A sense of unease flashed through her heart for no reason. She stopped Jiang Mingyuan, who was in a hurry to go over, and said, "Cousins, you should check the things you brought into the examination hall first. I heard that someone deliberately sabotaged the exam by giving cheat sheets to their classmates. If they're found out, they will be disqualified from the exam." Shen Han's eyes flickered and she said, "It's my cousin who's taking the exam. Do they need you to remind them?" Jiang Mingyuan also said, "We didn't greet our classmates when we came out of the mansion." Jiang Mingxiu was naturally cautious. Shen Tang's words only made him more worried. "Let's listen to my cousin and have it checked. Better safe than sorry." "I didn't bring much into the exam room, just some writing materials, food from the past few days, and a blanket, which was easy to check." Shen Tang asked for an inspection to put her mind at ease, but what she feared most came true. There was nothing wrong with the writing materials, but a small cheat sheet with densely written characters fell out from under the bedding. When the cheat sheet fell out, the Jiang brothers, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan, were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Mingxiu's face turned deathly pale. If this is discovered, he will not only be disqualified from the exam, but the Jiang family's reputation will also be ruined. The note fell from Jiang Mingxiu's bedding. Shen Tang said, "Check your second cousin's things carefully again. Have the food items been opened since he left the manor? Now that they've taken action, they won't just target Jiang Mingxiu and let Jiang Mingyuan off the hook." Jiang Ning quickly replied, "When I got off the carriage, the servant carrying the food box was bumped by someone, and I saw it." Shen Tang said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. There's still time. Quickly have someone prepare another copy." Upon hearing Shen Tang's instructions, they found the cheat sheet. Shen Tang then ordered that food be prepared again. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan dared not disobey and quickly sent a servant to buy the food. By the time the servant brought the food, most of the students had already checked their identification and entered the examination hall. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan checked their belongings again before queuing up. Only after watching them enter the examination hall smoothly did Shen Tang feel relieved. Chapter 86. Awkward. Originally, Jiang Li and Jiang Ning planned to go shopping after seeing Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan off, but after discovering the cheat sheet, they lost their mood for shopping and had to tell their grandparents about it. Shen Tang went back to the Jiang family with them, but Shen Han said, I still need to go back to Jingxi Nunnery to copy Buddhist scriptures, so I won't go with you. Jiang Li tried to persuade her to stay, saying, can't you come together? Grandmother really wants to see you all go to the Jiang family together. Shen Han shook her head. Next time. Shen Tang wanted to stop Jiang Li, but she held back. Shen Han had just visited the Jiang family a few days ago and received a lot of good things. Even if the Jiang family gave her more this time, they wouldn't give her much more. Without any benefits, why would Shen Han go to the Jiang family, especially with her there? Shen Han insisted on refusing, so Jiang Li and Jiang Ning could only reluctantly see her off onto the carriage. After seeing Shen Han off, Shen Tang, Jiang Li, and Jiang Ning squeezed into a carriage and went to the Jiang family home. Upon arriving at the Jiang family residence, the three disembarked from the carriage and headed towards the Cuibai courtyard where old Madame Jiang resided. They had barely entered the house, and before they could even pay their respects to old Madame Jiang, a servant entered behind them carrying a food box, saying, Eldest miss, I had the doctor examine you. And there was laxative in the food box prepared for the second young master. Madame Jiang sat on a daybed, with Madame Jiang's eldest wife and second wife sitting to her left and right respectively. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang was stunned. How could there be laxatives in the food that Yuan was given to take into the examination hall? Old Madame Jiang asked anxiously, what happened? Jiang Li stepped forward and said, we went to see our eldest and second brothers into the examination hall, and my cousin went too. Just as we were entering the examination hall, my cousin was worried and asked our eldest brothers to check what they were bringing into the examination hall. Someone had secretly stuffed cheat sheets into our eldest brother's bedding. My cousin was worried that someone might be plotting against our second brother, so she asked if his food box had been touched. Just then, my second sister saw someone bump into the servant carrying the food box, so my cousin asked our second brother to buy another set of food and bring it into the examination hall. Just a few words were enough to make old Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang tremble with fear. The Jiang family is known for its integrity. If word gets out that the eldest son of the Jiang family cheated on the exam, it will not only ruin his future, but also the Jiang family's reputation, which is the foundation of the family. Who exactly did the Jiang family offend that they would resort to such despicable means to harm them? Madame Jiang looked at Shen Tang and choked up, saying, thanks to Tanger, otherwise our Jiang family. She didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would have been if she hadn't stopped the cheat sheet. Shen Tang shook her head. She should have reminded the Jiang family earlier. If someone is plotting against my two cousins, it means they will definitely pass the imperial examinations and have a bright future. This has scared them. Even if they weren't good at studying, no one would have harmed them. Old Madame Jiang, and Madame Jiang II were angry, but upon hearing Shen Tang's words, their anger subsided by half. Madame Jiang chuckled and said, you have such a sweet tongue, you know how to comfort people. Shen Tang sat for a while, and Jiang Li and Jiang Ning had endless things to talk about, so they pulled Shen Tang to stroll in the garden. However, when Shen Tang and the others went out, old Madame Jiang instructed Madame Jiang, let Lear's father tell Marquis Pingyuan about what happened yesterday. Madame Jiang replied, Master plans to go to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence after work. Has something happened again? Shen Tang glanced at Jiang Li and Jiang Ning, and seeing no curiosity on their faces, she assumed they knew. Shen Tang forced herself to leave the green cypress courtyard before asking, what happened yesterday? Jiang Ning looked around, then whispered, something really strange happened. Something strange. Shen Tang frowned. What strange thing? Jiang Ning said, didn't you say that your aunt appeared in your dream and asked your eldest and second eldest brothers to write an article and burn it for her? Yesterday, your eldest uncle and your eldest and second eldest brothers went to pay their respects to your aunt. Guess who they saw at your aunt's grave? No wonder she told her father. It turns out it was related to her mother. Shen Tang had no idea. She shook her head. Who did you see? Jiang Ning looked around again before replying, the Crown Prince of Jingyang. Shen Tang. Shen Tang was stunned at first, then she remembered that some bastard had said about digging up her mother's grave. Her heart skipped a beat, and her voice suddenly rose. He went to dig up my mother's grave? Jiang Ning. Jiang Li. That's the heir of the Prince of Jing'ang. How could he possibly do something like digging up someone's grave? If they really wanted to dig up the grave, they would have told my uncle yesterday. Why wait until today? Jiang Ning said it wasn't grave robbing. When my uncle, eldest brother, and second brother went there, the Prince of Jing'ang was standing in front of my aunt's grave, and his guards were burning paper money there. There were also many unburned paper money pieces next to it. Shen Tang. Xia Guimo went to burn paper money for her mother. How could that bastard do something so outrageous? Did he take the wrong medicine? What left Shen Tang speechless was yet to come. Jiang Ning continued. The Prince of Jing'ang didn't expect his uncle and his two elder brothers to be there. They were seen, and he was quite embarrassed, saying he had gone to the wrong grave. After the Prince of Jing'ang left, my eldest and second eldest brothers helped burn the paper money he had brought for our aunt. It took them quite a while to burn it. Shen Tang. Regardless of what that bastard's purpose was in worshipping her mother. But from Jiang Ning's words, Shen Tang could sense the awkwardness of the man. That's such a lame excuse. It would have been better not to make one at all. Her mother's grave had a new tombstone installed just last year, and the words on it were so clear they looked freshly carved. Unless one is illiterate, it would be impossible to go to the wrong grave. Shen Tang found this matter absurd, let alone Master Jiang Mingxiu, and Jiang Mingyuan. After they finished paying their respects to Madame Jiang, they returned to the mansion and told old Master Jiang and old Madame Jiang about it. After much speculation, no one could guess the purpose behind this outrageous behavior. After all, burning paper money for worship is not a bad thing, and no one would dare to target someone who has been dead for more than 10 years. It's no exaggeration to say that if burning paper money were truly effective, the amount that a certain gentleman brought would be enough for Lady Jiang to use for several lifetimes in the afterlife. Yesterday, the Jiang family discussed for a long time whether or not to tell Shen Sui about this matter. Jiang Mingxiu thought of the embarrassment of a certain master and felt that it was better not to say anything. Perhaps they really did visit the wrong grave, although that was obviously impossible. Grandpa Jiang felt there was no need to tell Shen Sui on purpose, so he asked Master Jiang to casually mention it whenever he encountered Shen Sui. Even if I mention it casually, my father will definitely ponder it for days. Seeing Shen Tang raise her hand to her forehead, Jiang Ning asked softly, "Does cousin know why the Prince of Jing'ang went to burn paper money for our aunt?" Shen Tang. Even if I know, I can't say anything. She still has a sense of shame. Shen Tang shook her head repeatedly. Jiang Ning didn't notice that her ears were turning red, but Jiang Li did. She thought Shen Tang knew, but since Shen Tang didn't say anything, she wisely didn't ask. She hadn't forgotten that not long ago, when Shen Tang's horse broke in the street, it was the Prince of Jing'ang who saved her. When Shen Tang dislocated her arm, it was also the Prince of Jing'ang who healed her. And when Shen Tang fell into Yanqi Lake, the Prince of Jing'ang jumped in, but still couldn't save her. Chapter 87. Heartache. Fearing that Jiang Li and Jiang Ning would press for answers, Shen Tang decisively changed the subject, saying, "Why did grandmother give her favorite jade bracelet to my eldest sister?" Jiang Ning said, "Grandmother likes jade bracelets, but she likes my eldest cousin even more. My eldest cousin only comes to the Jiang family once every 10 years or so. She likes grandmother's jade bracelet, so grandmother took it off and gave it to her." She knew that her grandmother hadn't just given the jade bracelet to Shen Han casually. The granddaughter visited for the first time in over a decade and clearly liked the jade bracelet she was wearing. No matter how reluctant she was, she had to reluctantly give the bracelet to Shen Han. Shen Tang was very angry. She looked around and said to Jiang Li and Jiang Ning, "She is not my biological sister and has no relation to the Jiang family whatsoever." Jiang Li and Jiang Ning were both taken aback. Jiang Ning was so shocked that she blurted out, "How is this possible?" Shen Tang said, "On the day I stopped the Yongning Marquis family from harming my cousin, I was going to tell my maternal grandmother. I thought Shen Han wouldn't come to the Jiang family, so I didn't say anything to avoid upsetting my maternal grandmother. I didn't expect her to come to the Jiang family and even ask my maternal grandfather to plead for the second wife who was scheming against my mother and left as part of her dowry. My maternal grandmother even gave her her favorite possession. Even today, it was only because she went that I felt comfortable having my cousins check the things she brought into the examination hall. From now on, whether she comes to the Jiang family or you run into her outside the mansion, you must be careful. If there were evidence, Shen Tang would have loved to say that the cheat sheet in the bedding and the laxative in the food were Shen Han's doing. But even if Jiang Li and Jiang Ning couldn't guess, their maternal grandparents could. Shen Tang didn't want them to be sad, but now it had come to the point where she had to tell them. She couldn't be so lucky every time that she would be caught by them. The Jiang family had to be on guard. If her concealment leads to the Jiang family being targeted by Shen Han, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning looked at each other. Although they all knew that their aunt disliked Shen Han and even almost strangled her, they never thought that Shen Han was really not their aunt's biological daughter. However, Shen Tang helped the Jiang family several times, and they had no choice but to believe what Shen Tang said. The two nodded. "We'll be careful." It was already quite late, so the three of them strolled around the garden for a bit before returning to Cuibai Courtyard to have lunch with old Madame Jiang. After finishing their meal and staying for another 15 minutes, Jiang Li and Jiang Ning saw Shen Tang off at the mansion. However, Shen Tang did not go directly back to the Marquis's residence. Instead, she stopped in front of a pharmacy on the street. Last time, she forgot to take her medicine, and her period was so painful that she was in agony. This time, she absolutely could not forget again. Buying medicine was one of the reasons why she had to leave the residence today. The carriage stopped, and seeing that Shen Tang was about to get up, Yinxing said, "This servant will go and get the medicine." Shen Tang said, "Let's go together." Yinxing was afraid that if people saw Shen Tang going to the pharmacy, rumors would spread, but Shen Tang didn't care. She was feeling stuffy in the carriage, and it would take a while to get the medicine, so she could go down and get some fresh air. As for being seen, rumors about her being a jinx to husbands were already flying everywhere. Could there be any rumors more hurtful than these? The master and servant entered the pharmacy. Ginkgo handed the prescription to the pharmacy clerk and said, "Get 10 doses of medicine. 10 doses aren't enough. You need to take them for 3 months, 10 doses per month." The young shop assistant was quick and efficient, and soon he had prepared 10 doses of medicine. Yinxing paid for it and then followed Shen Tang out of the pharmacy with the medicine. Shen Tang said, "Put the medicine in the carriage and then we'll go ahead and buy some candied fruit." Shen Tang hates taking medicine, especially 3 times a day. Without candied fruit to mask the bitterness, she would be miserable. Zuixinlu, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Private rooms on the 2nd floor. Chu Yi, the heir apparent of Marquis Xuani, Xiao Sun, the heir apparent of Prince Duan, and Lu Li, the eldest son of the Minister of War, sat there drinking. Chu Yi asked, "Why hasn't Xiao Huan arrived yet? Will His Majesty keep him in the palace for lunch?" Xiao Sun knew Chu Yi was never patient, so he smiled and said, "Xiao Huan is no less leisurely than us. He just returned to the capital from the border today to report to the palace. The emperor will surely have many questions for him." In fact, Xiao Sun looked at Xia Guimo standing by the window and whispered, "Don't you guys think he's acting a little strange today?" Chu Yi wholeheartedly agreed. That's true to some extent. He stood up and walked over to Xia Guimo, asking, "Brother Guimo, is something on your mind?" "No. They keep saying they don't, but their faces practically scream, 'I'm troubled.' They're not blind." Xia Guimo didn't say anything, so Chu Yi was about to subtly probe Chen-Chi. But just as he was about to ask Chen-Chi, a commotion came from downstairs, followed by the sound of things being smashed. It was obvious that someone was fighting, which immediately attracted Chu Yi's attention. There was a fight downstairs. Chu Yi went to watch the commotion, while Xia Guimo didn't move. He looked up at the sky and was about to sit down for a drink when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Seeing Shen Tang chatting and laughing with her maid, the man felt a tickle in his teeth. I've never seen such a heartless woman. Knowing that she's being targeted by the Marquis of Changping's household, she still dares to bring her maid out shopping. She really isn't afraid of death at all. After paying for the candied fruit, Inxing prepared to head back home. The two walked forward, but as they walked, Shen Tang slowly stopped. I don't know if it was just her imagination. Why does she feel like someone is watching her? Could they be from the Marquis of Changping's residence? Shen Tang stopped and looked back, then saw Xia Guimo standing by the window. Their eyes met. A glance started away. A spark flickered in one eye. Shen Tang thought of what Jiang Ning had told her about Xia Guimo burning paper money at her mother Zhang's grave. It was true. Shen Tang was determined to avoid Xia Guimo when she saw him, but she couldn't help but want to know how he could do such an outrageous thing. Shen Tang couldn't help but look out the window, but unfortunately, she was standing right outside the entrance of Zuixinlu, where a fierce fight was taking place. Then a wine jar flew out of it and hit her squarely. Shen Tang naturally didn't notice, but Xia Guimo saw it. His expression changed drastically, and he jumped off the second floor while holding onto the window. Shen Tang was looking at Xia Guimo when she saw him jump down. Her heart skipped a beat, and then someone grabbed her waist and spun her around. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a wine jar smashing on the ground came from behind. Shen Tang belatedly realized that she had almost been hit by a wine jar. If she had been hit, she would have been half dead, if not killed. Still shaken, Shen Tang looked up to see who the man who had saved her was, and suddenly met a pair of familiar eyes. "Big brother," Shen Tang blurted out. The man asked, "Are you calling me young lady?" Shen Tang snapped out of her daze and quickly took a step back. She's probably gone mad. She actually believed that Xiao Huan, the only grandson of the current emperor's uncle, the old Prince Ning, was her long-lost elder brother. Shen Tang quickly banished these inappropriate thoughts from her mind, curtsied, and thanked him. "Thank you for saving me, Prince Ning." Xiao Huan asked in surprise, "Have you seen me before, young lady?" "I had the privilege of seeing you from afar," Shen Tang replied. Not far away, a man's face was as black as the bottom of a century-old pot. He realized Shen Tang was in danger, but it was too late to jump out the window to save her. When he saw someone rescuing Shen Tang, his heart, which had been in his throat, was relieved. But when he saw Shen Tang being held by the waist and staring at the other person's face, his anger surged to the top of his head. Xia Guimo strode over, but Shen Tang, seeing his grim expression, slipped away. Xiao Huan greeted Xia Guimo with a smile. "Nice to meet you." Chapter 88. Joy. Shen Tang walked away in one breath, then slowed down and looked back. She saw Xia Guimo and Xiao Huan stepping into Zuixinlu. Shen Tang asked Inxing, "Don't you think the Prince of Ning's eyes look a lot like my father's?" Ginkgo. Could she say that she didn't dare to take a close look at what the Prince of Ning's son looked like? However, his eyes do indeed resemble those of the Marquis. When she thought about how her young lady had just called Prince Ning's heir elder brother, Ginkgo's eyes widened. Did her young lady suspect that Prince Ning's heir was the prince who had been missing for more than 10 years? How's that possible? That's the heir apparent of Prince Ning. Didn't the young lady say that the young master was tricked and taken away at the Lantern Festival? As a result, the young master not only didn't suffer while he was away, but his status also became even more noble. If the second madam knew this, wouldn't she be so angry that she would vomit blood? Inxing thought her daughter was just imagining things. In fact, Shen Tang also felt that she was being too bold, but when she met those eyes that were exactly like her father's, and thought about some things that happened in her past life, the idea suddenly came to her. More importantly, Xiao Huan's status was noble enough that even if the second prince sat in that position, it would not be easy for him to get rid of him. Shen Tang was thinking about her elder brother. Once the thought came to mind, she couldn't suppress it no matter how hard she tried. Inxing, on the other hand, was grateful for her daughter's good fortune. Although she was often unlucky, someone would always come to her rescue, even more so than the Prince of Jingong. The girl fell into the water, and he jumped in to save her, but failed. Just now, the Prince of Ning's heir beat him to it. Upon reaching the carriage stop, Shen Tang and Yin Xing boarded the carriage to return to their residence. Singha Hall. The old lady sat on a daybed and drank tea. Just as she was about to put down her teacup, a maid rushed in and hurriedly reported, "Madam, the third young master of the Ministry of Works residence and the second young master of the Dingyuan General's residence are fighting at Zuixinlu." The second young lady happened to be passing by and was almost injured by a flying wine jar. Upon hearing that Shen Tang had almost gotten into trouble, the old lady's hand trembled, and the teacup nearly fell onto the small table. "Is the second young lady all right?" Wang's mother asked anxiously. The maid shook her head repeatedly. "The second young lady is very lucky. She was saved by the Prince of Ning, who just returned to the capital today, and she is completely unharmed." The old lady's head was buzzing. How could her granddaughter have suffered so much misfortune? Ever since she refused to marry the Prince of Jingong, so many things have happened. The old lady was now afraid that Shen Tang would go out. As for Shen Tang, she returned to the Marquis's residence by carriage. Yin Xing got off the carriage first and then helped her down. Shen Tang stepped into the mansion, intending to return to the inner courtyard, but a servant said, "Second Miss is back." Just now, the Marquis saw Master Jiang off and asked Second Miss to come back to the study to see him. Shen Tang. She knew that her uncle was looking for her father because of that bastard burning paper money at her mother's grave. Could it be that her father was looking for her about this? Shen Tang couldn't help but curse a certain man in her heart, and then braced herself and walked towards Shen Sui's study. The study door was open, and Shen Tang went straight in, bowing respectfully. "Father, did you want to see me?" Shen Sui looked at Shen Tang, his brows furrowing slightly. "Are you aware that the Prince of Jingong went to pay respects to your mother?" Shen Tang said, "I heard it from my cousin at the Jiang family's house today." Shen Sui asked, "Why does the Prince of Jingong go to pay respects to your mother?" Shen Tang. Her father asked her, and she wanted to know more. Just now on the street, if she hadn't wanted to know why that bastard did such an outrageous thing, she wouldn't have stopped in front of the drunken immortal pavilion, almost getting injured and being rescued by someone else. Shen Tang shook her head slightly. "I don't know." Shen Sui rubbed his forehead. Tanger knows a lot of things, but how could he think that Tanger knew about such an outrageous thing? Shen Sui sought out Shen Tang to inquire about this matter. Once everything was settled, Shen Tang took his leave. "I went to Songhang before returning to Kinjiyuan." Shen Tang doesn't usually take a nap, but she barely rested all morning, either walking or riding in a carriage. She was exhausted and felt sleepy when she got back, so she took a nap on the small couch. The nap lasted a little longer than usual, a good half hour. When Shen Tang woke up, still half asleep, she saw someone sitting by the bed. She thought she was dreaming and turned over, only to hear a deep, resonant voice ask, "Awake?" A jolt of sleepiness washed over Shen Tang, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. She sat bolt upright in shock, staring at Xia Gimo sitting on the small couch. You. Xia Gimo said, "This isn't my first time here. Are you surprised to see me?" Shen Tang felt that she was making a big fuss over these words. Shen Tang wanted to know, and since the question had come to her doorstep, how could she not ask? Shen Tang looked at Xia Gimo and asked, "Why did you go to my mother's grave to burn paper money?" Xia Gimo. His ears turned bright red. Seeing Shen Tang staring at him without blinking, Xia Gimo said irritably, "Didn't your mother forbid you from marrying me?" Shen Tang. So he went to please her mother and get her to marry her off to him? Shen Tang felt a wave of bitterness spreading from the bottom of her heart, so painful that she could hardly breathe. Shen Tang said, "Didn't you not believe in dreams?" Xia Gimo looked at Shen Tang. "I don't want to believe it either, but your mother appeared in my dream and told the Jiang family about the imperial examination questions. How can I not believe it?" Shen Tang hadn't expected him to be so convinced. Then, as if realizing something, Shen Tang's eyes widened. The imperial examination leaked, and the chief and deputy examiners were imprisoned because of you? Xia Gimo did not deny it. "It is indeed related to my asking the emperor about the exam questions, but the emperor would not imprison the chief and deputy examiners just because I asked if that was the question on the exam. He must have found out something." Shen Tang asked casually, and she replied, "Don't burn paper money for my mother anymore." Xia Guimo frowned. "It doesn't work?" Shen Tang's nose stung with tears. She hadn't expected Xia Guimo to go to such lengths to marry her, and she was even more afraid he would do something even more outrageous. Shen Tang shook her head and said, "The dream story was something I made up." Xia Guimo didn't believe in dreams before, but the spring examination questions swayed him, and he finally started to believe them to some extent. Now she's telling him that the dream was fabricated by her. Xia Guimo laughed in anger. "If you didn't appear in my dream, then I'd like to ask you clearly, why won't you marry me? And you even said it was for my own good." Shen Tang looked at Xia Guimo, tears welling up in her eyes. "If I said I've already married you once, would you believe me?" Chapter 89. Past Life. Xia Guimo was startled. He looked at Shen Tang and asked, "When did you marry me?" "Past life." Shen Tang wiped away her tears. "I've married you once, and I've died once. In your past life, you were injured while saving the second prince and fell into a coma. You needed a marriage to bring good luck, but Shen Han was afraid of becoming a widow and didn't want to marry you. So she plotted to have me marry in your place. On the very night I married you, you woke up." Xia Guimo found the idea of receiving a message in a dream absurd, let alone the idea of being reborn after death. But apart from himself and a few close confidants, no one else knew that he had pretended to be poisoned and unconscious. Shen Tang recognized the jade pendant his father had given him, saying he had seen him wear it before and recognized him by his back. He also mentioned the imperial examination questions, the Yongning Marquis's scheme to marry the Jiang family's daughter to bring good luck, and the second Master Shen's plot to become the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He couldn't help but believe it, given all the facts. Thinking of how Shen Tang would stab him without hesitation rather than marry him, Xia Guimo felt his blood freeze. "If you marry me, won't I treat you well?" If he were a good person, why wouldn't she marry him? Xia Guimo felt he had asked a pointless question when he heard Shen Tang angrily say, you bully me every day." Did he bully her? And they bully her every day? How's that possible? Could it be? Xia Guimo said, "Bullying someone in bed doesn't count as bullying." Shen Tang wished she could kick him off the small couch and out the window. Shen Tang gritted her teeth. "Not in bed." Xia Guimo. Could it be that he has some unusual fetish? Thinking of the picture books he had looked at for his wedding night, he dared not deny it. Shen Tang could tell at a glance that he had misunderstood. She choked up and said, "We've been married for 4 years and only slept together once. You almost died that time. Can you marry me, but never consummate our marriage? Give up on that notion." With each sentence Shen Tang spoke, Xia Guimo's face paled 3 degrees. He couldn't believe that he had been married to Shen Tang for 4 years, only slept with her once, and had almost died. He thought of how Shen Tang resisted his approach. She didn't even dare to breathe if he got too close. Xia Guimo believed Shen Tang wasn't lying to him, but he simply couldn't believe such a thing could happen. "I just can't touch you?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I don't know if you can touch other people. I've been married to you for 4 years. You didn't take any concubines for the first 3 years. In the last year, you went to the battlefield and defeated the enemy. The second prince, who ascended the throne, and Shen Han joined forces to poison the purse I embroidered for you. You were poisoned and died on your way back to the capital. Shen Han made me accompany you on your journey and strangled me in the woodshed of your Jing'ong prince's mansion." Shen Tang didn't know how much of what she said had convinced Xia Guimo, but it wasn't difficult to make him believe that she had truly married him and lived in the Jing'ong prince's mansion for 4 years. Shen Tang described the layout of Xia Guimo's study in detail. She even mentioned that she had accompanied Princess Jing'ong to Prince Jingyong's study several times and knew what was inside. She had been to the Prince of Jingyong's residence, but she had never entered his Qinxiang pavilion, let alone the Prince of Jingyong's study. She couldn't have known this so clearly if she hadn't married him. She even knew things Xia Guimo didn't know. Shen Tang said, "That rare military treatise you've been searching for hasn't been lost. It's just stuck behind the cabinet in your study." At this point in Shen Tang's speech, Siagimo suddenly stood up. Without saying a word, he jumped out of the window and left. He left in a hurry without closing the window. The wind blew in. Even though it wasn't cold, Shen Tang felt a chill run through her body. She knew Siagimo had gone to verify what she had said. Once he sees the military treatise, he should give up and abandon his hopes. Tears streamed down her face. Shen Tang raised her hand to wipe it away. Siagimo left the Pingyuan Marquis' residence and rode back to the Jingyang Prince's residence, but he didn't even go through the main gate. He climbed over the wall to get back. Back at Chengxiangshuan, he strode towards the study. He pushed open the study door, walked to the bookshelf, and moved the bookshelf full of books with only a fraction of his strength, causing the military treatise that was stuck behind the bookshelf to fall to the ground. The moment Siagimo saw the military treatise, his heart sank to the bottom. Chenchi squeezed in and picked up the military treatise. It really is the military treatise that I've been searching for so long. Chenchi's voice was trembling. Finding the military treatise also means that what Miss Shen said about being reborn after death is indeed true. She didn't marry the master, truly for his own good. Shen Tang curled up on the small couch, hugging her knees. I don't know how many tears I shed. Yinxing and Qiudong didn't know what had happened and wanted to offer advice, but couldn't. Shen Tang didn't give them a chance to do so either. As soon as Yinxing opened her mouth, Shen Tang kicked her out. Feeling down, Shen Tang didn't eat dinner and didn't recover from her low mood until night. Having been reborn, she had no intention of getting involved in romantic relationships. What she needed to do was find her eldest brother and expose the second wife's wolfish ambitions. She shouldn't be troubled by these things. She only hoped that Siagimo would take her words to heart and not be discarded by the second prince again in this life. Shen Tang came to terms with it, ate all the late-night snack Qiudong had prepared for her, and fell into a deep sleep. She cried for a long time, and her eyes were still a little swollen when she woke up the next day. Shen Tang applied some medicine and went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady, which was more than half an hour later than usual. Even with the ointment applied, her eyes were still noticeably red and swollen upon closer inspection. The old lady asked, "Why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I'm not feeling unwell. I just had a nightmare last night and couldn't fall back asleep for a long time afterward." Given what Shen Tang has been going through these past few days, it would be strange if she didn't have nightmares. Even if you escape unharmed, you're bound to be frightened. The old lady sighed. From now on, it's best not to leave the manor unless absolutely necessary. She also wanted to find an opportunity to see if the Prince of Ning's heir was her elder brother. How could she leave the manor? But since the old lady was concerned about her, Shen Tang didn't refute it and just nodded slightly. Shen Tang planned to sit for a while and then go back, but just as she sat down, a maid came in and said, "Madam, General Ding Yuan's wife has arrived." Yesterday, the second young master of General Ding Yuan's mansion and the third young master of the Ministry of Works mansion got into a fight at Zuixinlu, and Shen Tang was almost injured. The fact that General Ding Yuan's wife has come to visit now is clearly for this matter. Please let her in. Chapter 90. Apologize. The maidservant left, and a short while later, a very well-maintained lady of about 35 or 36 years old walked in. She was none other than the wife of General Ding Yuan. She walked in, bowed to the old lady, and said apologetically, "I should have come to your residence yesterday. My good-for-nothing son got into a fight with the third young master of the Ministry of Works residence at Zuixinlu, which almost caused my second young lady to suffer an undeserved disaster. We have frightened Miss Shen and the old lady. We have failed in our duty to raise our son, so we have prepared some small gifts to apologize. We hope you will forgive us." As General Ding Yuan's wife spoke, the maidservant carrying the apology gift stepped forward. They brought quite a few things, showing their sincere apology. But the old lady thought that if it weren't for the quick thinking of Prince Ning's son who saved Shen Tang yesterday, the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion might have to hold a funeral today. The old lady's attitude was not good. She picked up her teacup and said, "My granddaughter has been unlucky lately. She almost got her head cracked open while she was just strolling around. This old woman, dare not let her go out on the street anymore. Shen Tang sat there, and this was the first time in her life she had heard the old lady speak in such a sarcastic tone, which showed that she was really angry. Has Shen Tang been having bad luck lately? It's really not good. One thing after another has happened. But some people are really unlucky. Even drinking water can cause them to choke. When they encounter danger, no one will come to their rescue. Even so, the old lady doesn't want Shen Tang to go out on the street anymore. Those who fight and brawl need to be disciplined before they can be released, so as not to harm innocent people. Shen Tang understood the underlying meaning of the old lady's words, not to mention the wife of General Dingyuan, whose expression was quite awkward. However, it was normal for the old lady to be angry because she doted on her granddaughter. The wife of General Dingyuan smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying, Madam Shen. The second young lady of the manor is very blessed. Even my good-for-nothing son is protected." The second young lady escaped unharmed. If it were someone else and something had happened to her, my good-for-nothing son would have spent his whole life in jail. It wouldn't have been enough for him to be punished by his father with dozens of family rules and kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect on his actions. General Dingyuan's wife really knows how to talk. Not only did she flatter Shen Tang, but she also subtly told the old lady that her son had already been taught a lesson. As General Dingyuan's wife spoke, she looked at Shen Tang and praised, "Second Miss Shen is exceptionally beautiful and talented. She shone brightly at the spring festival banquet at Prince Shou's mansion a few days ago, and she can even swim. It seems that good things are about to happen." It really makes me believe the saying that those who survive a great calamity are bound to have good fortune in the future. The saying, "A narrow escape from death is sure to bring good fortune," is somewhat fitting for her, but to say that she's about to have a happy ending. Wasn't the fact that she was betrothed to kept secret by the old lady and the second wife, so how did the wife of General Dingyuan find out? And nothing good is coming her way. Shen Tang found it strange, but didn't think much of it. The old lady then asked, "What good thing is coming soon?" Everyone in the manor knows that Shen Tang will have a good marriage, but rumors circulate outside that Shen Tang is a jinx to her husband's. In addition, no one knows who has caught Shen Tang's eye. To avoid being laughed at if the news gets out, the old lady forbids anyone in the manor from discussing it, let alone spreading it. The second wife is afraid that Shen Tang's good marriage will implicate Shen Han and cause her to be criticized, so she keeps it under tight control. General Dingyuan's wife laughed, "Don't you know? This morning after court, my husband was about to thank Prince Ning when he overheard Prince Ning proposing marriage to Marquis Pingyuan on behalf of his son. Prince Ning is the emperor's own uncle. He proposed marriage for his only grandson, Marquis Pingyuan. How could Marquis Pingyuan refuse? This marriage is a sure thing as long as Prince Ning speaks up." Shen Tang. The old lady. The people in the room were all looking at each other in bewilderment. Almost every gaze fell upon Shen Tang, and even though Shen Tang knew that Shen Sui would not agree, she still couldn't sit still. Shen Tang was secretly relieved that Xia Guimo couldn't propose marriage in person, so he asked the emperor to pass on his message. Otherwise, she would most likely have gotten engaged today. If her feeling was right, then it really was her older brother. Shen Tang didn't even dare to think about how she and her brother would get along after her older brother was recognized by his ancestors. The old lady also looked at Shen Tang, wondering if her granddaughter was born with a noble destiny. In just 1 or 2 months, she had 2 opportunities to become the heir apparent of the Prince of Jingyang. Before the marriage was even settled, the emperor was already alarmed, and now she had another chance to become the heir apparent of the Prince of Ning. The third wife sat to the side, filled with envy and jealousy. Had all the good marriages gone to the second daughter? Why couldn't one be shared with her daughter? When General Dingyuan's wife noticed that the atmosphere in the room wasn't as cheerful as she had expected, she sensed something was amiss and quickly took the opportunity to get up and leave. Before General Dingyuan's wife even left the room, the old lady said, "When the Marquis returns to the manor, have him come to see me." The maidservant hurried to the front yard to deliver the message. As General Ding Yuan's wife left, the wife of the Vice Minister of Works also came to fight for her son, almost injuring Shen Tang. She apologized and felt embarrassed for arriving later than General Ding Yuan's wife. However, arriving late has its advantages. The old lady's anger had been largely appeased by the wife of General Ding Yuan, and since she was focused on arranging Shen Tang's engagement, she didn't make things difficult for the wife of the Vice Minister of Works. The wife of the Vice Minister of Works stayed for a full quarter of an hour before taking her leave. After the wife of the Vice Minister of Works left, the old lady drank a cup of tea before a maid came in and said, "Old madam, the Marquis has arrived." Father finally arrived, and Shen Tang's bottom was practically rock hard from sitting so long. Although I knew my father wouldn't agree, I couldn't help but want to know, so I could only sit and wait. Shen Sui entered quickly. Before he could even bow, the old lady asked impatiently, "Does Prince Ning truly wish for the young master to marry Tanger?" Shen Sui sat down and said, "The Prince of Ning's heir has been stationed at the border for many years." This time, he was summoned back to the capital because the old Prince of Ning felt that he had reached the age to marry and have children, and wanted to settle his life's major event. Yesterday, upon returning to the capital, he rescued Tanger on the street. The old Prince of Ning felt that they were destined to be together, and after the morning court session, he proposed marriage to me. The old lady asked, "You refused? Is there even a question?" Shen Sui said, "Although Tanger hasn't officially arranged her marriage, it's practically half arranged. How could I dare to betroth her to someone else?" The old lady knew this would happen. She fiddled with the prayer beads in her hand and said, "I wonder who has taken a fancy to Tanger." She had never met the Prince of Ning's heir, but as the grandson of the old Prince Ning, his noble status and ability to stay at the border year-round, enduring the hardships of sandstorms, made him far superior to ordinary noble families. With a daughter in the family, many families would want to marry her. If it weren't for having connections with the emperor, the old lady would have actually agreed to the marriage. Shen Sui said, "However, I did not refuse outright. I only said that the emperor seemed to be interested in bestowing a marriage upon Tanger, and that the old Prince Ning went to ask the emperor about it." Chapter 91. Message. It wasn't that Shen Sui wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He simply had no other choice. He had met the Prince of Ning's heir, and found him to be quite remarkable. Shen Sui was overjoyed to have such a son-in-law. The fact that the old Prince of Ning had proposed marriage to him was a great honor for him, and Shen Sui neither wanted to nor dared to offend the old Prince of Ning. Besides, he had no reason to refuse, saying that his daughter was engaged. If they were truly engaged, Prince Ning would no longer ask his grandson to marry his daughter. But since there's no engagement and the marriage isn't permitted, doesn't that mean she hasn't taken a liking to the Prince of Ning's heir? Shen Sui could only use the emperor to reject Prince Ning and have the emperor help him refuse the marriage proposal. He could also use Prince Ning to put pressure on the person who wanted to marry his daughter but did not come to propose. Chengxiangshuan, the study. Xia Guimo slept on the small couch all night. When I woke up, I saw that military book on the small table, and it was extremely irritating to my eyes. He picked it up casually and threw it outside, which unfortunately hit Chen Shan in the face as he was about to jump through the window into the house. Chen Shan hurriedly caught the military treatise. Upon seeing him, Chen Qi asked, "Why are you back again?" Chen Shan. He didn't want to come back either, but he dared not come back. Chen Shan silently put down the military treatise, took a step back, and then said, "Sir, today Prince Ning asked Marquis Pingyuan for the hand of Miss Shen on behalf of his son." Almost instantly, the man's face turned as cold as ice. Chen Shan felt that Chen Qi wanted to kill him from the look in his eyes. Chen Shan and Chen Qi both knew what Shen Tang and Xia Guimo had talked about yesterday. Chen Shan had just returned to the Jingyang prince's mansion when, less than a day later, Shen Tang almost got into trouble on the street. Xia Guimo then sent Chen Shan to protect Shen Tang again. Yesterday, Xia Guimo left, and Chen Shan didn't dare to go with him, so he stayed at Qingyi Garden. He didn't know if Master and Miss Shen had a future, but he knew this and couldn't pretend he didn't. Being a bodyguard is really too difficult. Xia Guimo's gaze fell on the military treatise. Did Marquis Pingyuan agree? Chen Shan shook his head, about to speak, when there was a knock on the door and a servant came in, saying, "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace." Why did the Emperor suddenly summon him? Xia Guimo had no interest in dealing with the Emperor's visit. He looked at Chen Shan, who said, "The Marquis of Pingyuan did not agree. He only said that the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage upon mission, and the old Prince Ning went to see the Emperor." Xia Guimo knew why the Emperor had summoned him. After changing into a brocade robe, Xia Guimo rode into the palace. The Imperial Study. The Emperor was reviewing memorials. The biggest event in the court recently was the leak of the Imperial examination questions. The left chancellor, who was at the height of his power, was directly imprisoned by the Emperor. This was no small matter, and the memorials submitted in the past 2 days were all related to this incident. The Emperor glanced at the memorial and put it down. A young eunuch stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Jingyang's heir has arrived." Xia Guimo stepped forward and bowed to the Emperor. The Emperor picked up a new memorial, glanced at him, and said, "It's been so long, and you still haven't come to propose marriage. If you're not planning to marry Mission, I'll bestow her upon the Prince of Ning's heir." Shen Sui only said that the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage upon Shen Tang, but did not say who the marriage would be with. Prince Ning then assumed that the Emperor thought Shen Tang was a good match and intended to bestow the marriage upon one of the princes. Prince Ning wanted to ask the Emperor, if no one has been chosen yet, or if the Emperor's willingness to bestow the marriage is not so firm, then should he take this marriage away for his grandson? Prince Ning had only 2 sons. One died saving the Emperor before he was married, and the other died on the battlefield, leaving only the heir. Due to poor health, the heir had been recuperating away from home for many years, and the family had fallen into poverty. The Emperor not only respected Prince Ning greatly, but also felt guilty towards him. If he hadn't known that Xia Guimo had taken a liking to Shen Tang and that the two were in love, the Emperor would have immediately written an imperial edict to grant them marriage if Prince Ning had asked him for it. The Emperor had always admired Xia Guimo's decisiveness, but he never expected him to be so indecisive when it came to proposing marriage. Xia Guimo's eyes dimmed. Although Shen Tang repeatedly said she would never marry, he knew that this was not something Shen Tang could decide. If he really couldn't marry her as Shen Tang said, he shouldn't stop her from marrying Xiao Huan. But the thought of her marrying someone else left him feeling empty inside. Could he really bear to watch her and Xiao Huan live happily ever after? And what she said, that he couldn't touch her. If he can't do it, does that mean other men can? The Emperor wouldn't bestow Shen Tang upon Xiao Huan in marriage knowing that he favors her, but if Xiao Huan were to agree, the Emperor might actually grant the marriage. Xia Guimo composed himself. "I will visit your home as soon as possible to propose marriage." Shen Sui tactfully declined the marriage proposal from Prince Ning, and for the first time, Shen Tang felt that perhaps she really could never get married in this lifetime. Xia Guimo will not come to propose marriage again, and the Marquis's mansion dares not give her to anyone else, so even if she wanted to get married, she would not be able to. Once she finds her older brother, she can peacefully find a beautiful place to live out her days in peace. Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden with light steps. Jingxi Nunnery. The second wife was copying Buddhist scriptures. Shen Han and Shen Ran were not there. The scenery near Jingxi Nunnery was quite nice. Although she had been visiting it every day and was tired of it, it was still better than sitting there copying those dreary Buddhist scriptures. The second wife was feeling irritable and restless. A maidservant hurried in and whispered a few words in her ear. The second wife's expression changed. She won't even marry the heir of the Prince of Ning? The maid nodded. The Marquis has refused. Prince Ning is the Emperor's uncle, and the Prince of Ning's heir is of such noble status. Prince Ning personally proposed marriage, but the Marquis refused to agree. Who on earth has taken a liking to Shen Tang but has not come to propose marriage? Could it be some prince? Even among the princes, apart from a few favored ones who have a chance to compete for the crown prince position, the rest of the princes are no match for the Prince of Ning's heir. The fact that Shen Han's engagement was called off and Shen Tang had a good marriage already made the second madam very unhappy. Now that she knows that the marriage is even better than that of the Prince of Ning's heir, the second madam is even more unhappy. Are they all blind? They only see Shen Tang and not Shen Han. The second wife longed to return to the Marquis's mansion immediately, but only a few days out of half a month had passed, and she couldn't go anywhere. The imperial examinations were held in 3 sessions in the spring. 1 game every 3 days. It lasted a total of 9 days and 6 nights. This day marked the end of the first round of the imperial examinations. The students left the examination hall, returned to their lodgings to rest for the night, and then went back to the examination hall the next day to continue their examinations. Shen Tang did want to go to the examination hall to pick up her 2 cousins, but she kept getting into trouble, so she didn't dare to mention it at all. Shen Tang didn't go. Ginkgo went to the examination hall in her place. After lunch, Shen Tang had nothing to do, so she strolled around the garden and fed the koi in the pavilion. I just wasn't really interested. She leaned against the railing, watching the shimmering water. No one knew what she was thinking. Xiao Tong, who was serving nearby, saw a familiar figure running towards them in the distance and said, "Miss, Ginkgo is back." Shen Tang turned around and saw Inxing enter the pavilion, having run back all the way, with a layer of fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Ginkgo was practically parched, so she poured herself a cup of tea before saying, "Miss, the 2 young masters have returned to the Jiang family." Shen Tang asked, "Did your 2 cousins say how their exams went?" Inxing shook her head. "They didn't say, but I could tell they were in a very good mood, so they must have done well on the exam. If I don't do well on the test, I definitely won't be able to smile." Shen Tang believed that her 2 cousins would not let her down. She continued to look at the lotus pond. Ginkgo, still thirsty after finishing a cup of tea, poured herself another. Then she took out a letter from her bosom and said to Shen Tang, "Just now when I returned to the manor, there was a man at the second gate who had come looking for 4th madam several times. The gatekeeper was getting impatient and wanted to have someone beat him up. I asked him a few more questions, and the man said that he was entrusted by a maid named Chunlan to deliver a message to 4th madam, asking her to go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Wangzhou to rescue her." 100 Flowers Pavilion. This sounds like a brothel. Xiao Tong said, "Wangzhou is hundreds of miles away from the capital. How could 4th madam possibly go to such a far place to rescue a maid?" Inxing said, "That's what I said too." The man said that Chunlan said that as long as 4th madam sees this letter, she will definitely send someone to Wangzhou to rescue her. The man had urgent business to attend to and needed to leave the capital. He couldn't wait for 4th madam to return, so he gave the letter to me and asked me to deliver it for him. Shen Tang's gaze fell on the letter. 4th madam married into a family far away in the capital. Her family home was quite far away, and she couldn't go back for several years at a time. However, when she did go back, she would stay for 2 or 3 months. Judging by the days, 4th madam should be returning to the capital in a few days. In her previous life, the 4th madam fell ill just a few days after returning to the capital and passed away in less than a month. How could she possibly have gone to Wangzhou to save a maid? It's just a bit strange. If the maid was sold, she wouldn't have asked the 4th madam to save her. If she wasn't sold, how did she end up at the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Wangzhou? Shen Tang said, "Go and find out if there is a maid named Chunlan by 4th madam's side." Chapter 92. Missing. Inxing went to inquire about the matter, while Xiao Tang stayed behind to serve Shen Tang. Shen Tang stayed in the pavilion for a while before returning to Qingyi Garden. After returning to her room, Shen Tang sat on the small couch and drank tea. Inxing lifted the beaded curtain and came in. Xiao Tong asked, "Did you find out?" Ginkgo shook her head. "No, I asked several maids in the north courtyard, and there was no maid named Chunlan in 4th madam's household. However, there was a maid named Chunlan in 3rd madam's courtyard. But that's clearly not the case. Chunlan is trapped in the 100 Flowers brothel in Wangzhou, and she's waiting for the 4th madam to bring 5,000 taels of silver to redeem her. 5,000 taels could buy so many maids. I don't know how Chunlan was so confident that she could get the fourth madam to redeem her with just one letter. Could it be that the letter contains something about the fourth madam? But isn't he afraid that the fourth madam will send someone to silence him by blatantly threatening her? As Yo's mother brought the account book into the house, she stopped at the door just as she heard what Inqing was saying. Seeing that she was standing still, Xiao Tong asked curiously, "Why isn't Aunt Zhou coming in?" Only then did Madame Zhou step in. "Why did you seek out Chunlan, the maidservant who serves fourth madam? This sounds like the fourth madam has a maid named Chunlan by her side." Shen Tang asked, "Does Zhou's mother know?" Madame Zhou nodded. Chunlan was the fourth madam's dowry maid. 15 years ago, on the day the girl was born, Chunlan hurriedly left the mansion and never returned. I remember that on that day, besides Chunlan, the fourth madam's maid, Xiaowei, the daughter of Madame Sun, who served the second madam, also disappeared. Because Jiang was convinced that she had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and that Shen Han was not her son, Jiang made a fuss and demanded that Shen Sui help her find her son, suspecting that he had been sent out of the mansion. Shen Sui investigated all the servants who had entered and left the mansion that day. The only suspicious thing is the disappearance of Chunlan and Xiaowei. Normally, if a maid goes missing in the manor would at most report it to the authorities and wouldn't launch a large-scale search. However, the day the two maids disappeared was special. The Marquis's manor sent people to search the entire capital. After Chunlan disappeared, there was no news of her. Xiaowei was found a few days later in a dilapidated temple outside the city, barely clothed, and had been raped and killed. Fourth madam would never steal Zhang's son, and since Chunlan couldn't be found, the matter was dropped. Unexpectedly, after 15 years, she would hear that name again. Zhou's mother thought that Chunlan might end up like Xiaowei, or at best, not much better. Mother Zhou told Shen Tang everything she knew, and then asked, "Why did you inquire about Chunlan, miss?" Shen Tang didn't speak, but Inqing answered, "It was that Chunlan who asked someone to deliver a message to the fourth madam, asking her to go to the Baiwa Tower in Wangzhou to rescue her." The letter was placed on the small couch, and Shen Tang looked over at it. Shen Han said that her newborn second brother was buried alive by them. He definitely wouldn't have been buried in the Marquis's mansion. He must have been sent out of the mansion for burial, and the task would have been entrusted to a trusted confidant. It was very likely that the confidant was Xiaohui. Chunlan was confident that she could get fourth madam to send someone to Wangzhou to redeem her with just one letter. Could it be that Chunlan witnessed it? Shen Tang thought of the fourth madam in her previous life. Although she had a long and tiring journey, she still went to the Jingyang prince's mansion to see her the next day. She regretted not being able to drink the wedding wine for her. As a result, she fell ill within 2 days. Could it be because of this letter? "Give me the letter." Xiao Tong handed the letter to Shen Tang, who, disregarding the impoliteness of opening someone else's letter, tore it open herself. Upon opening the letter, Shen Tang's brows furrowed into a deep frown. The letter had a drawing of a food box on it. But the food box didn't contain food, instead, it contained a shoe. A letter like this could make the fourth madam spend thousands of taels of silver to redeem Chunlan? Shen Tang looked at the letter over and over again. There was only the envelope and nothing else. Inqing said, "I heard from that man that Chunlan has been trying to find someone to send letters to the fourth madam all these years, but Wangzhou is too far from the capital and no one can help her. She agreed to marry that man after she redeemed herself. The man was on business near the capital and wanted to see the prosperity of the capital, so he helped Chunlan on the side. As a result, he sent such a puzzling letter." Shen Tang said, "Chunlan is the fourth madam's maid. Just because we don't understand doesn't mean the fourth madam doesn't understand. When fourth madam returns, just give her the letter." Shen Tang looked disappointed, thinking the letter might be related to her second brother being switched at birth. Xiao Tong said, "Should we change the envelope?" The letter was unsigned. If it were another fourth wife, she wouldn't have known it had been opened. Shen Tang said, "No need. The more a letter that others cannot understand is concealed, the more likely it is to make the fourth madam suspect that the letter is forged, thus affecting her decision to send someone to redeem Chunlan. Shen Tang handed the letter to Yin Xing, who took it and put it away. Zhou Mama gave the account book to Shen Tang so that she could take a look. Although there wasn't much to do in the courtyard, there were still some things to do. Shen Tang needed to be very clear about where the expenses were. Once the marriage was settled, she would have to learn how to manage the household. Zhou Mama didn't expect the second madam to teach Shen Tang these things, nor did she dare to let the second madam teach her. Shen Tang was well aware of Zhou Mama's devotion to her. With Zhou Mama and Xiaotong in Qingyi Garden, and several maids being sold off, the young maids no longer dared to go to Qinglan Garden and the South Courtyard. Shen Tang was flipping through the account book when a maid came in and said, "Miss, there will be a banquet in the palace in 3 days. The Empress has asked all the unmarried daughters of fourth-rank officials to attend." Shen Tang: "There was no palace banquet held at this time in my previous life. How come such a palace banquet suddenly appeared, and even the unmarried girls of fourth-rank officials were invited to attend?" Shen Tang found it strange, and Yin Xing had already asked, "Is this for selecting a consort for the prince?" The maidservant said, "I heard it's to choose a consort for the Prince of Ning's heir. If it is to choose a consort for Xiaohuan, then it is most likely related to the old Prince Ning helping Xiaohuan to ask her to marry him." The emperor was unaware that there was no possibility between her and Xia Guimo. He assumed that Xia Guimo would definitely marry her and therefore could not bestow her in marriage to Xiaohuan. The Ning prince's mansion only had the old Prince Ning, the old Princess Ning, and Xiaohuan. The old Princess Ning was old and in poor health and could not leave the mansion. If the mansion held a banquet and invited young ladies from noble families, there would be no one to take care of them. So the emperor simply held the banquet in the palace to show his respect for the Ning prince's mansion. Then the question arose. Ginkgo asked, "Will you be attending a banquet at the palace in 3 days?" Chapter 93. Attending a banquet. The Empress sent word that all unmarried daughters of fourth-rank officials should attend the event. Shen Tang was unmarried, so she should attend. However, this palace banquet was held to select a consort for the Prince of Ning's heir. The old Prince Ning asked Shen Tang to marry his grandson Xiaohuan, but Shen Sui politely declined. Shen Tang would definitely not marry Xiaohuan, so there was no need for her to attend the palace banquet. More importantly, Shen Tang had just been tricked by Consort Yi and Princess Chang'an a few days ago and was still feeling lingering fear. Yin Xing didn't want Shen Tang to enter the palace again from the bottom of her heart. Shen Tang didn't want to go to the palace, but she still wanted to find an opportunity to ask Xiaohuan if he had any birthmarks. Since it was a banquet to select a consort for Xiaohuan, he would definitely attend, and Shen Tang didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. However, Shen Tang didn't hesitate because she had no choice at all. "Neither my grandmother nor my father would let me go." Indeed, it's impossible that the Marquis and the old madam would knowingly send their daughter to the palace, a place that devours people without a trace, knowing that Consort Yi had her eye on her. Ginkgo felt relieved. With such a good opportunity, the second madam and the eldest miss will definitely take the chance to return to the manor. Even if there's no opportunity, one should try to create one to return home, let alone such a good opportunity. I'm afraid they're already on their way home by now. Just as Shen Tang had guessed, as soon as the second madam received the news that the palace was going to hold a banquet and that the Empress wanted officials of the fourth rank and above to bring their unmarried daughters to attend, she immediately had someone pack their bags and return home. Although the palace banquet was 3 days later, the second madam and her entourage could not enter the palace directly from Jingxi Nunnery. They could only return 2 days in advance. The old madam could not allow her to go to Jingxi Nunnery again. Furthermore, Shen Han and Shen Ran also needed to prepare for the palace banquet. If they were to perform a dance or play the zither, they would need to practice for 2 days to avoid becoming rusty. So the old madam turned a blind eye. It was so difficult to get them to go to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on their actions, but they only spent a few days there before returning early. They call it reflection, but Shen Han went to the street to look at the lanterns and escorted her cousin to the examination hall. What kind of reflection is that? The self-reflection was perfunctory, but it wasn't entirely without effect. When the second madam and Shen Han returned this time, they didn't dare to urge the old madam to let her enter the palace. Shen Han and Shen Ran attached great importance to this palace banquet. When Shen Tang went to pay her respects for a while, she couldn't find them anywhere. However, Shen Tang still went to the palace for the banquet in the end. On the day of the palace banquet, the weather was fine. After breakfast, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady as usual. As she passed the screen, she saw Shen Han and Shen Ran chatting and laughing with the old lady. Both of them were dressed very carefully, dignified yet pretty, and poised and graceful. The second wife's attire was unlike that of a fourth-rank official's wife. She exuded the air of a marquis's wife. The old lady instructed Shen Han and Shen Ran in the palace, "You must not move around casually, and you must be careful in your words and actions." The two obediently agreed. Once the maid came in to report that the carriage was ready, the second madam prepared to take them to the palace. Shen Luo could only watch helplessly. The third master was a fifth-rank official, and Shen Luo was not qualified to enter the palace. Moreover, given her status, entering the palace would only be for the sake of joining in the fun. Just as the second madam got up, another maid came in and said, "Madam, the Empress Dowager has heard that the second Mrs. Sword Dance is quite good and wishes to meet her. Consort Yi heard from the second madam a few days ago that you, madam, are not feeling well, so she sent an imperial physician to examine you." The old lady showed no honor at Consort Yi's concern. Instead, her expression turned cold. Consort Yi sent the imperial physician not out of concern for the old lady, but because she was afraid that the Pingyuan Marquis family would use Shen Tang's illness as an excuse to prevent her from entering the palace. She sent the imperial physician to silence the Pingyuan Marquis family. Since the Empress had issued a decree that officials of the fourth rank and above should bring their unmarried daughters to the palace for a banquet, and Shen Tang was not unwell, refusing to enter the palace would be ignoring the Empress's words. The old lady knew that Consort Yi was not someone the Marquis of Pingyuan's household could afford to offend. Yet, even if the man who had beaten the Marquis of Chongping's heir was the one seeking to marry their daughter, she should not have picked on the softest target. Was their Marquis of Pingyuan household so easy to bully? The old lady clenched her prayer beads in anger. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, please let me go to the palace." She might escape the first day of the month, but she couldn't escape the 15th. The Empress Dowager summoned her to the palace, and although she pretended to be sick to avoid it today, she would still have to go once she recovered. Since she can't avoid it, at least she can see Xiao Huan when she goes to the palace today, but she might not be able to next time. The old lady knew that no one could stop Consort Yi from doing what she was going to do, but she was still afraid when she thought about how Shen Tang had been accused of offending Princess Chang'an and breaking a porcelain vase when she entered the palace last time. She was almost punished by being forced to kneel for 3 hours. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, I will be careful." It's not enough to just be careful. The only thing that comforted the old lady was that the person who had taken a liking to Shen Tang had a lot of influence with the emperor, and if anything happened to Shen Tang, the emperor would protect her out of consideration for that person. Shen Han also said, "Grandmother, please let my second sister go. After she enters the palace, I will accompany her wherever she goes." No way. It would be better if Shen Han didn't stay with her. If she did, she would definitely die even faster. However, Shen Tang knew that Shen Han only said this to get the old lady to agree to let her enter the palace so that she could be made difficult by Consort Yi. As for accompanying her, that was impossible even if the sun rose in the west. The old lady looked at the second wife and said, "Tanger will go to the palace with you. Take good care of her. If anything happens to Tanger in the palace, I will hold you responsible." Shen Tang was wearing a light blue dress with embroidered orchids, which was almost new. It was enough to make the Marquis's mansion proud to attend the banquet in the palace. However, the hair ornaments she wore were a bit too simple. It would take too much time to go back to Qingyi Garden to get them. So the old lady instructed the maid, Bring me the pair of gold and sapphire hairpins from my dressing box." A short while later, the maid brought the hairpin, and the old lady inserted it into Shen Tang's hair, saying, "It's really nice." Shen Tang said, "Thank you for the gift, grandmother." Shen Han angrily clenched the embroidered handkerchief in her hand. In the past month or two, the old lady has been showering Shen Tang with gifts, but she hasn't given her anything good. Her grandmother's heart is truly biased towards Shen Tang. When she returns from the palace banquet, she will have to think of a way to win back her grandmother's heart. When they arrived at the gate of the Marquis's mansion, the carriage was already waiting there. Neither Shen Tang nor Shen Han wanted to ride in the same carriage as the other, but since they were both eldest daughters of the main branch and had given birth to twins, they had no choice but to stay together. On their way to the palace, the two acted as if the other did not exist, not uttering a single word. They entered the palace without any hindrance and stopped at the horse parking area. Shen Tang sat on the outside and got off the carriage first. But Shen Tang didn't expect that as soon as she stepped out of the carriage, she would see Xia Guimo. He was riding on horseback, handsome and naturally noble. Since the day Shen Tang told Xia Guimo about her rebirth, and Xia Guimo jumped out of the window and left, they have never seen each other again. Their eyes met. Shen Tang felt as if she had been pricked by a needle. A sharp, persistent pain spread throughout her body. She looked away and stepped down from the carriage. As Shen Tang alighted from the carriage, Xia Guimo dismounted from his horse, and Princess Jingyang emerged from her sedan chair. Seeing many young ladies from prominent families walking ahead, she instructed Xia Guimo, "If I won't let you choose a wife for the heir, then you should put your heart into it and find a girl you like so I can propose marriage for you. Your life's most important matter can't be delayed any longer." Just as Princess Jingyang was saying this, Shen Tang and Shen Han happened to walk by, their expressions quite different. Shen Tang felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, while Shen Han tore at the embroidered handkerchief in her hand, her face extremely pale. Such a good marriage had been ruined by her. It would have been one thing if the Prince of Jingyang had died, but he was still alive and well. She wondered how many people were laughing behind her back, saying that she had let the duck that was almost in her hand fly away. The palace maids led the way to the imperial garden. In the imperial garden, spring was in full bloom, with countless exotic flowers and rare herbs. However, what caught the eye even more were the elegantly dressed young ladies from noble families. Although today was not a selection of consorts for the princes, but only for the heir apparent of Prince Ning, the heir apparent of Prince Ning's status was not much lower than that of the princes. Generally speaking, the future status of the princes might not be as high as that of the heir apparent of Prince Ning. Prince Ning is the emperor's own uncle, holding a prestigious position. Prince Ning's heir is the only remaining son of the emperor. It can be said that as long as Prince Ning's heir does not commit regicide or rebellion in the future, he will enjoy endless wealth and honor for the rest of his life. The Prince of Ning's heir is not only of noble birth, but also incredibly handsome. His literary and martial talents are beyond description. Anyone who could marry him would be overjoyed. Yet someone actually refused. Only someone with a proud and arrogant heart could do such a thing. The entire imperial garden is buzzing with discussion about it. Sure enough, as soon as Shen Tang entered the imperial garden, countless eyes fell on her, scrutinizing her from head to toe and then from toe to head. Everyone would be surprised if someone else refused a marriage proposal, but it seems less surprising when it happened to Shen Tang, since this isn't the first time she's refused a marriage proposal. If she hadn't refused the marriage proposal, she would already be the crown princess of Jingyang. Not marrying the heir of the Prince of Jingyang, nor the heir of the Prince of Ning, who is the second daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family going to marry. The crown prince? A young lady from a prominent family said sourly, the Prince of Ning's heir saved her in the street, but the old Prince of Ning didn't propose marriage. Wouldn't that give people something to talk about? The Marquis of Pingyuan knows his place by refusing the marriage. He knows that his daughter is not good enough for the Prince of Ning's heir. The Prince of Ning's heir is the only son left in the Prince of Ning's family. If something bad happens to him, The Marquis of Pingyuan's family can't afford to bear the consequences. Why is she always the one being rescued? When these people talk about her, can they please keep their voices down? It's one thing to talk about her, but to make sure she hears it is another. Do you think she enjoys being rescued? Going out for a stroll puts her life in danger. She might get hit by a wine jar while walking down the street. She's practically choking on water. In her past life, she married Xiagimo and was told she wasn't good enough for him. In this life, she didn't marry him and was told she was arrogant. Luckily, she doesn't care much about what others say, or she would be furious. Moreover, Shen Tang had no time to care what others were saying about her. Consort Yi was scheming to get her into the palace. Who knew what traps she had set for her? She had to be on high alert. Not knowing where the traps might be, Shen Tang simply decided to remain unchanged and wait for the right opportunity. When she arrived at the Imperial Garden, she found a pavilion to sit in and refused to participate in or even approach any games such as pitch-pot, kite flying, or blindfolded tag. She simply sat in the pavilion, neither drinking tea nor eating pastries. Shen Tang. She's almost developing paranoia. Shen Tang was bored, but luckily she wasn't without friends. She sat in the pavilion for a quarter of an hour when Princess Rugia of the Duan Prince's mansion came over. Princess Rugia said kindly, "Sister Shen Tang, why are you sitting here? Aren't you going to play?" Shen Tang smiled and said, "It's fine to look at it from here." Princess Rugia sat down and said, "I've come to thank Sister Shen Tang." Shen Tang looked at her, "Thank me for what?" Princess Rugia whispered, "Thanks to Sister Shen Tang for the prescription. If it weren't for Sister Shen Tang thinking of me, I might not have been able to enter the palace today." Although she knew she could never marry Xiao Huan, who was her cousin, she loved excitement. Everyone else could go to the palace for banquets, while she was stuck at home, half dead and bored. How boring! She thought Shen Tang wouldn't be coming to the palace today. Knowing that Shen Tang was also coming, she was grateful and knew she had to come over to thank him. She didn't know how to thank Shen Tang properly. In the past, her period would be excruciatingly painful. This time, after taking the medicine 10 times, although she still felt some pain, it was much better than before. The doctor said that if she continued taking the medicine for a few more months, as long as she avoided cold and dampness, she would no longer experience pain. Shen Tang was surprised that Princess Rugia had gone to the Marquis's residence to thank her for a prescription, and now she was thanking her again. She smiled and said, "Princess, you're being too polite with me." Princess Rugia smiled, revealing shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. She rested her elbows on the stone table, looking at Shen Tang's face. Shen Tang thought there was something dirty on her face and raised her hand to wipe it. "What's wrong with my face?" Let's not even mention her older brother. He's not even in the running. Luckily, he stopped our mother from proposing marriage a few months ago. Otherwise, her older brother would have been another one rejected by Sister Shen Tang. Shen Tang said, "I am not good enough for them." Princess Rugia didn't believe this. "It's clearly you who didn't want to marry them." The bridal sedan chair from the Prince of Jingyang's residence had already gone to the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence to fetch the bride, but they insisted on sending it back empty. If it weren't for Sister Shen Tang's gentle nature, she would have really suspected that she was too arrogant and looked down on the Prince of Jingyang's heir. Princess Rugia leaned close to Shen Tang and whispered, "They all say you have a better marriage prospect, which is why you didn't marry the Prince of Ning's heir. Is that true?" Shen Tang. Shen Tang felt that she was being dazzled by the gossipy aura emanating from Princess Rugia's face. "Can you please not be so curious?" She didn't have many close female friends from respectable families, and she really didn't want to lie to her. Shen Tang said awkwardly, "I guess it's true, but I was rejected a few days ago." Princess Rugia. Princess Rugia's eyes widened, then widened again. "Didn't you say that the Emperor knew about this marriage?" Shen Tang chuckled. "Even if the Emperor bestows a marriage, there's still a possibility of annulment. Besides, the Emperor only knows about it and doesn't come to propose marriage. So the matter will just be dropped." Princess Rugia said, "I'm really curious about who you'll marry." "She won't marry anyone." However, Shen Tang didn't say these words out loud. She would rather live alone than marry the heir of the Prince of Jing'ong or the heir of the Prince of Ning. She didn't want anyone to suspect that she was crazy. Princess Rugia sat with Shen Tang for a while, and Shen Tang felt a little guilty, saying, "Princess, you don't need to stay with me." Princess Rugia said, "It's lively over there. Don't you want to go and take a look?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I won't go." Shen Tang insisted on not going, and Princess Rugia did not force her, and left the pavilion with her maid. No sooner had they left than a palace maid approached and said, "Second mission, the Empress Dowager wishes to see you." Chapter 94. Defense. Is it really the Empress Dowager who wants to see her? There are still people using the Empress Dowager's name to do this. Shen Tang wasn't sure. But the palace maid said that the Empress Dowager wanted to see her, so Shen Tang didn't dare to take it lightly. However, she wouldn't just go to see the Empress Dowager like that. Didn't Shen Han tell the old lady that she would accompany her wherever she went in the palace? Shen Tang followed the palace maid towards Yongning Palace. When they came out of the pavilion, she gave Yin Xing a wink, and Yin Xing quickly went to find Shen Han. Shen Han wasn't far away, but Yin Xing's search was futile. She quickly returned and said, "The eldest young lady said that the Empress Dowager summoned the young lady, and it's not appropriate for her to go." This answer was within Shen Tang's expectations. How could Shen Han possibly accompany her to see the Empress Dowager? She sent Yin Xing to find her only in case something happened to her in the palace, and Shen Han turned around and blamed her for not inviting her to see the Empress Dowager. Shen Tang followed the palace maid toward Yongning Palace. When they were almost there, the maid suddenly clutched her stomach and said, "Second mission, please forgive me. I am suddenly feeling unwell. Please go see the Empress Dowager first." Shen Tang said, "What a coincidence. I was just hesitating whether I should wash my hands first before seeing the Empress Dowager. Let's go together." The palace maid. The palace maid seemed taken aback by Shen Tang's words and stood there stunned. Shen Tang asked, "Aren't you in a hurry? Which way should we go?" The palace maid said, "It's quite far, and it will take a while to get there and back. Mission, you should go see the Empress Dowager first, so as not to keep her waiting." Shen Tang thought for a moment. "All right." The palace maid curtsied and quickly left. After walking a little further away, Shen Tang followed, and Yin Xing, confused, quickly followed as well. Yin Xing asked, puzzled, "Aren't we going to see the Empress Dowager?" Shen Tang said, "This palace maid is most likely not from the Empress Dowager's palace." She wanted to see if the palace maid was really going to relieve herself. Even if she was the Empress Dowager's person, it was normal for someone who didn't often go to the palace to get lost without a maid to guide her. The Empress Dowager wouldn't blame her for being late. She didn't have an extra eye, so why would the Empress Dowager find her novel and be eager to see her immediately? The palace maid never expected that Shen Tang, who said she was going to see the Empress Dowager, would turn around and follow her. Not only did she not go to the outhouse, she also went back to the Imperial Garden. Sensing someone watching her, the palace maid turned around and saw Shen Tang walking towards her. The palace maid. "Isn't Miss Shen staying with the Empress Dowager? What are you doing here?" The palace maid turned to run away, but Yin Xing blocked her way. Shen Tang walked towards her and asked, "Is the Imperial Garden the only place with an outhouse?" The palace maid was almost in tears. "This servant doesn't know." Shen Tang coldly asked, "Was it really the Empress Dowager who summoned me?" The palace maid shook her head. "This servant does not know. Someone asked me to invite you to Yongning Palace. I know nothing else." As expected, it was Kwang who took her to see the Empress Dowager. There must be a trap waiting for her in Yongning Palace. Consort Yi failed to get Xia Guimo to rescue her last time, so this time she wants to use the Empress Dowager to repeat the same trick. She angered the Empress Dowager and was severely punished. As long as she sends someone to guard the Emperor, she will naturally know who asked the Emperor to rescue her. Shen Tang's eyes were icy cold. "Who told you to do this?" The palace maid was timid and almost cried. "Second mission knows what's going on, so why make things difficult for me?" She curtsied and turned to leave, but Ginkgo stopped her. Shen Tang said, "Let her go." The palace maid left with a grateful look on her face. Ginkgo said, Luckily, Miss was careful, otherwise she would have fallen into their trap again. Shen Tang felt no relief at having escaped a calamity. She only hoped that Consort Yi had only set such a trap for her, and that she would be fine once she escaped. Shen Tang had been sitting in the pavilion for a while, and then walked around the vicinity of Yongning Palace. As Shen Tang walked towards the area with more people, a palace maid came over to announce that the banquet had begun and that everyone was invited to move to Feng'an Hall. Shen Tang entered the hall with the other young ladies from prominent families and sat behind Shen Sui with Shen Han. After all the officials and their families had taken their seats, and after about half a cup of tea's time had passed, the hoarse voice finally rang out. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Everyone rose to greet the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Normally, the Empress Dowager would not attend such a banquet. Everyone knows that this banquet was held to select a consort for the Prince of Ning's heir. The Empress Dowager's appearance clearly shows that she values the Prince of Ning's residence very much. Even Shen Tang, who values him highly, doesn't know whether she should hope that Xiao Huan is her older brother. Her father had no sons and desperately needed to find her eldest brother. However, the Ning Prince's mansion only had Xiao Huan as his sole heir. If he really was her eldest brother, it would be too cruel to the Ning Prince's mansion, and Shen Tang couldn't bear to do it. Shen Tang looked in the direction where Xiao Huan was sitting, and Xiao Huan's eyes really looked like her father's. In her previous life, she felt that Xiao Huan was very kind to her, like an older brother protecting her. She desperately wished that Xiao Huan really was her older brother. Today, she will definitely find an opportunity to ask him if he doesn't have a birthmark on his lower back, then he's not her older brother, and she can continue searching for her real older brother. The Emperor told everyone to rise, and Shen Tang stood up and then sat down. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "Many young ladies from prominent families have come today. The Emperor's sons have also reached marriageable age, so it is time for the Emperor to bestow marriages upon them." In a single sentence, the banquet was transformed from a selection of a crown princess for Xiao Huan into a selection of wives for Xiao Huan and several princes. Those in the household who had unmarried sons wanted to take this opportunity to find a suitable wife. They certainly couldn't miss such a good chance to choose a daughter-in-law. Shen Tang felt that such banquets could only select those with good looks and talent, not those with good character. Shouldn't character be the most important factor when choosing a wife?